This story starts with the memory of that day. Countless eerie black monuments fell from the sky. They dropped through the clouds one after another, their shadows covering the city below. Strange glowing spheres and lightning-like energy swirled around them as they descended. Right after that, barriers were deployed. A massive purple beam shot upward from the middle of the city, twisting the sky like a vortex. People standing on the streets stopped and stared, watching the glowing tower rise in front of them. Monsters called disaster beasts broke through the barriers and invaded the human world. Among them appeared a giant dark figure, the demon of destruction, Ringa, standing tall with purple energy swirling behind him. Soon, countless terrifying beasts flooded the streets. Armored monsters, winged creatures, and huge clawed beasts rushed forward while people screamed and ran. Disaster struck instantly. A monstrous armored creature swung its arm, sending a man falling backward as he shouted for everyone to run. Nearby, his child cried and reached out, calling for his dad as his mother ran, while chaos erupted around them. Across the streets, different beasts attacked from all directions. A winged creature swooped down, a burrowing beast erupted from the ground, and blue-flamed monsters charged toward the fleeing civilians. Bodies fell on the road as the destruction spread, and the entire area was swallowed by panic. The armored monster rushed forward with blue flames bursting around its body. Its jaws opened wide as it roared, blue light flashing in its eyes. It shot a swirling vortex of blue flames toward a woman who ran away, holding a child tightly against her chest. The flames spread across the road as the monsters closed in. That woman was caught by the blue flames and threw her child ahead. The small boy reached out weakly while lying on the ground. The woman's voice trembled as she repeated the same word, telling her child, Itsuki, to run. The child looked at her with tear-filled eyes and called out for his mom. Just then, suddenly, someone shouted Itsuki's name again. A drop of sweat slid down a boy's face as the voice echoed. In the next moment, the scene returned to the present. A girl with pink hair turned around toward him. She asked what was wrong, saying he was spacing out. He stood among the lined-up students and answered quietly that it was nothing. Hearing that, she narrowed her eyes and leaned in slightly, asking him again if that was really true. Then, while he was crying, the boy, who was the same Itsuki from that day, stood still with tears running down from one eye. Before he could answer, another student suddenly wrapped an arm around his shoulder and spoke cheerfully. He said Itsuki must be sleepy since he was usually asleep at this time. But today there was suddenly a school-wide assembly. While they were talking, Itsuki pointed toward the stage and told his friends that the teacher there was dressed strangely. On stage, the teacher wearing some kind of armored helmet explained what happened after the disaster beasts appeared. Some humans gained the power to fight back, and they became known as Awakened. The armored man described how, 10 years ago, the largest disaster beast attack happened at the northern shore of the Blue River. Awakened from all over the world crossed the river to repel them in what became known as the River Crossing War. Though attacks had decreased since then, the number of descending monuments had started to rise again. A large-scale attack similar to that war was likely coming soon. Itsuki's classmate leaned in again and pointed at a man on the stage. He explained that the person was Izumi Nento, the commander-in-chief of the northern continent. He asked how Itsuki could be from the north and still not know him. Itsuki looked at Izumi Nento quietly. He said the name sounded familiar and admitted he once imagined a hunched old man with a long beard. But the person on stage looked stranger than he expected. Itsuki's classmate grinned and told him he understood. But despite the odd appearance, Izumi Nento was the first awakened. It was thanks to him that humanity knew about the monuments and the disaster beasts. Itsuki's friend spoke excitedly, saying that this man was the strongest awakened. He added that even Teiwajin, known as the Light of Humanity, was his student. The scene shifted back to the armored man as he explained that recent research showed even ordinary people who had not awakened yet had a chance of gaining power by touching a monument. Izumi Nento stood on the stage, his long cloak spreading like black flames. He told the students he had come to let them try to awaken. He urged them to devote themselves to the fight against the disaster beasts. Just as he said that, a glowing blue blade slashed across the stage as the monument burst open. Light shot outward, scattering fragments, while a guard in sunglasses stood nearby watching. Seeing this, the students reacted with loud excitement. One of them shouted in shock as a monument rose from the ground, wondering if it was magic. Another yelled that this was not the time to be surprised. They clenched their fists, saying it felt like a dream, praying to become awakened. In the crowd, Itsuki's friend grabbed his arm in excitement. He told Itsuki that they finally had a chance to become awakened. His eyes shined as he said the word finally. Saying that, he started walking toward the stage. Seeing this, Itsuki's friend grabbed his shoulder, shouting that he shouldn't be left behind. The pink-haired girl called out to them, telling Itsuki to get back in line properly. But Itsuki walked past her, and a red glow flashed across his eyes. The girl looked at him in shock as the light streaked through the air. A close-up showed Itsuki's expression changing. His eyes shined red with excitement as he said that the day had finally come. On stage, a student touched the large black monument, but nothing happened. A guard immediately called out that it was no good and told the next person to step forward. The students watching reacted nervously. One boy pointed out that the previous student had broken the school's athletic record in his first year. He said that if even someone like that couldn't awaken, then there was no way he could. The girl beside him replied that athletic ability probably wasn't related and that it was too early to give up. More students reached out to touch the monument one after another. The guard repeated the same word, next, as the line kept moving forward. The students crowded together anxiously. One boy with white hair nervously pointed out that not a single person had awakened yet. Others muttered in worry. A girl with short brown hair said she thought it would be easy. The boy beside her trembled, wondering if their entire school would be wiped out. The guard called out the next name loudly, Oishi Hikaru. Nearby, a group of students whispered their concerns. One girl said she didn't want him to awaken. Another explained that he was already a habitual bully, and if he gained powers, they would be in trouble. A boy suddenly pointed toward the monument and shouted that something was happening. Lightning erupted violently from the monument, blasting outward. Oishi Hikaru's body was lifted off the ground as crackling blue electricity surrounded him. The sudden burst drew everyone's attention. A glowing blue screen appeared beside him, showing his information as he grinned excitedly. He thought to himself that both Izumi Nento and the woman beside him would surely recognize him now. The screen displayed this: Oishi Hikaru, human, level 0, Job Elementalist, lightning gift, grade 2, undisclosed status, attack 3, agility 4, defense 2, magic 3, total 12 stat points. Watching from beside the monument, the blue-haired woman spoke softly. She told her father that they finally had one. She explained that level 0 stats usually totaled only 5, but this boy had reached 12. Her father, Izumi Nento, remained calm. The girl said it was still better than nothing. The school courtyard grew silent as Oishi Hikaru raised both arms triumphantly. Confetti sparkled around him while he grinned proudly. He muttered to himself, wondering if the old man Nento had anything to say to the first awakened student. But before he could boast further, someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. He turned sharply, surprised to see Itsuki stepping past him. Oishi spun toward Itsuki angrily, shouting at him. He demanded to know why Itsuki was touching him with dirty hands, yelling if he had a death wish. The watching students whispered among themselves. One girl asked who the boy was, noticing that he had cut the line. Another replied that it was Tenma Itsuki from class 5. Someone else muttered that he was finished. Once Oishi targeted someone, it was over. From above, the blue-haired woman and Commander Nento observed quietly. The woman narrowed her eyes and said she sensed incredibly intense emotions coming from that student. Itsuki stood before the towering monument, placing his hand on the stone. His eyes glowed red as dark memories flashed through him. He muttered that he refused to forget his hatred for the disaster beasts. He had burned the events of that day deep into his mind. Commander Nento stared forward as if sensing something unbelievable. Out on the awakening platform, a massive blue apparition rose behind Itsuki. The glowing figure towered over him, holding a sword and radiating overwhelming power. Itsuki stood calmly beneath it as blue light filled the air. The monument erupted with energy. A sharp, glowing structure formed above Itsuki, surrounded by swirling streams of light. The light expanded outward, wrapping around the entire area like a giant lotus blooming in the sky. The crowd below watched as the school grounds were covered in a glowing dome. Students stared upward, speechless. One boy pointed out that the pillar of light reached hundreds of meters into the sky. Another said it looked far more spectacular than Oishi's awakening. Two of Itsuki's classmates watched with excitement. Both of them smiled and cheered proudly, shouting that this was exactly what they expected from Itsuki. The blue-haired officer stared at the sky in shock. She said that this phenomenon only appeared when the rarest job, Order Breaker, was born. She placed a hand near her mouth, unable to hide her surprise. Even Commander Nento said he looked forward to seeing how capable the student would be. Seeing that, Oishi's expression twisted with frustration as he glared at the overwhelming light. Itsuki opened his eyes in confusion. Surrounded by shimmering blue energy, he wondered where he was and asked himself if he had awakened. Looking around, he found himself sitting cross-legged in the center of of a massive glowing lotus made of light. Countless petals surrounded him, floating in a calm, otherworldly space. Suddenly, a blue system screen appeared before him. Itsuki stared at it in shock as it displayed Tenma Itsuki's stats. He was a human at level 0, which was fixed. His job was Order Breaker, Nirvana. His gift was Nirvana, a special grade. His level was fixed. His stats increased when acquiring skills. It removed all debuffs and fully healed injuries. Just then, another blue window appeared, showing his skill, Over Mimesis, which was Z rank. It analyzed enemy attacks and allowed the acquisition of counter skills. Then another screen showed Itsuki's stats. His were Attack 0, Agility 0, Defense 0, Magic 0, Total 0. Itsuki's face went pale as he stared at the results. His jaw dropped and he exclaimed silently that everything was at 0. But then 2 blue system windows appeared in front of Itsuki. The first announced that the Z rank skill Over Mimesis had been acquired. The second stated that the special grade gift Nirvana had activated, increasing all of his stats by 200. Another screen displayed the changes. Attack went from 0 to 200. Agility went from 0 to 200. Defense went from 0 to 200. Magic went from 0 to 200. Total went from 0 to 800 stat points. Seeing this, Itsuki's expression brightened. He looked at the glowing screen with excitement and said he understood. He realized that whenever he gained new skills through Over Mimesis, Nirvana would raise his stats. Even if he couldn't level up like others, he could still grow stronger in his own way. He clenched his fist and smiled confidently. He admitted he didn't know what level this power compared to, but he had no doubt he had become an awakened. With determination in his eyes, he declared that he would annihilate the disaster beasts. A massive burst of blue light exploded from the monument. Students around him shielded their faces and shouted that the light was too bright. Some grabbed their eyes in pain. Through the blinding radiance, Itsuki's silhouette stood tall within the monument's glow. Lightning and energy swirled around him in a powerful display. Oishi stared at the scene, trembling with disbelief. His face twisted as he shouted that such a thing was impossible. The blue-haired officer gasped as she looked at the glowing monitor. She covered her mouth in shock and said that these stats were unbelievable for a rookie awakened. Even Commander Nento admitted that it was hard to believe, but stated that Itsuki was undoubtedly among the strongest of all new awakened in history. Outside, Itsuki stepped out of the light, petals of blue energy swirling around him, watching his silhouette shine with power. Just one word left Commander Nento's mouth: the strongest. A system window displayed his public information: Tenma Itsuki Human. Level 0, fixed. Job, Order Breaker. Gift, special grade. Undisclosed. Skill, undisclosed. Status, Attack 200. Agility 200. Defense 200. Magic 200. Total, 800. In the crowd, students and teachers erupted in cheers. They shouted that Tenma's stats had shot up all at once. Someone cried out in disbelief, saying they never imagined their school would have someone this amazing. An older teacher yelled that this feat would go down in school history. But among the cheering crowd, Oishi trembled with rage. Lightning crackled around him as his eyes glowed red. He clenched his teeth and glared at Itsuki, furious that the cheers he believed should have been his, were now stolen away. Oishi's rage exploded as lightning surged across his body. He shouted that a loser like Itsuki should stay a loser. Students around him backed away as sparks crackled through the air, their faces tense with shock. Electricity flooded the entire hall, and Oishi stepped forward with a crazed expression. He declared that he would eliminate Itsuki using his newly acquired skill. Above the crowd, Itsuki stood calmly, staring down from the top of the monument as lightning scattered below him. Itsuki clenched his fist as a blue system window appeared. The screen displayed: C-rank skill, Silver Serpent detected. Over Mimesis activated. Itsuki's eyes sharpened as multiple blue panels began processing. The analysis started at 27%, then climbed quickly, 57%, 69%, and rising, while lightning flickered around him. Itsuki made his move and jumped with lightning speed. The floor cracked under the impact as the lightning slammed down. Students gasped when they looked up and realized something was wrong. One girl asked where Itsuki had gone. Another student said they saw a flash of electricity, and then Itsuki suddenly vanished. Oishi looked around in confusion, wondering where Itsuki was. A glowing blue window reached 88% as Itsuki appeared behind Oishi like a shadow wrapped in lightning. His eyes shone with a blinding horizontal beam. Oishi froze in terror, Sweat poured down his face as he realized Itsuki was behind him. He panicked, unable to move. Itsuki placed a hand on Oishi's shoulder. His voice was cold as he told Oishi to consider himself lucky for being born human. He added that if Oishi were a disaster beast, he would have killed him about 100 times already. Oishi trembled uncontrollably, fear tightening his entire body. Moments later, Itsuki casually stepped forward while Oishi collapsed onto the ground. Another student shouted in shock, asking when Itsuki had moved behind him. Someone else laughed nervously, saying Oishi must have been so scared his legs gave out. Another warned them to be quiet before Oishi heard them. A new panel floated above Itsuki, showing 94%, then rising quickly. Blue energy swirled around him as the progress reached 99%. Itsuki glanced at the glowing screen and commented that maybe the analysis was fast because it was only a C-rank skill. The display turned pitch black and flashed. Analysis progress 100%. Lightning exploded around him as a new message appeared, saying C-rank skill Thunderbreaker acquired. Itsuki stood in the center of the crackling blue electricity, his body glowing as the newly gained power wrapped around him like living lightning. The students watched nervously as the light began to glow again. One of the boys stared in shock, saying it was happening once more. Another student, wearing sunglasses, adjusted them with a grin, saying it was a good thing he had brought them. Inside the glowing space, Itsuki appeared sitting calmly with a thoughtful expression. He realized that every time an analysis finished, he was forcibly brought into this strange place. In front of him, the system windows appeared, stating that the analysis of Silver Serpent was complete, and the skill Thunderbreaker had been acquired. Another window opened, showing the description of Thunderbreaker, Level 1. The skill allowed him to absorb C-rank and lower lightning attacks into his body. When releasing the absorbed lightning energy, his agility would increase by 50%. It also had a passive effect. Each time he absorbed a C-rank lightning attack, his agility would permanently increase by 5%. Another message added that all his stats had increased by 10, all debuffs were removed, and his injuries were fully healed. Outside, the students shielded their eyes as a massive burst of blue light exploded from Itsuki's body. The lightning wrapped around him in swirling arcs as he stood in the center of the arena steps. The electric pressure pushed outward, and the crowd instinctively stepped back or covered their faces. Someone shouted that Itsuki was now cloaked in lightning from head to toe. Another student panicked, saying Itsuki's lightning was even brighter than Oishi's. Oishi, who had attacked him earlier, stared with trembling eyes, unable to believe how Itsuki had learned a skill like that. Itsuki's body glowed intensely as the system displayed his rising stats. It showed each attribute increasing: attack, agility, defense, and magic, all rising from 200 to 210, bringing his total from 800 to 840. Just then, the students looked up at the sky in confusion. One of them said it had been sunny just a moment ago. Another asked if it was rain. A third student lifted his hand, trying to feel the drops, when someone suddenly shouted that something was falling. A dark, coffin-shaped object wrapped in lightning descended from the stormy clouds. The rain poured harder as it crashed down toward the school grounds. The woman with blue hair and glasses saw it and shouted in shock, calling it a monument. She questioned why it had appeared here, of all places. Commander Nento quickly announced that the school-wide assembly was cancelled and ordered everyone to evacuate outside the school grounds, just like in their drills. He realized that there was no doubt the target was him. The woman turned to Commander Nento and told him that they should escape too, since combat wasn't their specialty. But Commander Nento beside her shook his head. He warned that if they ran, everyone else would panic. He pointed ahead, telling her to look, because the boy standing there was calmer than both of them. Ahead of them, lightning exploded around the descending object. Students ran in all directions, fleeing in fear. Only one boy, Itsuki, remained still in the middle of the field, bathed in a faint blue glow. From behind, the blue-haired woman shouted at him, demanding to know why he wasn't running. A massive dark pillar crashed down from the sky, shaking the ground as debris exploded outward. Rain poured heavily around it. Nearby, a group of students panicked. One boy shouted that disaster beasts were coming and urged Itsuki to escape. But Itsuki, with glowing red eyes, stood still. His voice was cold as he declared that he would exterminate every single one of them. His friends stared at him in shock. One of them yelled that he would die if he didn't run. Another insisted that since he had only just awakened, he couldn't possibly fight disaster beasts. They told him to leave everything to the other awakened. But Itsuki shook his head. He calmly told them to trust him. The pink-haired girl hesitated, worry written all over her face. Finally, she shouted that if he died, he shouldn't blame them. She grabbed the other guy's clothes and dragged him with her. The glasses-wearing boy asked her if it was really okay to let him go, reminding her that the enemy was a disaster beast, a walking weapon of mass murder. As the two ran off, Itsuki looked ahead with a crazed smile. His eye glowed bright red through the rain. He muttered that his first enemy after becoming an awakened was the one who killed his parents, and that it was lucky. Lightning curled around him as he stepped forward. A glowing panel appeared beside him, displaying the status of the creature before him. It was Skeleton Soldier #1369, Level 8. Gift Grade 2, Defense increases by 100%. If the enemy's attack exceeds its own defense, the gift becomes invalid. Skill, Bonefire, B rank. Its stats were Attack 15, Agility 10, Defense 120 plus 120, Magic 30, total 295. The skeleton soldier stood covered in blue flames as Otsuki faced it head-on. A surge of lightning wrapped around Otsuki's arms as he tightened his stance. His red eyes glowed sharply as he wondered if he should test the skill he had just acquired. In the next moment, he charged forward, electricity exploding around his body. Blue lightning trailed behind him as he rushed toward the flaming skeleton beast on the field. The two forces collided, sparks scattering through the rain. The skeletal beast swung its arms to punch, but Itsuki dodged. Then Itsuki swung his electrified fist with full force, shouting that he would not let anyone else die. His punch struck the creature's chest, and a violent burst of energy erupted. The impact sent the disaster beast flying across the field, smashing through the school building. The ground trembled as debris scattered in all directions. Students watching from afar stared in shock. One student said Itsuki's strength was too overwhelming, that maybe they didn't need to run anymore. A female student was stunned, seeing how the impact had blasted the monster away in a single hit. The blue-haired inspector stared at the ruined wall, stunned that a rookie who had just become awakened could send a level 8 disaster beast flying with only one blow. Heavy rain poured down as Commander Nento watched from a distance, thinking to himself that Itsuki's speed and power were on a completely different level from other level zeros. But even then, he believed that defeating a skeleton soldier was impossible. He explained that skeleton soldiers had two troublesome abilities. The first was a gift that increased their defense. The second was a terrifying skill called Bonefire, a flame that burned anything it touched into ash. Blue flames erupted violently across the field, spreading like a wave toward Itsuki. The students gasped as the fire surged forward. Itsuki's friends cried out in fear, shouting Itsuki's name. Oishi stepped forward with a crazed smile, yelling that the fool who didn't know his place would just burn to ash. Meanwhile, glowing screens appeared in front of Itsuki. A system message informed him that the enemy was using Bonefire. The analysis began, first at 1%, then rapidly accelerating. As the blue flames engulfed him, more screens appeared, 25%, 39%. 57%. Itsuki stood firmly inside the blazing bonefire, surrounded by data streams. He calmly observed that the analysis speed increased whenever the enemy's skill struck him. The blue-haired instructor watched with widening eyes. She said that even a level 10 awakened wouldn't stand a chance if they took a direct hit. Blue flames continued to swallow the arena as Itsuki stood in the center, half of his body burned away and glowing like a skeleton. The blue-haired instructor's voice echoed through the flames, saying it would be tragic for a genius who had just appeared to be killed by a disaster beast before he could grow. System windows floated around Itsuki, showing 77% and 81%. Itsuki looked at his burning body and muttered that this was what it felt like when the body burned. He added softly that it must have hurt. A memory flickered through the flames. He saw his mother's face, half burned away. He realized that it hurt so much, but even in her last minutes, she smiled so as not to scare Itsuki. Commander Nento peered out with a sharp gaze, wondering if Itsuki hadn't used his full power yet. The blue fire swirled violently as the progress bar climbed. Itsuki's skeletal hand tightened, and he said that once the analysis was complete, the enemy was finished. The system window flashed. Analysis progress, 100%. Outside the flames, the students whispered nervously. One asked if it had been too soon to hope for a rookie who had just become awakened. Another admitted he had been stupid to expect anything. But suddenly, someone pointed forward in shock. He shouted that the blue lotus flower had appeared again. He said Itsuki might show them another miracle. Blue light swirled around Itsuki as he stood inside the burning aura, wondering what kind of skill he would gain this time. The flames around him continued to fade, revealing his burned and cracked body beneath the blue energy. Then a system window appeared, showing that the analysis of Bonefire was complete. It stated that a new skill, Black Wall, had been acquired. More windows followed, explaining the skill. The active effect would create ice on the body by consuming magic power, and could block B rank or lower fire skills. The passive effect increased defense when blocking those skills. Another notification appeared, saying that Black Wall, LV2, had been acquired and that all of his stats had increased by 20. It stated that all debuffs were removed and his injuries were fully healed. A new window showed his updated status. Attack, agility, defense, and magic had all risen from 210 to 230, bringing his total from 840 to 920. Itsuki looked at the glowing screen calmly. He remembered how even his strongest attack earlier couldn't break the skeleton soldier's defense. Now, with this new increase, he believed he should be able to do it. Suddenly, blue lotus petals unfolded around him, blooming like a massive light flower. Itsuki stood at the center, his body surrounded by shining energy. The students watching gasped in shock. One of them cried out in relief, saying Itsuki was alive. Others cheered loudly, convinced that he would succeed. Someone pointed out that a full recovery like this was practically a miracle. The blue-haired instructor stared in shock as she watched the scene unfold. She wondered aloud if Itsuki had a self-healing skill. She had seen him use a lightning element skill earlier, so she couldn't understand how he was recovering. Commander Nento was also shocked. He remembered that order breakers were considered the most mysterious job, but even among them, Itsuki seemed uniquely strange. Meanwhile, Itsuki stood in the center of the glowing lotus petals. His body had recovered completely, not a single injury left. Blue fragments drifted around him as he looked down at his restored form. Itsuki whispered in disbelief, saying it was a perfect recovery. He wondered whether he would heal even if his limbs were cut off, or if his brain was destroyed. He admitted he was curious about the limits of his self-healing. Suddenly, the skeleton soldier roared, its armor burning with blue bone fire. The flames surged violently as the monster charged forward. Itsuki turned calmly, raising his arm as black spikes spread across his skin. The blue flames rushed toward him. His entire body became engulfed in the fire, but he stood unmoving within it. Moments later, his silhouette appeared again through the blaze. Thick layers of black spikes covered him completely, and his red eyes glowed coldly behind the cracked ice armor. Itsuki cracked through the air as he shot upward. The explosion of blue flames shook the area when he crashed down. Itsuki's armored body glowed with electricity as he readied another strike. The skeletal beast struck, but Itsuki moved again, instantly appearing behind the beast, faster than anyone could follow. Itsuki then raised his arm, and it turned into a massive black spike sword, lightning running through it. Itsuki moved with lightning speed, and with a single slash cut the skeletal beast in two with that sword. The students watching from afar were stunned. One of them said that Itsuki moved behind the disaster beast in an instant, as if he had teleported. Another said that only awakened people could track movements like that. Oishi was also stunned, saying she couldn't see Itsuki's movements at all. She compared it to what she had seen before. The blue-haired instructor questioned if someone like Itsuki could really be a rookie. On the other hand, as the dust settled, Itsuki stood alone. As the black spikes on his body disappeared, he kicked and destroyed the skeleton beast's head. He was stunned to realize that it not only generated solid armor to protect his body, but could also shape that armor into any kind of weapon he wanted. A divine skill that combined both offense and defense. Suddenly, someone shouted his name. Itsuki turned his head in surprise as his friend rushed toward him and wrapped him tightly in a relieved hug, saying he was glad Itsuki had won because he had been worried the entire time. Itsuki stayed still for a moment before asking about Saya. His friend pulled back and admitted that Saya had been watching earlier with a face that looked like she might cry, but now she was nowhere to be seen. Itsuki looked toward the crowd, wondering why she didn't come. He scanned the students in the distance, confusion growing. He quietly wondered if she might be angry. Not far away, the blue-haired instructor watched the aftermath of the fight. She spoke seriously, noting that for a boy to defeat a skeleton soldier, something even a level 10 awakened would struggle against, was unbelievable. Commander Nento called the blue-haired instructor Choha and told her to stay and assist with the cleanup. He also told her to deliver his message to the principal that he would be taking Itsuki with him. On the other hand, Itsuki's friend patted Itsuki's hand, saying there was no way Saya would be angry after he won. He guessed that Saya was probably scared of falling behind Itsuki, so she might have gone to touch the monument instead. Itsuki lowered his gaze slightly and murmured that he hoped that was the case. Just then, a voice called out to him, asking if he was Tenma Itsuki. Itsuki turned and noticed someone approaching. Commander Nento, wearing a long cape, stood before him. Itsuki looked up at him in silence. People watching from a distance began whispering among themselves. They saw that Izumi Nento, a famous figure, was talking directly to Itsuki. Some wondered if he intended to take Itsuki as a student. Others doubted it, saying the only person Commander Nento had ever accepted as a student was Teiwajin, humanity's strongest. They insisted that no matter how strong Itsuki seemed, something like that wouldn't happen. Itsuki's friend stepped away nervously and said he would go look for Saya. Commander Nento then looked down at Itsuki and spoke calmly. He told Itsuki that he was quite special. Itsuki looked at Commander Nento and repeated the words softly, asking what he meant by calling him special. Commander Nento observed Itsuki closely and saw dark energy gathering around Itsuki. He told Itsuki that his heart seemed filled with anger and hatred. Itsuki stood in the darkness, a glowing light shining across his eyes. Commander Nento then stepped forward and said that he wanted to know the reason behind that hatred. Itsuki finally spoke, explaining that 10 years ago, his parents were killed by disaster beasts while trying to protect him. A scene from his childhood flashed before his eyes, his younger self crying helplessly as danger closed in. He remembered how he had nearly been killed as well, but an awakened appeared at the last moment and saved him. The powerful figure struck the beast right in front of the frightened Itsuki. Itsuki told Commander Nento that, right before his eyes, he had watched his mother die. A glowing blue flame slowly consumed his mother's body. Even as half her face vanished into bone and ash, she smiled gently at Itsuki and told him that he must walk the rest of the path on his own. Young Itsuki stared at her with trembling eyes, unable to understand. His voice cracked as he cried out for his mother. Anger raged inside him as he looked at the beast. Words echoed in his mind, reminding him that both his mother and father had died because of beings like this. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted in denial. Before him, a towering monstrous figure rose from the darkness, an enormous being surrounded by raging purple flames. Its shadow loomed over Itsuki as he realized the horrifying truth. The creature before him was the root of all evil. Shaking with rage, Itsuki glared upward. His eyes burned red as hatred filled his heart. On that day, he swore a vow. He would kill that demon and every last creature of its kind. In the present, Itsuki clenched his jaw, a tear slipping down his cheek as he shouted that he would kill all of its kind. Commander Nento looked at him and commented that even with a heart consumed by hatred, Itsuki still shed tears. Itsuki raised a hand to his face and explained calmly. Ever since he witnessed the tragedy of his mother's death, his left eye had stopped producing tears, but his right eye had begun crying on its own. Thanks to that, he said, he never forgot his hatred for the disaster beasts. Commander Nento then asked if Itsuki would become his student. He promised to get him into the Salvation League and help him gain the immense power needed to take revenge on the disaster beasts. Itsuki repeated the words quietly, asking what the Salvation League was. Commander Nento then explained. He told Itsuki that to counter disaster beasts more efficiently and scientifically, the governments of the 5 continents had gathered strong awakened from around the world and created an official organization. The members of this organization were called saviors. He continued, saying that saviors were provided with resources such as dedicated training grounds and powerful weapons. They were also guaranteed high compensation. Even trainee saviors received 10,000 gold per month. Itsuki listened in surprise, realizing that 10,000 gold was enough to buy a car. Commander Nento then warned that such generous treatment was not given for free. Saviors were expected to constantly fight disaster beasts on the front lines and protect people's safety. Itsuki stood shirtless, his expression calm as he spoke. He said that he did not care about high pay or special resources. What mattered most to him was something else. Determination filled his eyes. His gaze sharpened as he clenched his fist. He declared that what mattered most was fighting disaster beasts on the front lines. With unwavering resolve, he announced that he wanted to become a savior as well. Commander Nento then explained the process. He said that the Salvation League held an exam every February, known as the National Salvation League Tournament, with more than 10,000 participants. Each contestant earned points based on performance, but only those who ranked within the top 100 were allowed to become saviors. Hearing this, Itsuki asked what the highest record in history was. Commander Nento told Itsuki that it would not be very useful as a reference. He explained calmly that the record was 115,000 points, set by Teiwajin 11 years ago. He added that passing required only 30% of that score, while securing first place required at least 50%. Itsuki silently recalled the name Teiwajin, the strongest awakened, known as the Light of Humanity, the one Rikuru had mentioned. Commander Nento told Itsuki that Jin was special, and that comparing himself to Jin would only bring despair. But even so, Itsuki should still have confidence, because he believed Itsuki could one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Jin. Itsuki stood shirtless on the training ground, his expression steady. With unwavering determination, he declared that he would surpass Taewajin. Hearing those words, Commander Nento's eyes widened inside the helmet, reacting with surprise. He remembered something from the past, a time when he had stood with Taewajin and told him that he had become incredibly popular. The younger generation was trying to follow in his footsteps, but Taewajin warned that following alone would never win the war against the disaster beasts. Someday, someone would surpass him, just as a new sunrise replaces the setting sun. Taewajin said that he looked forward to that day. Seeing Itsuki's resolve, Commander Nento thought that the sunrise Taewajin had been waiting for had finally appeared. A few hours later, Commander Nento took Itsuki to another place. There, when Itsuki saw the massive, dome-shaped structure rising in the distance, glowing under the sky, he asked quietly what it was. Commander Nento explained that these monuments acted as passages connecting the human world to the world of disaster beasts. He said that if the beasts were killed but the monuments were left untouched, new beasts would simply appear again. He pointed at the massive dome-shaped building and explained that this facility was created to isolate monuments that couldn't be destroyed. Awakened individuals periodically entered it to sweep out the disaster beasts that emerged. This kept the danger under control, and also served as training. Itsuki looked at the building and asked if it was a training facility. Commander Nento, standing beside him, confirmed it, saying they called these places stages. He explained that the number and strength of the beasts inside couldn't be controlled, making it extremely dangerous. Commander Nento told Itsuki that the beasts in this specific stage were especially strong. Among all rookie-level stages, this one had the highest mortality rate. Because of that, people called it the Rookie's Graveyard. He told Itsuki that when Jin was still a rookie, he had cleared this deadly stage in 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Commander Nento turned to Itsuki and said that if Itsuki truly intended to surpass Jin, then 3 minutes would be his limit. As Itsuki walked toward the giant facility, Commander Nento told him that if he could clear the stage within 3 minutes, he would accept him as his student. Hearing that, Itsuki's eyes sharpened with determination. He wanted to surpass Jin and become Commander Nento's student. People in the lobby turned their heads when they saw a familiar figure. Someone pointed and said that Mr. Izumi had arrived. Another person noticed Itsuki walking beside him and asked if that was the rumored rookie. The crowd stared in surprise, whispering that there was no way a rookie could walk next to Mr. Izumi unless he was an awakened on Taewajin's level. Itsuki looked around quietly and wondered to himself if this person was really that famous. Thinking that, he walked toward the stage entrance and saw the display showing the disaster beast level inside. Level 10. He noted that it was only 2 levels higher than the skeleton soldier he had faced earlier and wondered how strong that really was. But what surprised him more was that even though several people were gathered nearby, none of them seemed prepared to enter the stage. He wondered why that was. Someone nearby muttered that the rookie looked way too confident and assumed that a high-level awakened must be accompanying him. Another wished they could be taken along too, while someone else joked that the rookie probably came just to flirt with the receptionist, saying that with a decent face he was getting cocky. At the counter, the receptionist approached him with a polite smile. She asked if he wanted to enter the stage and how many challengers there would be. He calmly replied that it would be just him. Hearing that, the area fell silent as the receptionist stared at him across the counter. Suddenly, she leaned forward and yelled angrily. She told him not to make unfunny jokes and asked if he was messing around. She warned him that if he was just there to hit on her, it was pointless. She explained that even if the place was an artificial stage, it was still dangerous. People could get hurt or even die. Itsuki stared at her in confusion, wondering what she was even talking about. Behind them, several people watching from afar started laughing. They joked that he really was there to hit on her. Some said that there were always people who treated the stages like dating spots, and those people usually got scolded and went home. Itsuki looked at the receptionist calmly and explained the misunderstanding. He told her he had absolutely no interest in her. He said he only came to challenge the stage, nothing more. But the receptionist sighed and rubbed her forehead. She told him he didn't have to act tough just because he was embarrassed. She even said she would give him her contact information, so he should just go home. But Itsuki's expression darkened. A shadow fell over his face. He told her not to make him repeat himself. He didn't care about her contact information at all. He only wanted her to let him enter the stage. Hearing that, the receptionist reluctantly agreed and told him not to blame her if he died. She held out a metal bracelet with a nervous expression, clearly shaken. Seeing that, Itsuki muttered that she should have just given permission from the beginning instead of making him repeat himself. The people watching from behind whispered among themselves. One man called Itsuki an idiot, saying he could have gotten her contact information but chose to act tough instead. Another pointed out that a level 0 rookie challenging a level 10 stage was basically suicide. They guessed he would run out in less than a minute. Someone else noticed how confident he looked and wondered if he might succeed since he also had a special grade gift. But another person reminded everyone that for awakened people, gifts were just bonuses. The most important thing was level. No matter how special the gift was, it meant nothing if the level was low. On the other hand, standing in front of the gate, Itsuki checked his bracelet. He said that his personal information was registered on it, so scanning it would let him enter. A glowing screen appeared above his hand, confirming, "Entry by awakened Tenma Itsuki has been approved." Itsuki stretched his hands forward and took a breath. He reminded himself that the promise was within 3 minutes. Then he said it was time to begin. A bright digital timer appeared, showing 0001 in green numbers. And just as the gate opened, Itsuki moved with explosive speed. Red energy surrounded his body as he dashed forward, his eyes glowing sharply. He looked around and noticed the vast area. He thought that the interior space was much bigger than he expected. As he ran across the grassy field toward a tall black tower, he told himself that it was his first time entering a stage, even if it was an artificial one. Suddenly, Itsuki noticed a creature rush in and said that it was coming. That creature jumped toward him. It was a wooden monster from the Kodama tribe. A blue window appeared beside it showing its information. Kodama #, 137 from Kodama tribe, level 4. Gift, none. Attack, 49. Agility, 48. Defense, 53. Magic, 24. Total, 174. Seeing it coming, black spikes formed on Itsuki's hand. In the next moment, he slashed downward with overwhelming force. A sharp strike of energy cut through the target as he launched his attack. Itsuki stood calmly with the massive black spike axe hand. He smiled and remarked that an axe was always the best tool for trees. He then asked the remaining monsters how it felt to see their comrade cut in half. Dozens of Kodama creatures rushed at him. He stood tall and called them rotten trees. Outside, Choha spoke to her father, Commander Nento. She asked why. Out of so many rookie stages, he had made the newcomer enter this one specifically. Commander Nento answered that Itsuki claimed he would surpass Jin, so he simply brought him to the same stage Jin first challenged. Hearing that, Choha frowned and said that surpassing Jin was impossible unless someone stepped outside the bounds of humanity. Hearing that, Commander Nento asked Choha if she believed Jin had already transcended humanity. Choha recalled the time she met Jin for the first time. She had once thought Jin was kind and approachable. Then she saw Jin instantly kill a level 97 disaster beast. She recalled that Jin's eyes during that fight were different. She remembered those eyes clearly, cold, solitary, and transcendent. She felt that they didn't seem human at all. She described Jin's gaze, saying his eyes were like the eyes of a god. Hearing that, Commander Nento told Choha that Itsuki also had potential comparable to Jin, but at the moment he was nothing more than an unpolished gemstone. He added that if Jin could be compared to a godlike existence who saved people, then Itsuki was the opposite, a demon consumed by hatred. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Itsuki stood among the fallen wooden beasts. He stated that overmimesis wouldn't even activate against disaster beasts of this level. Just then, a dark silhouette appeared behind him, its eyes glowing red. His own eye glowed the same way as the shadow towered over him. In the next moment, his body moved at extreme speed, cutting through the enemies with a sharp motion. Itsuki stood before the fallen creature and looked down calmly. He asked if that was the end. He examined the broken body and wondered if level 10 disaster beasts were only this strong. But then he thought that if that were true, this place wouldn't be called the Rookie's Graveyard. There had to be something else. Just then, a blue system window appeared before him. It displayed B-rank skill, self-regeneration detected. Overmimesis activated. Another window followed. Analysis started. Then a second one. Analysis progress 5%. Itsuki turned as a sudden sound caught his attention. His expression shifted slightly. That level 10 disaster beast rose again behind him, its entire form twisting upward with glowing green eyes. Its long vine-like limbs burst outward and lunged at him. Itsuki braced himself, thinking in surprise that he had cut off half its head, yet it had regenerated. The moment the towering monster regenerated, Itsuki narrowed his eyes and muttered that he knew things wouldn't be straightforward. A glowing blue system window appeared in front of him, revealing the creature's details. It identified the monster as regenerated Kodama #520 of the Kodama tribe, a level 10 beast with a grade 2 gift. Its defense had dropped by 50%, but its self-healing ability had greatly increased. Another blue window listed its stats clearly. Attack a 110, Agility 100, Defense 60, Magic 180, total 450. As the creature's roots and branches whipped wildly, Itsuki tightened his fist. A system alert flashed. Black wall activated. The next second, his hand was covered by black spikes cutting through the roots. Itsuki jumped at the monster. While dodging the monster's attacks, he quickly analyzed the situation. He realized the beast couldn't regenerate if he damaged it fast enough. He told himself that he had to deal massive damage in a short amount of time. The analysis window appeared beside him. 17%, then 19%, rising slowly. Itsuki smashed forward with his armored arm, splitting through the Kodama's defenses as sparks and debris burst around them. His eyes glowed red as he moved like a shadow, slicing through the forest of wooden limbs. Each step sent shockwaves across the ground, and each strike pushed the progress window higher. Itsuki surged forward again, his blade-like arm shining with a cold blue light. 21%. Then he shot upward before crashing down like a falling spear, splitting the monster's giant body in half. Light from his attack cut straight through the Kodama, illuminating the entire battlefield. The towering creature's body split down the middle, a glowing crack running from its head to torso. Its golden eyes shone through the gaps as its massive frame began to fracture. Itsuki watched with sharp red eyes, a grin forming on his face. He said he wasn't done yet. He said he would mince the creature completely, so it wouldn't regenerate. In the next moment, he raised both arms. A blinding vertical slash of light tore downward, cutting the giant monster clean in half. Cuts spread across the creature's body, and the wooden shell shattered into countless pieces. The fragments scattered through the air, glowing faintly before breaking apart completely. As the dust settled, Itsuki lowered his arm and exhaled. He said this should be enough. He added that using Black Wall for so long was draining his magic. But before he could rest, vines and roots twisted together again in front of him. That wooden creature's form surged upward with glowing yellow eyes, rising from the remains and preparing to attack. The glowing display in front of Itsuki showed 60%, but the fight still raged on. Wooden tendrils whipped toward Itsuki as he moved between them with sharp, fluid steps. He glanced back with an annoyed expression, thinking that even after all of this, the monster still refused to die. He quietly muttered that it was becoming a real pain. The attacks continued to strike from every angle. As he dodged, he noticed something important. Every time the monster regenerated, Overmimesis's analysis speed increased. His eyes narrowed. That meant the longer this continued, the faster the analysis would complete. He realized he needed a new approach. He decided to cancel Black Wall to conserve his remaining magic and instead rely on Thunderbreaker to avoid the attacks while keeping his distance. Continuing this pattern until the analysis finished would be the winning strategy, but there was a problem. He didn't have much time left before the 3-minute limit ran out. Lightning crackled across his arm as the display climbed to 75%. Determination hardened his expression. He activated Thunderbreaker and Black Wall at the same time, pushing his offense to the extreme, while forcing the monster to repeatedly regenerate. Doing so, he thought, would increase the analysis speed even further. Power surged around him, arcs of lightning dancing across his arm as he charged forward with a cold, focused expression. The creature's wooden body split down the middle, its golden eyes glowing through the cracks. Electric sparks flashed violently as he fought. If Overmimesis failed when his magic hit 0, he knew he would die right there. The percentage rose to 80%, then 85%, as he forced his body forward through the storm of wooden strikes. He told himself that if he died now, then everything he'd done would amount to nothing. Lightning gathered in his arm as he unleashed another powerful strike. But right before hitting the monster's head, his magic power hit 0. Finally, his body staggered. Blood dripped from his mouth. He lowered his head and quietly muttered, "Damn it." Itsuki stood pierced by sharp wooden spikes, his body battered and barely holding on. He lowered his head as white steam drifted off his wounds. He quietly admitted that his magic seemed to have finally run out. Then a glowing window appeared beside him, showing 99%. Seeing that, Itsuki's expression sharpened. Blood streamed down his chin as his eyes glowed coldly. He declared that, just as he thought, Overmimesis did not need magic to activate. With a strained smile, he announced that this match was his win. The window in front of him then showed analysis progress 100%. A bright lotus-shaped energy began expanding around him, glowing blue and cracking the wooden spikes. A system window appeared, saying self-regeneration analysis complete. Lotus burst acquired. The lotus continued to bloom outward, pushing everything away as more spikes shattered. Another window displayed the details. Lotus Burst, LV2, active effect, consumes magic to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 5 min diameter. Power scales with magic consumption. Passive effect, Each time Lotus Burst defeats a living creature of level 1 or higher, all skill ranges increase by plus 1%. The Lotus opened fully. A pink glow surrounded Itsuki as his wounds rapidly healed. Another window appeared. Lotus Burst, LV2 acquired. All stats plus 20. Remove all debuffs and fully heal injuries. The monster watching him narrowed its glowing yellow eyes. A final window appeared. Lotus Burst activated. Itsuki brought his hands together and clapped. A burst of force erupted instantly, followed by a roaring explosion of flames that engulfed everything in front of him. A blazing wave swept outward, and the monster's shadow shot through the smoke and sparks. When the flames settled, he stood there with blood running down his cheek, his hand still extended from the technique he had just used. With a calm breath, he looked ahead and said that Lotus Burst wasn't bad. Smoke rose around the scorched crater at Itsuki's feet as he examined the destruction. He noted that using only a third of his magic produced this much power, and sweeping away weak disaster beasts would now be far easier. But he admitted he never expected Overmimesis to restore magic that had already reached zero. As he stepped forward, something on the ground caught his attention. He stopped, staring at a glowing green crystal beside him, and quietly asked what it was. Meanwhile, outside, the receptionist stared anxiously at the bright red screen. She said that almost 3 minutes had passed since the rookie Itsuki went inside, yet there was still no sign of him coming out. She pointed at the display where the status window showed, Challenge in progress. Stage level 10. Challenger Tenma Itsuki. Time used, 2 minutes 09 seconds. Seeing this, she nervously added that they should call the rescue team quickly. Choha adjusted her glasses and spoke calmly. She said she didn't think Itsuki would lose to level 10 disaster beasts, but clearing the stage within 3 minutes seemed impossible. Her sentence trailed off as silence fell between them. But suddenly, a new message appeared on the large screen, saying new record achieved. Seeing that, everyone in the hall froze. Shocked whispers spread through the crowd. One woman stepped forward, staring at the green screen in disbelief, whispering, "No way." Choa widened her eyes. She asked aloud how Itsuki managed to clear it, unable to believe what she was seeing. And the most shocking thing was that even 3 minutes hadn't passed. A final notification flashed brightly on the monitor. Challenge success. Stage level 10. Challenger Tenma Itsuku. Time used 2 minutes 14 seconds. Stage clear record updated. The room fell silent as everyone stared at the unbelievable result. The leaderboard screen displayed the results. It showed first place belonging to Tenma Itsuki, with a clear time of 2 minutes 14 seconds. Second place belonged to Taewajin, who cleared it in 3 minutes 14 seconds. Third place was Hiten Sho, with a time of 7 minutes 17 seconds. Just then, Itsuki came out of the gate, his clothes torn and stained with green liquid. Around him, people reacted in shock. One person exclaimed that Itsuki had really survived, asking whether the green liquid on him was disaster beast blood. Another shouted that Itsuki was a full minute faster than Taewajin. Someone else pointed out that the beasts inside were level 10 disaster beasts and couldn't understand how a level 0 rookie managed it. Another voice added that there was no way a level 0 rookie should have survived. As Itsuki stepped forward, someone began to speak, saying Mr. Izumi was coming. Izumi Nento turned toward Itsuki, who asked him if he could now officially receive Commander Nento's guidance. Itsuki looked at him with a faint smile and addressed him as teacher. Commander Nento responded with pride, saying that Itsuki had done well, just as he expected from his student. Standing nearby, Choha watched quietly. She wondered if her father was happy, saying she hadn't seen this expression from him in a long time. In the crowd, people continued whispering. One person shouted in disbelief that Itsuki was actually Izumi Nento's student. Another said it was no wonder he could break Taewajin's record. But someone else added that even if he truly was Izumi's student, as long as his level didn't increase, there would be no room for growth. Just then, the receptionist came forward nervously with a decorated box in her hands. She explained that it was a gift for breaking the record and asked Itsuki to accept it. Her expression softened as she apologized for the rude things she had said earlier. Itsuki looked surprised as he received the box, asking if he truly got something for his achievement. He said that it was fine, because a level 0 rookie challenging a stage like that really did seem reckless. He added that he was a complete stranger to them, and it wouldn't have mattered to anyone if he had died. But since she tried to stop him, it proved she was worried. Hearing that, the receptionist blushed deeply. She stuttered as she insisted it wasn't like that. Itsuki simply thanked her, which only made her blush even harder. Not far away, Choha called out, telling Itsuki that she was leaving and not to lag behind. She tightened her glasses, annoyed, and warned him not to get cocky just because he had become her father's student. Itsuki straightened up and replied quickly, agreeing. Then Commander Nento, beside Choha, studied Itsuki and commented that a stage of this level now seemed too easy for him. He suggested raising the difficulty. He continued saying that Itsuki should be able to challenge advanced stages now. Itsuki looked at him, surprised, and repeated the words, "Advanced stages?" As the three of them walked together across the rooftop at sunset, Commander Nento continued explaining. He said that a disaster beast's strength was not determined by level alone. The most important factor, he stated, was something else entirely. He explained that the true deciding factor was species. Choa explained that species without intelligence, which moved only by instinct, were usually easy to deal with, but some species possessed intelligence equal to or greater than humans. She explained that such species were far more troublesome than ordinary disaster beasts. Choa continued. She said that awakened beings and disaster beasts were essentially the same type of creature, but with one difference. Only humans were said to possess jobs. Because of that, stats differed depending on species. She went on to explain that advanced stages contain these powerful species, or intelligent disaster beasts. Their difficulty was several times higher than normal stages. Most of the northern continent's advanced stages were located in North District 4, and she told Itsuki that this would be his next destination. She asked whether Itsuki had any other questions. Hearing her explanation, Itsuki suddenly remembered the two beasts he had defeated earlier. He thought about them in silence. They hadn't shown any signs of intelligence, and they hadn't screamed even when attacked. He wondered if that meant they didn't even have pain receptors. Itsuki's eyes glowed with sharp intensity as he looked up. He asked Choa whether intelligent disaster beasts had pain receptors or not. Hearing that, Choa suddenly felt a chilling pressure behind her. As she turned, her expression stiffened. She wondered what this terrifying aura was and what Itsuki was thinking. Behind them, a group of people gathered and whispered among themselves. One of them asked if anyone had heard that Mr. Izumi planned to make Itsuki challenge an advanced stage. Another replied that Itsuki, who broke Tewajin's record, should be fine. But one man explained that advanced stages were completely different from normal ones. More importantly, almost all the stages in North District 4 were under a single man's control. He said that every awakened person who had entered an advanced stage there had gone missing, and rumors claimed that the man had killed them. Someone immediately asked if he meant Kinoshita Reiji. Another man began to speak disrespectfully, asking who Kinoshita Reiji even was, and suggesting he acted like a king. His friend quickly covered his mouth, hushing him in panic. He warned him that he would be killed too if that man heard him. After all, he said, that man was the son of the North District 4 governor, Kinoshita Reiji. The scene shifted to a luxurious room. A young man lounged confidently while servants stood around him. He was the infamous Kinoshita Reiji. A subordinate asked him when he would be departing. Reiji smirked as he answered. He said that all the stages in North District 4 were under his control, so he would go whenever he wanted. To him, waiting in line was something only commoners did. He lifted his glass with a satisfied smile. After leaving from there, Itsuki opened the small ornate box, revealing a shining stone resting on a red cushion. As the three of them sat together beneath the shade of the trees, Itsuki looked at the stone and muttered that it was from that time. Hearing that, Commander Nento beside him asked if he had seen a karma stone before. Itsuki nodded and explained calmly. After defeating the disaster beasts inside the stage, something identical to this had dropped, but then he paused and added that there was a slight difference. He took out a green crystal. He stared at the one in his hand and said the color was green, but something about it wasn't the same. Hearing that, Choha's eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed that it was an intermediate karma stone appearing inside a beginner stage. She stepped closer, adjusting her glasses to take a look. Itsuki asked what exactly a karma stone was. Choha turned to him and began explaining. She reminded him that he had been a rookie. She said karma stones were also called experience stones. She explained that when a disaster beast or an awakened being died, karma, or an invisible energy similar to experience points, came from their corpse. Absorbing this energy increased a person's level. In other words, a karma stone was an object that contained karma. A figure glowing with energy appeared in her explanation, demonstrating how someone could use a karma stone to absorb the karma inside. She continued, saying that karma stones didn't occur naturally, which made the situation strange. Choha wondered aloud why such a stone had appeared in that stage. Beside her, Commander Nento quietly said it was probably because of Itsuki's gift. Hearing this, both Itsuki and Choa looked confused and asked again about the so-called gift. Commander Nento explained that normally, the karma of a defeated enemy would be absorbed by the one who killed them. Yet even though Tenma had defeated 2 disaster beasts, he never leveled up. That meant the karma had not been absorbed. He added that manifested karma never disappeared without a reason. He continued, saying that if his speculation was correct, the karma of the disaster beast that attacked the school had been absorbed by the awakened individuals present, meaning the people standing there. He explained further that a stage was an enclosed space. Because Tenma was unable to absorb the generated karma and there was no other recipient inside, the leftover karma clumped together and formed a karma stone. Hearing this, Choha looked startled. She asked how Itsuki's stats increased if he truly could not level up. Hearing that, Commander Nento suddenly stood up and reminded Choha that an awakened person's gift was top secret and could not be disclosed. Startled, she apologized immediately. Commander Nento then turned back to Itsuki. He told him that he could choose whether to keep the Karma Stone or sell it. He added that he would be leaving soon for a Commander-in-Chief meeting of the 5 continents, and that during his absence, Choha would look after him. Before departing, he said there were several things he wanted him to remember. Commander Nento spoke calmly as he listed out the rules. He told Itsuki to keep their relationship confidential, then added the second rule, never disclose his gift to others. The third rule followed. Itsuki had to clear at least 6 advanced stages before the teacher returned. A fourth instruction echoed after that. He told Itsuki to do what he believed was right without hesitation, promising that no matter what happened, he would be behind him. Hearing this, Itsuki smiled with determination and answered, "Yes, teacher." At the same time, at North District 4, Flaming Rock Execution Ground, groups of students argued with suited guards blocking an entrance. One of them shouted that they had arrived first and demanded to be let in. The guards refused. They said the stage had been reserved by the Kinoshita family's son, telling everyone to go home. The students grew angry. One yelled that having money didn't give someone the right to do whatever he wanted. Another pointed out that the privileged boy wasn't even there yet and insisted they should be allowed in first. Their frustration rose. One threatened to report the situation to the Awakened Guild, saying he didn't care who the rich kid was. But before he could finish, a dark figure with glowing red eyes appeared behind them, cutting off their complaints. In the next moment, a powerful attack blasted forward. The students were thrown aside as a muscular fighter struck with overwhelming force, scattering them in an instant. Another student rushed forward, attacking the muscular man. A sharp white arc cut through the air as it struck with full power, but the attack landed directly on the muscular man's body and bounced back, sending shockwaves bursting outward. The impact echoed loudly across the ground. The blonde student watching from behind stared in horror. He muttered in disbelief that his B-rank skill, Earth Spine, had not worked at all. The muscular man turned, his face shifting into a terrifying form with glowing red eyes and metallic markings. He shouted that the attack didn't hurt or even itch. The blonde student trembled. He thought to himself that Earth Spine was a technique meant to pierce anything. He wondered if the man in front of him was actually a monster. Before the student could react, the monstrous man lunged forward and grabbed him, his red aura flaring violently as he towered over the frightened student. The muscular man smacked the blonde student's head. The blonde student slammed down violently. Blood burst from his mouth as his eyes rolled back, his body twisting from the impact. Around him, the spectators reacted in shock. They whispered that a level 7 and a level 8 student had been killed instantly without being able to defend themselves. They said the big guy was far too strong. Someone identified him as Oga Takaru, one of Kinoshita Reiji's 4 pillars and a level 12 gold elementalist. Hearing that, the crowd understood why things had turned out this way. Oga held one of the defeated students by the neck and warned everyone. He said he would not forgive anyone who tried to enter the stage without Reiji's permission. If anyone resisted, he would treat them the same way he treated the 2 lying on the ground. The other students watched nervously as Takeru lifted the struggling blonde student off the floor. The blue-haired student remained unconscious beside him. Oga shouted that nobody should think about helping them. The group of bodyguards in suits stood nearby laughing. One of them told Oga not to go too far because the trash was watching. Another warned that if he kept beating weak students, the teacher would hear about it. Their laughter echoed through the area. Oga only scoffed. He tossed the blonde student aside with a flick of his arm, showing no concern at all. The injured blonde student collapsed forward, but before he could hit the ground, Itsuki caught him. Blood dripped from the student's nose as his body went limp in Itsuki's hands. Around them, the other students whispered in shock. One of them asked who the newcomer was and wondered why he didn't listen when they told him not to interfere. Another panicked voice said that a level 0 person was definitely going to die. Someone else stared at Choha and muttered that the beauty beside him looked familiar. Not far away, Oga glared at Itsuki. He shouted that nobody was allowed to pass without Reiji's permission. He warned that if Itsuki didn't want to end up like the unconscious student, he should just go home quietly. Hearing that, Itsuki lowered his head slightly. He calmly said that he understood. He wouldn't be able to enter the stage unless he defeated this man. Beside him, Choha raised her hand, saying she would contact the North District 4 administrator because this kind of behavior couldn't be allowed. But Itsuki stopped her. His eyes glowed bright blue as he said it wasn't necessary. He repeated what his teacher had told him, that he should do what he believed was right without hesitation. He then turned to Choha again and spoke plainly. He said he would leave the treatment of the injured students to her. Then he turned to Oga. As Itsuki stepped forward, a thought appeared in Oga's mind as he stared at him. He wondered who this man was. A status window floated beside Itsuki, showing his information. Tenmatsuki Human. Level 0, Fixed. Job. Order Breaker. Gift. Special Grade. Skill. Undisclosed. Status, undisclosed. Seeing this, even though Itsuki was level 0, he stood firmly without any fear. Oga wondered if Itsuki had a rare job that allowed him to stay calm like this. Oga suddenly felt something strange. Even with his higher level, he felt pressured. He told himself that rare job or not, he was 12 levels ahead. The stat difference shouldn't be something Itsuki could bridge. Another window appeared beside Oga, showing his status. Oga Takeru, Human, Level 12, Job, Elementalist. Gift, Grade 2. After metallization, defense plus 50% in stationary state. Skill, metallization, C rank. Status, attack 110, agility 100, defense 250, magic 145, total 605. As Oga stared, his expression changed. His eyes widened, and in the reflection of his pupil, he suddenly saw Itsuki rushing toward him at incredible speed. In the next moment, Itsuki's fist collided with Oga's body with overwhelming force, sending a shock through the frame as the impact landed cleanly. The crowd watched in shock as two students stared ahead, sweat running down their faces. One of them exclaimed that the speed was unreal, and wondered if Itsuki was really level 0. The other admitted that even though he was level 8, he wasn't sure he could keep up with that kind of movement. But as the dust settled, it was revealed that Itsuki's fist had struck Oga's metal head, sending steam rising from the impact. Oga had blocked the blow with his metallization skill, his face hidden behind the shining metal layer. Seeing this, Itsuki pulled back slightly, his eyes narrowing as he realized the strike had been stopped. Oga then raised both hands, his arms transforming completely into polished metal. He looked down at Itsuki and commented calmly that the speed was good. Then he moved and lunged forward with overwhelming force, shouting that Itsuki's attack still lacked power. The floor shattered beneath him as debris exploded outward. Itsuki braced himself, analyzing the situation in silence. He thought about what it would take to successfully land a surprise attack on an enemy above level 10. As his body blurred into motion again, he concluded that he needed to further increase his agility, using Thunderbreaker. Just then, a system window appeared. The display showed Tenma Itsuki's status. It listed him as a human at level 0, with a fixed job called Order Breaker, Nirvana Gift, a special grade ability. His Nirvana skills were shown: Over Mimesis, Z rank, Thunderbreaker, LV1, Black Wall, LV2, and Lotus Burst, LV2. All of his stats, attack, agility, defense, and magic were listed as 250, totaling 1,000. Then another screen appeared. It detected a C-rank skill, Metallization. At the same moment, Over Mimesis activated and began analysis. The progress bar rose to 1%. Itsuki crouched on the ground, watching his opponent. He wondered if the threat level was high enough for Over Mimesis to activate. He decided he needed to get serious. A new screen showed the analysis increasing to 5%. Itsuki observed Oga's metal-covered body in front of him and thought that normal attacks couldn't break through the metallized areas. He concluded he would have to aim for the parts that were still flesh. His foot slid across the ground as he accelerated, but Oga looked at him and laughed, calling him a weakling with no power or speed as he raised his shining, hardened arms to counter. Itsuki tightened his gaze as he thought to himself that his opponent had let his guard down, believing that the speed Itsuki had shown earlier was his maximum. His expression remained calm and focused, a faint glow of blue lightning beginning to trace along his body. Lightning wrapped around him as he prepared to accelerate. He readied his fist, and in that moment he decided to increase his speed using Thunderbreaker. Across from him, Oga widened his eyes in shock when he saw the lightning erupt. He shouted in disbelief, wondering how Itsuki possessed the lightning element. Before he could react, Itsuki surged forward, lightning crackling violently around him. Itsuki declared that he wouldn't give him time to metallize. Itsuki continuously attacked Oga. Dozens of blue screens appeared around them, showing percentages climbing: 25%, 37%, 59%, 66%, tracking the rapid progress of the attack. Spectators from the side watched in shock. One man asked why Itsuki could use skills from another job. Another said the speed was too fast for his eyes to follow. Someone else muttered that the level 0 boy might actually defeat Oga. Oga himself struggled to react. Sweat ran down his face as he realized he had no time to metalize. He gritted his teeth, questioning how a level 0 could move so fast. Desperation grew inside him as he admitted that, at this rate, he would lose. Electricity wrapped around his entire body, trapping him. He couldn't even scream. Panic overtook him as he shouted in his thoughts for the others to stop watching and help him. As the lightning surged around him, Oga clenched his teeth. His expression twisted in desperation, and he thought to himself that he had no choice left. He would have to try that technique. With a loud shout, he suddenly tore off his shirt and released a burst of power. Waves of force exploded from his body as he activated his ultimate skill. Before Itsuki, Oga's entire body turned metallic from head to toe. Itsuki stared in shock, realizing that his opponent had managed to metalize his entire body at once. A system window flickered beside him showing C-rank skill, metalization, analysis progress 88%. Oga glared down at Itsuki with glowing eyes. He said he was grateful. He had never managed to metalize his entire body before, but Itsuki had pushed him enough to finally achieve it. He explained that metalized areas increased his defense by 50%, and his personal gift added another 50% whenever he remained still. With both effects combined, his current defense exceeded 500. His face twisted into a cruel grin as he looked at Atsuki. He said that he had originally planned to cut Atsuki in half, but as thanks for helping him complete his new skill, he would at least allow Atsuki to die easily. Watching from the sidelines, the other trainees were stunned. One of them exclaimed that a defense over 500 at level 12 was impossible to break. Another admitted that they had thought the level 0 newcomer would win, but the opponent was too much of a monster. Suddenly, a glowing blue aura wrapped around Atsuki. He looked ahead with calm eyes and said that if his guess was right, a full-body metal transformation required a large amount of magic. The screen beside him showed the analysis reaching 98%. Itsuki continued, saying that if Oga had used most of his stat points on defense, then his magic shouldn't be very high. The percentage rose again, reaching 99%. Across from him, Oga growled and denied it, calling Itsuki's reasoning nonsense. Even while refusing to believe it, he wondered if Itsuki was truly level 0, surprised by his sharp intuition. Itsuki kept his relaxed smile. He said he wouldn't bother using a boring tactic like draining Oga's magic down to 0. Instead, he declared he would finish the fight quickly. At that moment, the blue screen flashed. Analysis progress reached 100%. High above, a blue lotus-shaped aura began to bloom. Choa, watching, whispered that the lotus had appeared again and realized that Atsuki was about to become even stronger. Others stared at the giant lotus forming around him. One man questioned if this lotus was really a level 0 skill. Another wondered how Itsuki planned to defeat Oga, since it didn't look like an offensive technique. A notification window appeared. The analysis of the metallization skill was complete, and a new skill called Clear Orb had been acquired. Another window described the skill, Clear Orb Level 1. Active effect. It shoots a perfect sphere along a fixed path. The sphere travels at 1 meter per second and pierces through every enemy in its path while ignoring all defense. Passive effect. Every time an enemy with higher defense than the user is defeated with Clear Orb. Seeing that this new skill had defense ignored, Itsuki thought that if he hit with this, he could definitely deal damage. But the problem was flight speed. At 1 maces, even ordinary people could dodge it, so timing was crucial. But then Itsuki thought that against that sandbag Oga, who wouldn't even move, he didn't even need to think about timing. Itsuki's eyes glowed blue as he looked at Oga and declared that Oga's prized absolute defense would be thoroughly smashed to pieces. Just then, a system window appeared, saying, Clear Orb LV1 acquired. All stats plus 10. Remove all debuffs and fully heal injuries. Status. Attack went from 250 to 260. Agility from 250 to 260. Defense from 250 to 260. Magic from 250 to 260. Total from 1000 to 1040. The blue lotus petals opened as Itsuki stood in the middle, pointing his finger at Oga. Right above his finger, a small lotus flower appeared. As the lotus spun and bloomed, Itsuki told Oga to now try to dodge this. A system window displayed that Clear Orb has been activated. The students stared at the glowing sphere and whispered among themselves. One of them said he had never seen that skill before. Another explained that this must be the Order Breaker, the job known as the most mysterious among the four. Someone questioned whether a skill released by a level 0 could break through the defense of a level 12 specialist. Another pointed out the confident look on Itsuki's face, saying that the technique must be incredible. A glowing lotus-like shape opened, revealing a small black orb. The orb floated forward, shining as colors scattered around it. The onlookers watched silently as the orb drifted through the air. Some students stared in confusion. One boy complained, saying it was just a tiny ball. Another asked if they were being serious and called it disappointing. Oga glared at the orb. He mocked the attack, saying that such a small sphere couldn't make him move or cancel his gift, calling it naive. He stepped forward confidently. He asked if this was Itsuki's trump card. Then, the orb continued floating toward him. With a mocking glare, Oga shouted that Itsuki was going to die pathetically. For a moment, he remained certain of his victory, until his expression suddenly shifted. His eyes widened as the orb began to sink into the side of his metal-coated body. A faint crack appeared where it touched him. A heartbeat later, a violent burst of blood exploded from the wound. Oga screamed in agony as the clear orb tore through his arm, ripping it apart in a single clean line. He collapsed to the ground, clutching the bleeding stump, shouting desperately about his arm. Itsuki walked toward him calmly. He told Oga that he had warned him to dodge. Itsuki said that because Oga was human, he had only aimed for the arm. If he had been a disaster beast, the attack would have been aimed at the neck. Itsuki then looked at Oga's men standing frozen nearby. He ordered them to stop staring and take Oga to a hospital, asking if they couldn't hear him. When no one moved, he turned back with cold eyes and repeated sharply that he was telling them to get lost. Immediately, Oga was carried away by the guards, blood covering his back and dripping onto their suits. One guard looked shaken while another wiped sweat from his face. In the distance, the crowd began cheering. Showa smiled proudly as the students around her celebrated. Someone shouted that Itsuki won. Another yelled, "Well done," and others said it served Oga right. Immediately, two students rushed up to Itsuki. One asked if he wanted to team up with them, saying 3 people could clear the mission quickly. The other quickly insisted he should join their team instead, explaining that with only 2 members, he would get more experience points. They argued again, asking if he planned to challenge the Flaming Rock Execution Ground with 3 people. They warned that all the disaster beasts inside had defense equal to Oga's. One of them added that their team had a healer who could restore his magic and let him fire the orbs endlessly. Itsuki looked ahead calmly. He thought that beasts with defense equal to Oga's were perfect. He reminded himself that Clear Orb's flight speed increased each time he defeated an enemy with higher defense. He decided he would increase the orb's speed inside that stage. The 2 boys leaned forward eagerly, asking Itsuki to let them know which team he would choose. Itsuki lowered his gaze and spoke quietly. He said he was going alone. Around him, the others reacted in shock. One person shouted in disbelief that he was challenging a level 15 advanced stage by himself. Another complained that he had become overconfident just because he defeated Oga. Those 2 students walked away. One of them admitted that Itsuki was strong, but insisted there was a limit to arrogance. The other added that they must not meet his standards and suggested they look for someone else instead. Showa stepped forward and spoke calmly. She explained that all the disaster beasts in this place had defenses similar to Oga's. She said she understood he had a way to defeat them, but questioned whether his magic would last long enough. Itsuki turned toward her with a small, confident smile and told her not to worry, he would be fine. Hearing that, Choha's face immediately reddened. She replied sharply that she wasn't worried. She said she only asked because her father would blame her if he died. Then she turned away, saying she would go treat the injured and that he could do as he pleased. Before she left, she adjusted her glasses and added one more warning. She explained that the Stone Tribe had no intelligence, but they moved in groups. She told him to be careful about his magic consumption. Itsuki stepped toward the glowing entrance device and raised his hand. A soft beep echoed through the air as the system confirmed him. A notification projected beside the door, stating that entry for the awakened Tenma Itsuki had been approved. Once inside, Itsuki looked ahead with sharp eyes. He muttered that there were more enemies than he had expected. Right in front of him, countless stone beasts filled the rocky canyon, their bodies made of thick boulders and glowing yellow eyes. The ground cracked under their weight as they charged. Itsuki watched them and noted that the disaster beasts in this advanced stage had levels and stats far higher than before. A blue system window appeared in front of him, showing the information of a stone statue from the Stone Tribe, level 9, with its gift converting all magic power into defense. As one of the stone beasts rushed toward him, Itsuki held out his glowing purple orb. He spoke calmly, saying he would test whether these enemies met the clear orb's passive conditions. The purple aura around the orb burst outward as he activated it. The clear orb shone brightly, its power swirling in layers of violet and blue light. The stone beast charged forward, its massive body bursting through the dust as Itsuki raised his hand. The purple orb floated above his palm, swirling with bright light as he aimed it at the incoming monster. The orb shot out instantly, tearing straight through the beast's rocky body. A large hole opened behind it, and Itsuki stepped through the fading purple glow as the system window appeared. The screen displayed the message, "Stone Statue, Level 9, defeated." Another line followed, "Clear orb, flight speed increased by 100%. Itsuki watched the notification and nodded. He thought to himself that it was exactly as he expected. More stone beasts roared as they appeared in front of him, their yellow eyes shining from within the broken cliffside. Itsuki stood calmly among them, the purple light reflecting across his silhouette. Lightning began crackling around Itsuki's body, and his eyes glowed red. He looked ahead and said that these slow beasts with poor evasion were perfect prey for the clear orb. System windows continued to appear one after another. Stone Statue Level 9 defeated. Clear orb flight speed increased by 100%. Stone Statue Level 8 defeated. Clear orb flight speed increased by 100%. Pieces of broken stone scattered across the ground as the notifications filled the air. The glowing status window floated above Itsuki, showing magic a 110/260 remaining. He stood on top of a mountain of shattered stone beasts. Looking down at the battlefield, he calmly calculated the situation. Using the clear orb once consumed 50 magic points, which meant he only had 2 uses left. Ahead of him, the ground trembled as 2 massive stone beasts charged straight toward him. He noted that the remaining enemies were 3, including a boss that still hadn't revealed itself. Seeing the 2 stone monsters rushing in at full force, he understood what he had to do. He thought that he needed to defeat 2 enemies at once with a single orb. Itsuki lowered his stance and gathered the purple energy swirling from the clear orb. With a powerful jump, Itsuki left the ground and shot upward. Then the beasts crashed with explosive force, shattering the rocky ground. As dust and stone fragments blasted outward, Itsuki leapt forward. "Now," he said, moving straight through the debris. His eye glowed blood red as he pushed through the shockwave. A fierce grin formed on his face. "Take this," he shouted, preparing the next strike. The purple orb shot downward with blinding speed, its light stretching across the sky as Itsuki hung in the air above it. Immediately, glowing system windows appeared one after another displaying Stone Statue LV9 defeated. Clear orb, flight speed increased by 100%. Stone Statue LV10 defeated. Clear orb, flight speed increased by 100%. After the impact, Itsuki collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat dripped down his face as he lay flat on the rocky floor. He muttered that the exhaustion he felt right before his magic ran out was rough. He hoped he would someday get a magic recovery skill. He slowly sat up and looked at the glowing screen in front of him. He said that with the orb now flying at 5 meters per second, he could catch up to running enemies. The system window displayed the details of the skill. Clear orb, level 1, active effect. Fires a perfect sphere with a fixed trajectory. The sphere flies at 5 ms and penetrates all enemies in its path, ignoring defense. Passive effect. Each time an enemy with higher defense than yourself is defeated with clear orb, flight speed plus 100%. Current flight speed increase, 500%. While he was checking the details, suddenly the ground shook, and a massive stone arm dropped toward him with a loud crash. Itsuki looked up in surprise as the enormous mass slammed into the earth, sending dust and rock exploding in every direction. A massive stone giant charged forward, its rocky body trembling with each step as dust exploded around it. A system window appeared, detecting a B-rank skill and revealing the monster's details. Giant Stone Man #28. Level 15, Stone Tribe. Grade 2 gift. Converts all magic power into defense. Attack 239. Agility 60. Defense 478. Magic 0. Total 777. Itsuki looked up at the towering creature and gasped that it was huge. Lightning wrapped around his body as another window announced, Thunderbreaker activated. Agility plus 50%. Crackling with blue electricity, he sprinted toward the giant. As he dashed below the monster's massive frame, he wondered if he could defeat it with a single clear orb hit. He looked up at the stone giant's head and thought that maybe aiming for the head would work. Lightning trailed behind him as he climbed the monster's rocky body. He spotted a moment of opportunity and shot a clear orb at the monster's head. However, Atsuki soon realized something troubling. He told himself the orb was too small, and even if it penetrated, it wouldn't deal much damage. The massive stone giant swung its enormous arm, and the impact sent wind blasting through the air. Itsuki leaped upward, light and energy swirling around him as he tried to avoid the attack. His eyes widened when he realized he was stuck in the air. He clenched his teeth and thought that this was bad. He couldn't dodge while mid-air. A system window appeared as dark spikes wrapped around his arm. Black wall activated just as the giant's blow landed. Itsuki smashed into the rocks with a violent explosion, kicking up dust and debris across the rocky ground. When the dust settled, Itsuki was wedged into a stone wall, breathing heavily. He muttered that this big guy was tougher than he expected. Another system window flickered in front of him. A B-rank skill, Gigantification, was detected. Over-mimesis activated and began progressing at 1%. Seeing that, Itsuki looked up with a confident grin. Realizing the monster grew huge because of a skill, he said this would be easy. With one hand, he grabbed onto the giant's stone body and prepared for his next move. Meanwhile, outside, one of Kinoshita Reiji's men got the news of what had happened to Oga and froze in shock. Sweat rolled down his face as he shouted, "What?" Behind him, Kinoshita Reiji, dressed in a golden vest, sat calmly. He narrowed his eyes and warned his man not to make noise in front of him. The suit-wearing man bowed his head and apologized, saying it was just so unexpected. Kinoshita asked him what had happened. The man reported urgently that someone had defeated Oga and forced their way into the stage. Hearing that, Kinoshita clenched his teeth and broke the wine glass in his hand. He questioned what Oga was even doing. He reminded himself that Oga always bragged that no one below level 30 could break through his defense. He wondered if a level 30 or higher awakened had shown up, but his man quickly explained that with the recent surge in descending monuments, all awakened above level 30 were busy dealing with them and shouldn't have time to come here. He added that challengers at the Flaming Rock execution ground were mostly level 10 rookies. Hearing that, Kinoshita shouted that there was no way a level 10 could beat Oga. His guard behind him looked down with a serious expression and said that if he was given some time, he would gather detailed information. Kinoshita adjusted his vest and tie and said that gathering information was unnecessary. Even if the opponent was level 30, he himself was already here. He mentioned that the Flaming Rock execution ground was known for its stubborn disaster beasts that slowed down challengers. He added that if they headed there now, they would make it in time. However, his guard said that since the opponent's identity was unknown, they should still be cautious. Hearing that, Kinoshita's expression grew sharp. His glasses glowed as he told the guard that he had already said they were heading there now, and that he shouldn't have to repeat himself. The guard stiffened, sweating nervously, and replied with a quiet, "Yes." Kinoshita then threw his arm upward confidently and declared that he would make them regret opposing the Kinoshita family. At the same time, in the dungeon, blue energy lotus surged around Itsuki. A glowing screen appeared behind him, showing 100%. Seeing that, Itsuki smirked and said that he no longer had to run around like a mouse anymore. He was standing on top of the massive stone beast, and a bright blue lotus had formed on the beast's forehead. At that moment, a system window opened in the air, announcing that the B-rank skill Gigantification had been fully analyzed. Itsuki looked at the window in surprise. He muttered that instead of gaining a new skill, something else had happened. He realized that Clear Orb had leveled up to level 2, and he checked for new effects. Another set of windows appeared, explaining the changes. Clear Orb, level 2, now fires a perfect sphere at 5 meters per second, piercing all enemies while ignoring defense. New effect. After activation, the orb's size can now be adjusted by consuming additional magic power. Passive effect. Each time an enemy with higher defense than your own is defeated using Clear Orb, flight speed increases by 200%. Current accumulated speed boost, 500%. Itsuki stared at the window, shocked that the passive effect had risen from 100% to 200%. More importantly, he was excited that he could now control the size of the orb with magic. Power surged around him as the blue energy lotus opened. Itsuki said he wanted to try the new ability immediately, and glowing energy surrounded his body. Another window appeared, confirming the upgrade. Clear Orb level 2 acquired. All stats plus 20. All debuffs removed. Injuries fully healed. A second window showed his new status. Attack went from 260 to 280, agility from 260 to 280, defense from 260 to 280, magic from 260 to 280, and total stats from 1040 to 1120. Itsuki then jumped above the massive stone beast, and a massive dark glowing flower appeared beside him, pulsing with power. He thought to himself that it was consuming all his magic to create the maximum orb it could produce right now. The stone beast glared up at him with bright yellow eyes as cracks of energy spread across its body. Itsuki shouted, telling the stone beast to take the biggest clear orb. The giant flower opened like petals and released a powerful clear orb. The massive orb shot downward and struck the stone beast, blasting through its body as Itsuki unleashed the attack with full force. After landing the blow, Itsuki lowered his hand and smiled. He joked to himself, asking if he had pushed it a bit too far. A small window beside him showed that his magic had dropped to 0 out of 280. As the stone man was destroyed, a system window appeared, announcing that the giant stone man, level 15, had been defeated, and the clear orb's flight speed had increased by 200%. Amid the collapsing stone debris, Itsuki looked at the destruction around him. He realized that the orb he created by consuming all his magic had grown this huge. He examined its power calmly. The orb's flight speed had reached 7 meters per second. He thought to himself that if he cleared this stage 2 more times, it would become as fast as a car. Just then, a new system panel displayed the skill information. Clear orb, level 2, active effect. Fires a perfect sphere on a fixed path. The sphere travels at 7 memoties and penetrates all enemies, ignoring their defense. After activation, the orb's size can be adjusted by spending more magic. Passive effect. Each time he defeats an enemy with higher defense than his own using Clear Orb, the orb's flight speed increases by plus 200%. The current total increase had reached 700%. Itsuki held a glowing green crystal in his hand while reading the information. He admitted that he had ignored passive effects until now, but now saw how useful they actually were. Dust settled around him as he walked forward. He then thought about another passive skill. Lotus Burst's passive expanded the range of all skills. That meant Clear Orb's range should also increase along with it. He then checked Lotus Burst's passive effect. Each time Lotus Burst defeats a living creature of level 1 or higher, the range of all skills increases by plus 1%. Seeing this, Itsuki smiled slightly as he looked at the system panel floating beside him. Itsuki imagined and thought to himself that if he kept increasing Lotus Burst's passive effect, he could eventually defeat disaster beasts from thousands or even tens of thousands of meters away. Then, outside, a bright green display screen lit up. It showed the result of the challenge. The challenge was successful. The stage level was 15. The challenger was Tenma Itsuki. The time used was 3 minutes and 1 second. The stage clear record was updated. Seeing that, the crowded group reacted immediately. One man shouted in disbelief, saying that 3 minutes and 1 second was impossible. Another said that even a 5-person party needed more than 10 minutes. Someone else wondered if Itsuki had defeated all the disaster beasts in a single hit. Another person pointed out that he had even broken Tiwajin's 3-minute 19-second record and asked what kind of monster he was. They all turned as someone announced that he was coming out. More voices followed. One person questioned why he was still level 0 and wondered if the clear notification was a bug. They looked at him and said he wasn't even injured, only a little dirty, so they didn't believe he had cleared it at all. Shoha, in armor, stepped forward with a smile as a green butterfly flew around her. She was happy that he had cleared the stage unscathed again, and he had broken Jin's record again. She admitted that he always managed to surprise her. Shoha then adjusted her glasses and, with a restrained tone, admitted that the challenge had ended unexpectedly quickly. Itsuki answered casually. He said the disaster beasts inside were weak against defense, so he had taken them down easily. The glowing butterfly hovered in front of Itsuki. He looked at it with surprise and asked what it was. Cho explained calmly. She said that her job was a Shikigami user, and the glowing butterfly was her Shikigami. Itsuki watched the butterfly flutter near his hand. He softly repeated its name, Tamacho, and admitted that this was his first time seeing a Shikigami. To him, it looked beautiful. Curious, he asked Choha what kinds of awakened jobs existed. His question startled her, and she asked why he didn't know something so basic. She then began explaining. Jobs, she said, were divided into 4 major types. According to her, he should have already encountered 3 of them by now. She raised her hand and continued her explanation. The first type she mentioned was Elementalist. Elementalists controlled 7 elements: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. She said elementalists had the largest population among awakened jobs and also possessed the highest minimum combat capability. She then explained that his classmate, who used electricity attacks, and also the Oga muscular, iron-skinned man from earlier, belonged to that same type. She then introduced the second type, Shikigami user. She explained that Shikigami users could summon Shikigami that obeyed only their master. A blue system window appeared beside the butterfly, displaying that it was Tamachu B rank, level 15. ITS skill is undisclosed. Stata is undisclosed. Shoha continued explaining that a Shikigami stayed with its master from birth. Then another system window appeared showing her own status. Izumi Choha, human, level 6. Job B, Shikigami user. Gift, grade 2, undisclosed. Sekigami, undisclosed. Status, undisclosed. After explaining everything, she asked him if he had any questions so far. Itsuki looked at her Shikigami and then asked why her own level was lower than her Shikigami's level. He wondered aloud if she was really a veteran awakened. His words hit Choha like arrows. She wondered to herself if Itsuki had no concept of sugarcoating things. Choha touched her forehead with a tired expression and explained that Shikigami also absorbed experience and leveled up. Because of that, they were basically always at a higher level than their master. Hearing that, Itsuki's expression darkened. Half of his face sank into shadow and his eyes glowed coldly. He stated that in that case, when fighting a Shikigami user, it was faster to target the person themselves. Seeing that, Shoha's eyes widened. She noticed the negative aura seeping out of him again and wondered what was going on with him. Itsuki then looked at her calmly and asked what else there was, pointing out that she had only introduced 2 types so far. Choha straightened herself and explained that the third job was currently the most mysterious one, with the least information known about it. She pointed at Itsuki and told him that his job was Order Breaker. Itsuki listened quietly as she continued explaining. She said the reason this job was mysterious was because every Order Breaker possessed different abilities, like the Blue Lotus Flower ability he had shown earlier. She then explained that there were Order Breakers who could change the size of their bodies at will, others who could create infinite clones, and even some who could stretch their bodies freely like rubber. Next, she compared Order Breakers to regular awakened jobs. She explained that normal jobs had skills divided into 4 ranks, C, B, A, and S, while Order Breakers had only Z-rank skills, abilities that stood completely outside that ranking system. Choha said that Order Breakers were treated differently because of these rare exclusive skills. She warned that if an Order Breaker's abilities became known to their enemies, they would lose their greatest advantage. That was why her father had scolded her earlier when she tried asking about his skills. She looked at him seriously and added that he was an irregular existence even among Order Breakers. From what she had observed, he could already use at least 3 different skills, and 2 of those skills were normally only possible for elementalists. Hearing her words, Itsuki looked uneasy as he realized the teacher wasn't there. He thought to himself that he would be in trouble if Choha continued talking about him. Itsuki then asked her about the last job, adding that he had never seen it before. When Choha heard Itsuki asking about the last job, she kept a calm expression and told him she would only explain it after he actually saw it. She added that this was his punishment for never telling her anything about himself. Hearing that, Itsuki let out a quiet sigh and answered with a simple, "Fine." As she turned away, Choha reminded him that the students he saved were now safe. Then she asked what he planned to do after this. Itsuki replied that he was thinking of clearing the stage a few more times. Choha looked back at him sharply. She asked him if he really didn't know anything, explaining that stages had cooldown times. She warned him that this one had an especially long cooldown, meaning he couldn't enter again for at least 2 days. Hearing that, Itsuki's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered aloud if cooldown times really existed. He realized that this must be why Kinoshita monopolized the stages. Determined, he decided that if he couldn't raise the passive effect of his Clear Orb skill, then he would increase the power of his Lotus Burst instead. Itsuki then turned and asked Choha if there was a stage filled with disaster beasts. Choha thought for a moment, trying to remember any stage filled with disaster beasts. She then smiled confidently and chose a stage for him. She explained that in that stage, the levels of the disaster beasts were not very high, but the number of them was enormous. The place was called Locust Wasteland. She explained that there were at least 100 locust-type disaster beasts, even by a conservative estimate, and many awakened people backed out just from seeing how many there were. She then looked at him seriously and asked what he planned to do, since it would be difficult without AoE skills. For those who didn't know, AoE meant Area of Effect, or area attacks. Itsuki answered firmly that he was going. In his thoughts, he remembered that he hadn't used Lotus Burst in front of her yet, so she didn't know he actually had an area attack. A shocked Choha asked him again if he was really going. She reminded him once more that without AoE skills he would have a really hard time, but Itsuki told her not to worry, saying he would be fine. Some nearby awakened individuals became shocked as they listened. One of them asked if he was really going to the Locust Wasteland and said he must not know fear. Another person whispered that once Kinoshita Reiji heard about Oga, he would definitely come. The group decided to leave quickly. They said they should get out before getting caught in the crossfire. Then, a few minutes later, Kinoshita Reiji arrived there and looked around the empty area. He asked in shock why there wasn't a single person present. His bodyguard in a suit stood behind him and reported that the target had gone somewhere. Kinoshita Reiji asked how it was possible. It had only been 30 minutes since the target entered, yet the target had already cleared the Flaming Rock execution ground. His bodyguard said it was hard to believe but seemed to be true. He then asked what Kinoshita planned to do now. Kinoshita Reiji gritted his teeth and said the target was making a fool out of him. He then said that if the target had used skills, there should still be magic traces left behind. He ordered his bodyguard to contact the hound and make it track the target. Kinoshita Reiji shouted angrily for them to capture the target alive no matter what, saying he would make the target taste what living hell was. At the same time, inside a dim alley lined with machinery, a man pressed his back against the wall, hidden in the shadows. His panicked thoughts echoed as he regretted taking the assassination request. He muttered to himself that he never knew Kinoshita Reiji had such a strong subordinate, and cursed himself for accepting the job. That same man slumped to the ground, exhausted and trembling. He breathed heavily and admitted that, without his earth escape technique, he would have been killed. Sweat dripped down his face as he caught his breath. He slowly peeked around a corner, whispering that he should be safe now that he had gotten this far. His eyes widened with fear as he carefully watched his surroundings. Suddenly, a massive beast lunged toward him with its jaws wide open. The monster's sharp teeth and glowing red eyes filled his vision as it attacked. Before he could react, the creature pinned him to the ground. He choked as its fangs pressed against him. A voice spoke nearby, calm but cold. The speaker approached and looked down at the scene. He ordered the beast, called Death, to loosen its grip, saying the man seemed to have something to say. The giant wolf-like creature eased up slightly as the man lay helpless beneath it. The wounded man lay on the ground with blood on his face. With fear in his trembling voice, he asked how they had managed to find him. In front of him, the long-haired man in the coat explained calmly. He said that their beast, Death, had a sharp sense of smell. The creature could sense the scent of death coming from people like him. That man was the hound Kinoshita Reiji had been talking about. His name was Charles. He stepped forward, tipping his hat as he walked. He said that Death could smell the death they were giving off. Filled with terror, the injured man begged for his life. He cried and pleaded for them not to kill him. Charles looked down at him with a cold smile. He said that the request was difficult because Mr. Kinoshita would get angry. He added that Death had not eaten human flesh in a long time. Then Charles' eyes glowed red. He gave a sharp command, telling Death that it was mealtime. The massive black wolf lunged forward with its jaws wide open, fangs bared as it roared fiercely. A moment later, it ate the man. The wolf stood beside the long-haired man in a trench coat. The man looked at it calmly and said that it had finally leveled up. A glowing blue panel appeared, showing the creature's details. Death Hound, B rank, level 16. Skill, Death Smell, C rank. Detects all magic traces in an area and identifies the magic source. Second skill, Respawn Desire, B rank. After the Shikigami dies, its respawn time is greatly reduced. Status, Attack 250, Agility 250, Defense 150, Magic 150. Just then, the man's phone began vibrating. He glanced at the screen and answered the call. He told the person on the other side that he had finished things there. As he listened, his expression changed. He asked if Oga had been badly injured. He wondered aloud if someone had struck that stubborn Oga's weak point. Finally, he replied that he understood and said he was on his way. He ended the call and turned back toward the wolf. With a small gesture, he told it that a new prey had appeared and ordered it to move. Sometime later, in a bright golden field labeled as the Locust Wasteland, a dome-shaped building stood in the distance. Itsuki and Choha approached it along a narrow dirt path. Itsuki looked at the structure and asked softly, "Here?" He stared across the endless wheat fields and wondered aloud if there were really that many locusts in a place that looked so quiet and peaceful. Walking beside him, Choha explained calmly. She said that disaster beasts always chose environments that suited them when invading this world. Because of that, predicting the type of beast based on the surrounding terrain was an important skill for awakened individuals. Hearing that, Itsuki nodded. As they moved closer, he noticed there wasn't even a reception desk. Choha touched her forehead and explained that the danger level of this stage was extremely high, so high that it had already reached the point of a dismantlement resolution. Confused, Itsuki compared it to the Flaming Rock execution ground, noting that this stage was actually below level 13. He asked why such a drastic decision was made. Choha replied that in normal stages, people could still escape if they couldn't win. But here, the disaster beasts were unnaturally aggressive and appeared in overwhelming numbers. As they studied the stage's environment, Choha explained the danger. She said that if an awakened person let their guard down even a little, they would quickly be surrounded by countless locusts. She continued, saying that anyone caught like that would be devoured completely, down to the marrow of their bones. Hearing all of this, Itsuki only smirked. He said that it was perfect if there were really so many disaster beasts here. His excitement made Choa stare at him in disbelief. She asked if he was in a rush to die. He calmly replied that he wasn't desperate enough to die by being eaten by bugs. Moments later, he stepped toward the entrance of the glowing stage gate. Choa watched him, noting from his attitude that he seemed confident enough. She reminded herself that he had entered this stage by his own choice, and she had already given him all the advice she could. With a quiet sigh, she accepted the situation. If something happened inside, it would be entirely his own responsibility. But Choha suddenly froze as worry washed over her face. She wondered what she should do. She realized she had forgotten to tell Itsuki an important detail. Locusts inside the stage would continue spawning endlessly unless the boss was defeated. Panic rose as she decided she had to enter the stage and warn him herself. But suddenly, she heard some noise from behind. Just as she turned, her expression stiffened. Someone had appeared behind her. She saw a tall man wearing a hat, with glowing red eyes, standing beside a giant hound. The man looked at her and spoke with a cold smile, saying he was looking for someone. On the other hand, inside the stage, Itsuki stepped across a ruined field. Dirt and trampled crops surrounded him. He looked around and muttered that it was a mess. Then he clapped his hands together lightly and smiled with confidence. He called out to the unseen swarm, telling the pests to wake up. He had come to exterminate them. A lone scarecrow stood in the middle of the dry, cracked wasteland as countless small insects flew around it. Itsuki looked at the scene and noted that the enemy's individual levels were surprisingly low. He said that since they met the requirements for Lotus Burst, there would be no problem. Information windows appeared one after another. Evil Locust, Shaft 22301. Insect Tribe Level 1, Gift None, Status Undisclosed. There were also some Level 2 Evil Locusts mixed in. Itsuki stared at the dark sky as an enormous swarm of locusts covered everything. He commented on the incredible number of enemies, but instead of being worried, he said that this worked in his favor. Flames rose around him as he formed a glowing lotus of light in his hands. He explained that the more the locusts clustered together, the less effort he needed. Once they entered the range of Lotus Burst, he said he would crush them all at once. The ground shook as a vortex of locusts formed around him. When the moment was right, he shouted a single command. Now, a bright red explosion ignited in the air as the system message appeared, stating that Lotus Burst had been activated. Then there was a huge explosion. Right after the blast, notifications flashed one after another. Each one reported that an evil locust had been defeated by Lotus Burst, increasing all of the user's skill ranges by 1%. More messages followed, showing both Level 1 and Level 2 locusts being wiped out instantly. When the smoke cleared, Itsuki stood calmly in the middle of the scorched ground. Sparks drifted around him while charred insect bodies lay scattered at his feet. Another notification floated beside him, confirming the defeat of a Level 2 locust and awarding another 1% increase. New windows opened, explaining Lotus Burst's abilities. The active effect consumed magic to deal explosive damage within a 10.5-meter range, its power proportional to how much magic was spent. The passive effect stated that every time Lotus Burst killed a living creature of level 1 or higher, all skill ranges increased by 1%. Itsuki glanced at the numbers and made a small comment. He had defeated 110 enemies, which meant a 10% increase, therefore receiving 10% at once. Lotus Burst's range had now expanded to 10.5 meters, which he considered impressive. He analyzed the situation calmly. Against disaster beasts of this level, consuming 10% of his magic to output 10% of his firepower should be enough. Taking his remaining magic and recovery speed into account, he could probably use about 10 more shots. If he gained even 100 kills per use, he could increase his total skill range by 1000%. Another screen displayed his magic level, 252 out of 280. He looked at it and muttered that things would go much more smoothly if stages didn't have cooldown times. But suddenly, Itsuki noticed something. He stared at his bracelet with a confused expression. He noticed that the usual challenge success notification was missing. He muttered that something felt odd. As he frowned, a thought crossed his mind, and he wondered if the reason was something unexpected. Just then, a system window suddenly appeared. It reported that a C-rank skill called Mother's Will had been detected. It also stated that over-mimesis was activated, and that the analysis progress was at 1%. Itsuki looked up sharply. He realized that one locust had survived. Dust and broken ground swirled around him as more locusts flew through the air. He turned, watching the locust swarm gather again. He questioned whether Mother's will was the boss monster's skill. At that moment, several locusts lunged at him. He jumped back and blocked the attacks with the crystal armor covering his arms. He admitted to himself that he had let his guard down. He had truly believed there was no boss monster in this area. He narrowed his eyes, thinking aloud. He said it was good that he could still expand his skill range by using Lotus Burst again, but he also stated the bigger problem. He had no idea where the boss actually was. The glowing lotus-shaped energy expanded from Itsuki's hands as he activated his skill. His expression hardened with resolve. He declared that he would defeat all the small enemies first and force the hidden boss to reveal itself. A bright explosion erupted around him. The ground shook as countless evil locusts were blown apart by the blast. System notifications appeared one after another. Each message showed that an evil locust, either level 1 or level 2, had been defeated with Lotus Burst, and every kill increased all his skill ranges by 1%. The notifications continued stacking until the Lotus Burst total experience reached 220%. His Lotus Burst leveled up. Another message explained the updated skill. Lotus Burst LV2 now consumed magic to deal explosive damage within a 16-meter diameter, and its power increased based on how much magic was used. Itsuki looked at the smoking battlefield and murmured that the range had expanded to 16 meters, calling the new effectiveness outstanding. But even after defeating 10 small enemies, the boss still hadn't appeared. Deep underground, inside a dim nest filled with shifting shadows, many insect-like creatures began to crawl and move. Their wings rustled as more of them gathered around a glowing cluster hidden in the darkness. As the locusts crawled out of the cracked ground, a notification floated in front of Itsuki, showing the analysis progress rising to 27%. He looked ahead sharply and muttered that they had spawned again. Another screen appeared, showing his magic at 232 out of 280. He noted that he could still use Lotus Burst 9 more times. Fire erupted around his hand as he stepped forward, declaring that no matter how many times the monsters appeared, he would thoroughly deal with them. His arm swung through the flames, and he shouted that he would sweep them all away. A fiery explosion burst across the battlefield, and several notifications appeared one after another, stating that evil locusts of level 1 had been defeated with Lotus Burst, and that all skill ranges increased by 1%. More screens stacked up endlessly, showing the same message again and again. A blinding explosion tore through the ground as Lotus Burst activated again, scattering debris in every direction. Bright light flashed across the stage, and the blue notification window appeared with the same message, Lotus Burst. Another massive blast followed right after, engulfing the area in a wave of yellow flames and flying rubble. The screen repeated the skill name, Lotus Burst. A new system panel displayed the updated description of the skill. It stated that Lotus Burst LV2 consumed magic to deal explosive damage within a 54.5-meter diameter. Its power tied directly to magic consumption. Below it, another panel explained the passive effect. Every time the skill defeated a creature of level 1 or higher, all skill ranges increased by plus 1%, now reaching a total of plus 990%. Itsuki ran forward through the burning battlefield, sweat rolling down his face. He glanced at the glowing screen. He said that up until now, he had wiped out large groups 9 times and expanded Lotus Burst's range by 990%, but he only had enough magic left to use it one more time. He wondered why the monsters kept appearing non-stop. His magic display dropped to 52 on 80. He looked up as the sky darkened with swarming insects. He muttered in frustration that there was no end to them. The swarm grew thicker overhead, but even after all the destruction, he saw no trace of the stage boss. He frowned and said that there was still no sign of the boss appearing at all. He considered withdrawing temporarily from the stage and returning after the analysis finished. But even as he thought it through, the endless swarm closed in around him. Itsuki narrowed his eyes sharply as a thought erupted in his mind. He declared that behaving like that was what third-raters would do. Fire gathered in his hand, and flames wrapped around his arm. With determination burning in his expression, he stated that no matter how many disaster beasts appeared, he would defeat every single one of them. A massive explosion erupted like a lotus blooming in fire, sending shockwaves across the ground. As smoke rose around him, Itsuki steadied himself and muttered that, with this attack, but before he could finish, countless more insects filled the air. Swarms surrounded him, and he realized in frustration that there were still more, and their numbers hadn't decreased at all. A glowing system screen appeared before him, showing the analysis progress at 91%. Itsuki's eyes widened as he tried to make sense of the situation. He wondered what was happening. All the disaster beasts that had appeared since the first defeat were still only level 1, Their bodies were small too, as if they had just hatched. As he connected all the dots, he realized the truth at once. The boss's ability was infinite reproduction. A massive golden insect, the queen locust, crouched in the darkness as glowing eggs shot out from its abdomen. A system window identified it. Queen locust #0379. Insect tribe. Level 13. Gift. Grade 1. Lays large quantities of evil locust eggs. Skill. Mother's Will, C rank, remotely controls up to 110 hatched evil locusts. Itsuki looked up, sweat trailing down his face. If the queen could reproduce endlessly, then fighting the small ones meant nothing. The only way forward was to defeat the boss itself. His magic was nearly gone, but the analysis bar floated in front of him, rising steadily. 98%. 99%. He clenched his teeth as the final percentage completed. The blue sphere of the analysis pulsed outward. Analysis progress. 100%. A new message appeared. Mother's Will analysis complete. Skill acquired. Magic detection LV1. Another window followed. Magic detection LV1. Active effect. After activation, continuously consumes magic to sense magic flow within a 100 m diameter. Passive effect. Range expanded to 1100 m because of Lotus Burst's passive effect. Additional passive. Each time one enemy unit is detected, the user's magic recovers by 10%. Seeing this, Itsuki's eyes widened as he read the description. A detection skill. Its effective range now stretching over 1,000 meters, and every enemy detected would restore his magic. A smile curved across his lips. The passive effect was perfect for this stage. Hunting the smaller creatures again and again would now benefit him greatly. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes shining with confidence. He thought that leaving the queen alone for a moment and clearing out more enemies wouldn't be a bad plan at all. As he lowered his gaze, he thought quietly to himself. He realized he had been keeping Choha waiting. For now, he decided to finish clearing the stage before returning. A blue system window appeared before him, announcing that magic detection LV1 had been acquired. All of his stats rose by 10 points, all debuffs were removed, and his injuries were fully healed. Another window displayed the up. His attack increased from 280 to 290. His agility rose from 280 to 290. His defense moved from 280 to 290. His magic stat climbed from 280 to 290. His total grew from a 112-20 to a 160. Itsuki then raised his hand to his forehead as swirling energy surrounded him. He activated the new skill, focusing intently. He began locating the boss using magic detection. Wide ripples of energy spread out from his body, expanding across the entire area like rings on water. The waves traveled far into the distance, lighting up the surroundings as they moved. Down below, the massive golden insect boss lifted its head, its yellow eyes glowing as the waves passed over it. Itsuki's eyes suddenly sharpened. In the next instant, he spotted the reaction in the distance. He slowly raised 2 fingers and pointed them forward, a confident smile forming on his face. A surge of dark, swirling energy formed at his fingertips, twisting the air around him. He was going to use his clear orb skill. Amid the chaos, his steady voice echoed. He said that even if the enemy used its children as shields, it would be useless. The clear orb began to glow, merging with the power of Lotus Burst. A bright lotus-shaped light burst outward, illuminating the battlefield. He declared that with Lotus Burst's passive effect and the clear orb's current flight range, the attack would definitely reach its target. A system window appeared, stating that the clear orb's flight distance was now 120 meters. In the next instant, the glowing orb shot across the field like a streak of purple lightning. Wind burst apart in its wake as the queen locust recoiled in shock, spreading its golden wings wide to escape. But Itsuki was already behind it, surrounded by crackling blue crystal. His transformed figure loomed like a shadow, sparks dancing across his body as he struck with overwhelming power. Lightning surrounded Itsuki as he appeared above the queen. Looking at her, he said, "Checkmate." He slammed his attack down, overpowering the queen with sheer force. He cut down the queen into pieces. Immediately, the whole insect swamp was disturbed. Seeing that, he realized the swarm fell into chaos after losing its queen. Itsuki turned toward them with cold eyes. Flames erupted from his crystal-covered arm as he promised to send the remaining creatures to their mama right away. After the Lotus Burst explosion, all insects fell to the ground. Itsuki stood in the settling dust, looking at the battlefield calmly. He stated that all his skill ranges had increased by 1,210%, that Lotus Burst's explosion radius now reached 65.5 meters, and that the clear orb's flight distance had expanded to 131 meters. A system window appeared, describing Lotus Burst at level 2. It explained that the active skill consumed magic to cause explosive damage within a 65.5 meter diameter, its power tied to magic consumption. The passive effect showed that every time Lotus Burst defeated a living creature of level 1 or higher, all skill ranges increased by 1%, now totaling plus 1210%. A second notification appeared, showing the flight distance of the true ball, 131 meters. Itsuki looked at the result and smiled, saying it had been a good harvest. He held a green leaf in his hand while sitting on the ground, surrounded by rising dust. He then thought to himself that when the cooldown ended, he would challenge it again and raise Lotus Burst's passive effect to 5 digits. As he returned to exit the dungeon, a new notification appeared, stating, "New record achieved." Another line reported, "Time used 17 minutes 7 seconds." Standing in front of a glowing blue portal, Itsuki looked at the timer and noted that it had taken 17 minutes. He thought that Choa must be worried. He imagined Choa waiting outside. He believed that when he returned safely, she would probably act aloof again, yet he knew she was actually kind and considerate. He thought her inability to be honest was somewhat cute. Stepping out of the portal, surrounded by a swirl of blue energy, he lifted his hand and greeted her, saying he was back and sorry for worrying. But then his eyes widened sharply, shock filling them. Right in front of him, Choa appeared injured, blood on her lips. A man with glowing red eyes held her up by the collar. He looked down at Itsuki and spoke coldly. He said that going solo and coming out of the stage safely could mean only one thing. Itsuki was the guy Reiji had been looking for. Charles in the wide-brimmed hat looked at Itsuki and spoke calmly. He said the timing was perfect. He had been trying to get information about Itsuki from Choha, whom he had captured, but even in her current condition, she refused to talk. Charles added that Choha had more backbone than most men. Across from him, Itsuki stepped forward. His voice was cold as he told Charles to let go of Choha with his filthy hands. He warned that if Charles did not do so now, he would only be half killed. Hearing that, Charles laughed loudly. He mocked Itsuki and told him not to get cocky, calling him just a level 0 rookie. But in the next moment, blue electricity burst from Itsuki's body as he shot forward with incredible speed. His eyes glowed with a sharp red light as he charged toward Charles. Charles flinched in fear, shouting that he was fast, then called out to Death. Before Itsuki's blow could land, Death, a giant black beast, suddenly leapt between them. Itsuki's lightning-covered punch slammed into Death instead, sending sparks and force blasting outward as Death roared. Just as Death appeared in front of Itsuki, a glowing system window appeared, announcing that a B-rank Shikigami called the Death Hound had been detected. Another window followed, showing that overmimesis had activated, with analysis beginning at 1%. When Itsuki saw the notification, he realized the truth. This dog was a Shikigami, which meant the man wearing the hat was its user. The analysis window continued to rise, reaching 12%. Charles narrowed his eyes as he watched Itsuki move. He noted that there were no wasted movements and that his opponent's speed was extremely high. He understood now why Oga had lost. Oga likely did not even have enough time to metalize before being defeated. But Charles showed no fear. He grinned and declared that he had Death and a hostage. Behind him, Choa struggled weakly in his grasp. Hearing this, Itsuki shouted her name, his expression tightening in alarm. Itsuki, who stood firm and was holding Death's snout with one hand, got distracted. Death broke free from his grip and roared, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged. The monster's glowing red eyes locked onto him. Charles smirked as he spoke. He said that Death's bite force could crush any enemy with a defense lower than 30. At best, he said, Itsuki would get his arm bitten off. But the next second, Charles's expression suddenly froze. His eyes widened in shock as he looked ahead. In front of him, black spikes grew around Itsuki's body, blocking the beast's bite. Immediately, Itsuki used his Lotus Orb skill, aiming at Death. With a violent burst of energy, the Lotus Orb was released from Itsuki's hand and hit Death directly in the head. It tore through Death's skull, ripping out its core and ending its life instantly. A blue window appeared, showing the analysis progress climbing. The number reached 77%. Itsuki stood calmly over the defeated hound. He explained that without a Shikigami user was basically defenseless. Charles stared at him in disbelief. He wondered if Itsuki did not know that as a rookie, the Shikigami could respawn. On top of that, because of the B-rank skill Respawn Desire, Death's respawn time was greatly reduced. The next second, Death respawned and attacked Itsuki from behind. Charles warned Itsuki that staying careless like that would make him Death's prey. The beast charged, jaws wide open, but suddenly, waves of magical detection spread out as Itsuki activated his skill, magic detection. Itsuki sensed Death's attack and moved with lightning speed to counter it. He thought to himself that keeping magic detection active ever since he acquired it had been the right choice. The analysis progress climbed. 89%, 90%, 91%. Itsuki glanced at Charles, who was watching while holding Choha, and noted that the analysis would finish soon. He thought that if the blue lotus appeared from over mimesis, Charles might become wary. The progress bar reached 95%. Seeing Itsuki move and kick Death without even looking back, Charles started sweating. He realized the truth. This opponent had more power and more speed than Death and even possessed detection skills. He panicked, realizing he could not launch a surprise attack at all in this situation. Charles pulled Choha in front of him and tightened his grip around her neck. His voice trembled with panic as he warned that if Itsuki resisted any further, Choha's life would end. Itsuki watched quietly. He wanted to finish his analysis without revealing the blue lotus, but the situation made it difficult. Just then, a bright system window appeared before him, showing the message, "Analysis progress 100%. Another screen followed. Death Eater analysis complete. Shikigami Eater has been acquired. It explained the active effect. By directly touching a Shikigami, he could take ownership of the opponent's Shikigami. Itsuki looked at the result and realized he could even control whether the blue lotus appeared, because the analysis had completed without revealing it. More system messages appeared. Shikigami Eater, LV2, acquired. All stats increased by 20. Then a system notice explained that because over-mimesis had activated incompletely, debuff removal and full recovery had failed. Itsuki's updated status flashed. Attack, agility, defense, and magic increased from 290 to 310, and his total stat points increased from 1060 to 1240. Seeing the notification, Itsuki thought to himself that skipping the blue lotus came with a price since it lost its recovery ability, but he had already fully recovered once during the last stage. Because of that, he could still fight at almost full strength even without recovering now. Just then, Death charged forward with its jaws wide open, roaring as it rushed toward Itsuki. In that moment, Itsuki realized something important. He understood that this new skill allowed him to steal other people's Shikigami. He looked down at the glowing energy gathering in his hands, calm despite the danger. He thought to himself that if that was the case, then he already knew what he should do. Blue energy burst around him as he raised his hand. With sharp determination, he placed his hand on top of Death's head, deciding that he would take Charles's dog. Blue flower petals erupted like a storm. Death's body was wrapped in swirling petals of energy as the power pulled it away. The next second, Itsuki stepped forward with overwhelming speed and kicked Death, sending it blasting across the field. Death went flying and fell behind Charles. Seeing that, Charles panicked. He stared at the scene and cursed angrily, calling Death a useless mutt. He shouted in frustration, demanding to know what he had fed it all that experience for. Charles tightened his grip on the injured Choha and shouted in rage. He warned that if Itsuki resisted any further, he would snap her neck. Choha, battered and barely conscious, forced her eyes open. With a trembling voice, she told Itsuki not to worry about her. Across from them, Itsuki slowly raised both his hands in surrender. He called out, telling Charles not to touch her. Seeing that, Charles smirked coldly. He said that if Itsuki had been obedient from the beginning, Choha wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Itsuki glared at Charles and asked why he was being targeted, saying he didn't remember doing anything to earn such a grudge. Hearing that, Charles sneered, accusing him of still trying to probe for information. He then explained that it didn't matter because Itsuki would meet him soon anyway. He told Itsuki that Kinoshita Reiji was furious that Itsuki had entered a North District 4 stage without permission. He introduced himself, saying he was Charles the Hound, sent under Reiji's orders to capture him. Hearing that name again, Itsuki muttered that he needed to meet Kinoshita directly and talk things out. Charles grinned and said that Itsuki would meet him soon, but only in a battered body. He then announced that Death would bite off his legs next and warned that if Itsuki wanted Choha to stay alive, he was forbidden from using that strange ice again. Charles pointed at Itsuki and gave the command, telling Death to bite off both of Itsuki's legs. Hearing that, Itsuki narrowed his eyes. Instead of fear, a cold determination filled them. He told Death to prove it was worthy of being his Shikigami. In the next instant, Death turned and lunged. Not at Itsuki but at Charles, sinking its teeth into its former master. Taking advantage of the moment, Itsuki moved at lightning speed, appearing behind Choha. Blue sparks burst around him as he caught her gently in his arms, pulling her away from danger. Charles screamed as he stared in shock. Sweat ran down his face as he shouted, asking why Death was attacking him, its own master. Shikigami Death stood beside Itsuki with glowing red eyes. Death growled quietly as Itsuki praised it, telling it that it did well. Itsuki then held the injured Choha in his arms. Blue energy surrounded him as he spoke coldly. He said he would return the pain Choha suffered 10 times. No, 100 times over. He warned that Charles would regret laying hands on them, crying and wailing. Hearing that, Charles fell back terrified. He begged for a chance to speak, claiming he had only followed Reiji's orders. His voice shook as he suggested they team up instead. He said he would lure out Reiji for him. Itsuki's eyes glowed red. He looked down at him and said that it was a good proposal. Seeing this, Charles's expression changed. A sharp grin spread across his face as he muttered that he had found an opening. He threw a blade toward Itsuki and shouted for him to die. The attack flashed forward with blinding light, but Itsuki was calm and easily dodged the blade. His eyes narrowed as he watched the attack pass by. He muttered that he alone was more than enough to kill Kinoshita Reiji. Beside him stood Death, its eyes glowing red, ready. Itsuki ordered Death to make Charles suffer the same treatment Choha had endured. Death's jaws opened wide, revealing sharp fangs as it prepared to strike. Seeing that, Charles froze in terror. Sweat dripped down his face as he begged for mercy. He insisted that his hand had slipped earlier and that he would apologize. Trembling, he pleaded for one more chance. But Itsuki didn't falter. Holding Choha in his arms, he stared coldly and told Charles that it was mealtime. Death, with glowing red eyes, rushed forward, its fangs bared as it charged at the man. Charles panicked as he stumbled back. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted, asking if Death had forgotten who its master was. He reminded Death how much he had fed it. His voice shook as he tried to speak again, but Death opened its jaws wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth as it lunged at him. Death finished off Charles. A short distance away, Itsuki stood while carrying the injured Choha in his arms. He had sensed someone watching them. Itsuki told the hidden person that he had been watching them ever since Itsuki left the stage. Itsuki then turned and asked how long the hidden person planned to stay hidden, telling him to show himself. Hearing his words, nearby tall grass rustled as someone began to move, stepping out into the light. It was a hooded blonde young man who stepped out from the tall grass, scratching the back of his head with an awkward smile. He said softly that they had caught him. Itsuki held the injured Choha in his arms as a dark aura spread behind him. His eyes glowed as he asked the blonde man if he was working with Charles from earlier. Startled, the blonde man waved his hands frantically and shouted that he wasn't an enemy. He begged them to listen. Itsuki glanced at him coldly and said fine. He didn't have time to deal with him. Behind them, Death continued eating Charles it had taken down. Itsuki ordered Death to follow him after finishing the meal. The blonde man watched in shock. Even a savage beast like Death obeyed Itsuki without hesitation. He thought that someone like Itsuki might actually be able to help him. He quickly approached and introduced himself as Iberia, asking for Itsuki's name. Excited, he said the fight earlier was amazing, even though there were some terrifying moments. He added that Itsuki must be the mysterious man who defeated Oga Takeru. Itsuki answered calmly. His name was Tenma Itsuki, while continuing to hold the unconscious Choha in his arms. Iberia nervously followed beside Itsuki. He smiled awkwardly and asked if Itsuki could lend him a hand. He said he would pay him, or he could give him karma stones, or even a weapon. Itsuki stayed silent, walking forward with the injured Choha. Iberia watched him leave, sweat forming on his face. He wondered why Itsuki wasn't responding. His father had once told him that anyone would happily help if given enough compensation. Now he questioned if that had been a lie. A memory surfaced, his father hammering steel in front of a blazing forge. His father explained that compensation required creativity, just like how a cup of water was more valuable than treasure in the desert. His father said that for someone seeking revenge, one must offer a blade. For someone injured, offer medicine. He said that was enough compensation for them. Back in the present, understanding flashed across Iberia's face. He clenched his fist with excitement and said he finally understood. Iberia called out from behind, reminding Itsuki that he had come on foot. He said that with an injured person, it was impossible to move quickly, and that the nearest hospital was dozens of kilometers away. He warned that if Itsuki walked that slowly, the woman he was carrying would die. Iberia then reached into his bag and held up a glowing scroll. He said that he happened to have healing items, but even hearing that, Itsuki continued walking. Iberia shouted in a hurry that he could save her. Hearing this, Itsuki stopped and turned his head, asking if that was really true. Iberia explained that he couldn't fully heal her right away, but he could save her life. The two of them knelt beside the injured Choha. Itsuki asked if the healing could be done through her clothes. Iberia replied that the bandage he was using wasn't ordinary. He wrapped the glowing bandage around her, explaining that it was a rare karma tool made from bandages worn by the Shadow tribe and bark taken from the Kodama tribe. Itsuki looked at Iberia and repeated the unfamiliar term, asking what a karma tool was. Iberia studied him and said that, at his level, he must have just become an awakened. He explained that it was no surprise Itsuki didn't know. Iberia explained that modern weapons didn't work on disaster beasts. Guns were useless against them, so firearms couldn't be used in real combat. However, crafters were able to forge special anti-disaster beast items known as karma tools, created from monument materials and the body parts of disaster beasts. He said that karma tools were divided into 4 ranks depending on the crafter's skill and the materials used. The 4 ranks were normal, rare, epic, and unique. Iberia then explained using a simple longsword as an example. Normal karma tools weren't much different from regular weapons, except they were capable of damaging disaster beasts and awakened beings. The sword was labeled an ordinary longsword. The next weapon was the ocean sword, rare, which increased agility and magic. Iberia said that rare karma tools boosted their owner's stats. The third weapon was the blood sword, epic, which increased attack power and absorbed blood to raise the blade's temperature and reduce an enemy's self-healing by half. Iberia explained that epic karma tools not only boosted stats, but also possessed special effects. Iberia continued by explaining the final rank of karma tools, which was the holy sword, unique. It granted increased attack and agility. Its unique effect allowed the user to obtain the inexhaustible magic sealed inside it, enabling infinite magic usage. Iberia said that the ultimate goal for every crafter was to create a unique karma tool, weapons with massive stat boosts, and powerful one-of-a-kind effects. Iberia went on to explain that crafters themselves didn't have much combat power, and there were very few of them. But because they could forge karma tools, all awakened people respected them. Hearing that, Itsuki asked Iberia if his father was a crafter. Iberia smiled and replied that his father wasn't just any crafter. He explained that countless crafters couldn't create a unique karma tool even once in their entire lives. Across the 5 continents, there were only 10 crafters who had achieved that level. Then he proudly added that 3 of those 10 unique tools were made by his father. That was why everyone called his father the Crafter King of the Northern Continent. Saying that, Iberia grinned proudly. Finally, he turned and saw that Itsuki wasn't even looking at him. He got angry and shouted, asking Itsuki if he was even listening. He complained loudly that he was explaining everything kindly while Itsuki was being rude. He shouted at him not to ignore him, but Itsuki didn't respond. Instead, he quietly examined the crossbow in his hands and said that it was the same crossbow Charles had been using. Iberia was shocked, seeing that even after hearing about his father, Itsuki didn't look surprised at all. He muttered that any normal awakened person would have already been flattering him. Meanwhile, Itsuki kept studying the weapon and thought that having it would let him reduce how often he needed to use the clear orb and also lower the risk of exposing his abilities. Iberia looked at it and told Itsuki that this weapon was a rare karma tool. Hearing that, Itsuki commented that it was unfortunate there were no arrows left. Iberia explained that projectile karma tools didn't need normal arrows. Any ordinary ammunition could be assimilated into karma tool ammunition, so there was nothing to worry about. Just then, a screen appeared showing the name Hunter's Crossbow, rare, with an agility increase of +50. Then the crossbow vanished. Itsuki looked surprised and asked why it disappeared. Iberia told him that this was another feature of karma tools. Once a karma tool linked with its owner, it would be stored away and reappear whenever the owner wished to use it. Hearing that, Itsuki said it was convenient. He thanked Iberia for the treatment and told him to let him know if he ever needed help. He added that once he finished his own business, he needed to go find Kinoshita Reiji. Hearing that name, Iberia reacted and said he thought he had misheard earlier. He said Itsuki must be incredibly bold to go against someone like Kinoshita Reiji in North District 4. Hearing his words, Itsuki looked at him calmly and asked if he was also going to tell him to give up. Iberia told Itsuki that if his target was Kinoshita Reiji, then they were after the same person. Itsuki asked calmly if Iberia had angered Reiji as well. Iberia said it wasn't exactly like that, and explained that he wanted the two of them to team up for the Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries, happening the day after tomorrow. Hearing about the preliminaries, Itsuki remembered Shoha mentioning that only the top 10 would advance to the main tournament, and he had been grinding stages non-stop these past few days to prepare. Itsuki asked Iberia what the tournament preliminaries had to do with Kinoshita Reiji. Iberia explained that the preliminaries were divided by continents, and for the northern continent, the venue was located in North District 4. He explained that as the son of the North District 4 administrator, Reiji was determined to compete in the main tournament. His older brother was also a savior, so failing to reach the top 10 would disgrace the Kinoshita family name. Hearing that, Itsuki then understood why Reiji monopolized all stages in North District 4 to level up quickly. He looked at Iberia and asked why someone like him would want to team up with him, especially since he had been receiving help from him this whole time. Iberia raised his voice confidently, saying it was because Itsuki was strong. He believed that if they teamed up, they would definitely pass the preliminaries. Itsuki then asked why Iberia was so fixated on this year, pointing out that he was younger and had plenty of opportunities ahead. Hearing Itsuki ask that, Iberia looked tense as he clenched his fist. Then he answered softly that there was a reason. He recalled his childhood. Since he was young, he had watched his father create karma tools right in front of him. His eyes had always sparkled as he watched. Every completed karma tool looked perfect, like a piece of art. His admiration for his father kept growing. He remembered his dream. He had always wanted to become an awakened one someday. He imagined himself fighting disaster beasts using the karma tools his father made. In that memory, a month ago, he finally awakened. Excited, he begged his father for a karma tool. But his father refused, telling him it was too early. His father said that only saviors could use his karma tools. Iberia didn't give up. He kept begging. Finally, his father set a condition. If he passed this year's preliminaries, he would receive one. Iberia clenched his fist tightly. With determination in his eyes, he declared that this was why he had to win this year's preliminaries, no matter what. Itsuki looked at Iberia and spoke calmly. He said that with such an amazing father, Iberia should have plenty of options. There was no need for him to team up with someone like a level 0. Iberia lowered his eyes and replied that his father had thought of that too. So before he left, his father told him to pass the preliminaries with his own skills. His father warned him that if he teamed up with strong partners using his father's name, he would not receive any karma tools. Hearing that, Itsuki commented that his father seemed strict. Iberia explained further that according to his information network, most strong participants had already been bought off by Kinoshita. What remained were lone wolves who disliked teaming up, or groups with fixed members. He had no prospects for teammates. With excitement, Iberia grabbed Itsuki's hand and explained that 2 days ago he had heard news that someone had defeated Oga Takeru, one of the 4 pillars, and even broken stage records. Because of this, he dug for information continuously and eventually found his way here. Itsuki first freed his hand and then agreed to team up. He said the team was no problem, but first he wanted to take Choha to the hospital. With excitement, Iberia declared that he would come along. From now on, they were a duo. Iberia then said they needed a duo name. He brought up possibilities, combining Tenma Itsuki and Iberia. He suggested Ibiten, but rejected it because it sounded like a store name. He tried Ibulaitsu, then Tenmaria, then Tenibei, changing ideas one after another. Nearby, Itsuki carried the unconscious Choha in his arms. He looked tired and thought to himself that he was in trouble because Iberia talked even more than Rikuru. Suddenly, Itsuki thought about Rikuru and Saya. He wondered how they were doing and whether they were participating in the preliminaries now that both had awakened. Just then, Iberia suddenly brightened with an idea. He said that since both of their names contained the letter I, they could call their duo Double I. Far away, as Itsuki thought of Rikuru, Rikuru suddenly sneezed while training. Saya looked at him and asked if he had caught a cold. Rikuru scratched his head and said maybe someone was talking about him. Maybe Itsuki. Saya lowered her gaze and quietly asked how long it had been since the attack incident. She said she never expected them to be apart for so long, and wondered if Itsuki was doing well. Rikeru looked at her strangely. He said that if she was that worried, she should have gone to see Itsuki after the disaster beasts were defeated. Saya blushed deeply and bowed her head in embarrassment. A moment later, she thrust her hands forward and released a burst of water, sending Rikeru flying back as he shouted in surprise. Rikeru shouted that attacking suddenly was unfair, but Saya quickly replied that fair or not, it was sparring practice, and he was the one who left an opening. Just then, their teacher appeared behind them. Both students straightened up in shock. Rikuru called out, "Sensei," while the teacher scolded them, reminding them that the national tournament preliminaries would start the day after tomorrow. He asked if this was really the time to fool around. Saya's eyes lit up. She said she was excited to finally fight other awakened people, because sparring only with Rikuru had become boring. A glowing screen appeared beside her, revealing her stats as an awakened water elementalist. Rikuru looked at his own status window as well. He said he had never been to North District 4 and had heard it was a prosperous town. He said he wanted to see it with his own eyes soon. Elsewhere, someone opened a metal case holding 3 sharp crystal stones. It was Kinoshita. He looked at the crystals and frowned impatiently. He commented that the hound still hadn't arrived and said it was unusual for him to be late. His bodyguard standing behind him wondered if something unexpected had happened. Hearing that, Kinoshita's expression darkened. He muttered that those useless fools had failed again. His glasses glowed red as a message appeared, saying the Karma Stone had been used and experience had been gained. His bodyguard asked if they should send people to search. Kinoshita looked frustrated and said to forget about that person. The national tournament preliminaries were the top priority now. He muttered that if he failed, his father would lock him in the confinement room again. Then he asked about the matter he had assigned his bodyguard. His bodyguard reported the results. Out of the 3,113 participants in the northern continent, he had persuaded 87 to cooperate. All of them were level 5 or above, just as ordered. Hearing that, Kinoshita smiled and said his subordinate had done well, and that he was the only one he could rely on. He then took another glowing stone. His bodyguard told him that it was the last Karma Stone. Light surrounded Kinoshita as he broke it. The experience was absorbed, and his level went up. Power surged around Kinoshita as lightning burst from his body. He said it was enough, and that he would use this strength to crush the commoners. A status screen appeared, showing Kinoshita Reiji, level 12, job, Lightning Elementalist, gift grade 2, attack 135, defense 130, agility 168, magic 170, total points 603. A bright blue teleportation column formed outside the hospital as Itsuki stood calmly in the center of it. He lowered his head and spoke softly, saying he was sorry to his teacher. He explained that he had let Choha end up in such a condition. His teacher came out of the teleportation portal and asked what he wanted to do. He said he could dispose of Kinoshita if Itsuki wished. Itsuki looked up and answered firmly, telling his teacher to leave Kinoshita to him. His teacher agreed. He told Itsuki to explain the details of what happened later. Nearby, Iberia watched in amazement. He realized that the Northern Continent Commander-in-Chief had been Itsuki's teacher. Iberia understood why Itsuki wasn't surprised, even after hearing who Iberia's father was. Iberia thought that Izumi Nento was truly a mysterious person. He even wondered if he should ask for his autograph later. Then, in the hospital room, Itsuki calmly explained what had happened and told his teacher that that was why he chose to participate in the Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries. His teacher said he understood and turned toward Choha, asking how she was feeling. Choha smiled softly. She said Tamachu had treated her, so she had fully recovered. A glowing green butterfly floated near her hand. She added that Iberia's rare karma tool had also helped in her healing. Hearing that, Izumi Nento looked at Iberia in surprise. He said that since Iberia possessed the rare karma tool Kodama Bandage, crafted by Aiden, he must be Aiden's son. Iberia was surprised to hear that. Realization hit him as he thought to himself that Izumi Nento knew about karma tools and even recognized his father. He reminded himself that he needed to show the dignity of the Crafter King's eldest son. He pointed proudly at himself and shouted with confidence that he was Aiden's father. Hearing that, everyone stared at him in silence. Then Itsuki told him that he had gotten it backwards. Hearing that, Iberia lowered his head, hiding his red face behind his hand. In a shaky voice, he apologized and admitted that Aiden was his father. Commander Nento cleared his throat and tried to shift the atmosphere. He said he was grateful that Iberia had saved his daughter. He added that once the preliminaries ended, he wanted to visit Aiden together with Tenma. He then reminded Itsuki and Iberia that they had to prepare for the tournament and told them to head out. He promised that he and Choha would come to watch tomorrow. Iberia raised his fist excitedly and agreed. He told Commander Nento that he could relax because they would definitely pass the preliminaries. Beside him, Itsuki stood quietly and nodded. After they left, Choha commented that her father had really taken a liking to Tenma because she remembered how, when he used to meet with Jin, he would always bring her along to meetings. Hearing that, Commander Nento told her that because of childhood trauma, whenever Itsuki faced disaster beasts, powerful self-destructive impulses would awaken inside him. But Itsuki's self-destructive impulses weakened only when someone he wanted to protect was nearby. He explained to Choha that this was the reason he placed Choha by Itsuki's side. Hearing that, Choha realized that her father wanted her to become Itsuki's friend, become his weakness, and become the person he wanted to protect. Choha repeated the thought quietly, wondering if she was truly the one Tenma wanted to protect. While she was lost in her thoughts, the commander then stood up and revealed to Chohei that the disaster beast attack at Itsuki's school had been planned, not a coincidence. Hearing that, Chohei reacted with surprise. Commander Nento added that more traitors were joining the disaster beasts, and that similar attacks on commanders-in-chief had happened across other continents as well. The commander turned toward a large window, his silhouette dark against the night. He said that for now humanity's future was pitch black. Then he added softly that Itsuki would surely be the one to illuminate it. His voice rang out that Itsuki would become a light of hope. Then, at the national tournament preliminary venue in North District 4, The massive circular arena sat in the middle of the wasteland. Inside, a crowd gathered. Atsuki looked around and remarked that there were more people than expected. Iberia explained that once news spread that Commander Nento would be watching, many who originally refused suddenly decided to participate. The number of contestants rose from about 3,000 to nearly 5,000. On the side, Reiji glared in frustration. He muttered that Izumi Nento had increased the number of unpredictable variables far more than expected. His subordinate tried to calm him, saying the newcomers were just last-minute riffraff who didn't have time to form teams, so Reiji's side still held the numerical advantage. He told Reiji that he had ordered the recruits to tie red ribbons on their right arms so they could be identified as allies. On the other side of the arena, Rikuru and his group noticed the ribbons. Rikuru asked if red ribbons were trending now and wondered if they should wear them too. Saya beside him commented that since Commander Nento was coming to watch, maybe Itsuki would also appear. Then the host of the national tournament preliminaries, Shinshihara Soryu, stepped forward and addressed the crowd. He told everyone that he would explain the rules before the preliminaries began. He said the preliminary venue was divided into two areas, an external area and an internal area. In the first stage, the participants would start from 4 different directions in the external zone. A large diagram of the arena appeared on the screen, showing the outer ring and the inner circle labeled as the internal area. Soryu continued explaining that the first challenge was a race based on time. Everyone had to reach the internal area as fast as possible. The moment someone entered the inner zone, their rank would automatically be recorded on the bracelet they were wearing. Only the first 50 to arrive would advance to the second stage. Then a hologram of the bracelet lit up, showing how it displayed the rank of the participant. Some competitors reacted immediately. Rikuru raised his arm and commented that the bracelet had a surprising function. Hearing that, Saya beside him thought that eliminating thousands of people in just the first stage was extremely harsh. Next, Soryu explained that each person was allowed to carry up to 2 karma tools. Participants were also free to team up with anyone they wanted and use any method necessary. Results were all that mattered. As the rules were being announced, Iberia nudged Itsuki and pointed ahead excitedly, asking Itsuki to look. He was pointing at the Reiji team in front of him. As the host announced that the first stage would end with rankings and an explanation of the second stage, Iberia pointed at Kinoshita Reiji standing in the middle of a group and told Itsuki that he was Kinoshita. Meanwhile, Kinoshita ordered the people he had recruited to obstruct anyone running ahead of him. Watching from the side, Iberia guessed that the people standing near Kinoshita were the ones he had bought off. He suggested that they should rush into the internal area as soon as possible. His plan was to launch a surprise attack once Kinoshita lowered his guard after entering the interior. But before he could continue explaining, Iberia suddenly froze with a shocked expression. He saw Itsuki walking toward Kinoshita. Shocked, Iberia asked if he had even been listening. One of Kinoshita's men noticed Itsuki approaching. He asked who Itsuki was. Another man warned everyone to be careful because Itsuki didn't have a red ribbon. Just then, from high above, the host raised his voice and declared that the first stage was beginning. The host looked at the students and commented that more and more young people wanted to join the Salvation League, which he found reassuring. But suddenly, a voice told him that having numbers without quality was meaningless. It was a black-haired man. He said that in their time, there had been many participants above level 15. This black-haired man was also an instructor. A blue screen appeared, showing Heitan Akira's information, but most of it was hidden. Instructor Soryu corrected him, saying that only 2 participants had reached that level in Heitan's year. That year, Heitan Akira was at level 18, and along with him was Taewajin at level 21. Remembering the past, Instructor Heitan commented that things were boring now without rookies like Taewa. He said he hoped someone similar existed in the current group, but Instructor Soryu shook his head and replied that geniuses like that did not appear easily. Instructor Heitan stepped forward and asked Commander Nento about a rumor. He said he had heard that a student from the northern continent had defeated a level 8 skeleton soldier right after awakening, and later became Commander Nento's pupil. Instructor Soryu widened his eyes and asked if it was true, calling it ridiculous for someone to defeat level 8 monsters immediately after awakening. Commander Nento, covered in dark flames, answered calmly, saying that the rumor was true. Hearing this, Instructor Heitan asked if that person was in the group they were watching. Instructor Soryu thought that since this was Izumi's second recognized pupil after Taewajin, it meant the student must possess exceptional talent. Examiner Soryu looked at the participants list and wondered who the mysterious participant could be. The tablet displayed the first candidate. It showed Harino Rikaru, a level 10 metal elementalist. Examiner Soryu noted that Rikaru's gift was only an ordinary grade 2 and decided it couldn't be him. Another profile appeared. Kisaragi Saya, a level 11 water elementalist with a grade 1 gift. She specialized in support type abilities, so he assumed she wasn't the one either. The next image revealed Hanyu Kana, a wood elementalist at an unusually high level 16. Seeing this, he guessed she must be the hidden talent. But when he looked at Commander Nento, he didn't say anything. Seeing that, Instructor Soryu realized that his guesses seemed incorrect, even though Hanyu had the highest level among all participants. Just then, Instructor Heighton pointed out that among this year's participants, there was even someone at level 0. But Instructor Sorya didn't think much of it, and remarked that there was always one person every year who joined the tournament, out of curiosity, only to get beaten badly and withdraw soon after. On the other hand, Kinoshida's group burst into laughter as Kinoshita pointed toward Itsuki, shouting in disbelief that a level 0 had really joined the competition. His team laughed loudly, mocking Itsuki and asking if he had gotten lost. Hearing them, Itsuki stepped forward silently and raised his hand, showing the mechanical glove of Charles on his hand. Kinoshita froze when he saw the glove. He stuttered, recognizing it as something belonging to Charles. Fear spread across his face as he demanded to know who Itsuki was. Itsuki stared directly at Kinoshita and asked if Kinoshita was the one who had been looking for him this whole time. Hearing that, Kinoshita grew furious. He refused to believe it. He shouted that there was no way a level 0 could have defeated Oga. He insisted that Itsuki must have been sent by someone just to shake him up. He then pointed forward and yelled for his group to attack. The men beside him grinned confidently and stepped forward. They said they would handle it and make Itsuki regret provoking them. While Kinoshita's men stayed back to block Itsuki, with a burst of purple lightning, Kinoshita rushed toward the center, saying he didn't have time to deal with trash like Itsuki. As Kinoshita left, his remaining men formed a circle around Itsuki, ready to attack him. From the watchtower, Instructor Heighton watched everything and thought that there were 3 level 6 fighters and 2 level 7 fighters present, so there was no need to wait for the results. He thought that if Itsuki just begged for mercy now, he might survive. On the ground, Iberia also grew nervous and started calculating the situation. He thought he could take down one opponent, but even with Itsuki's strength, fighting 4 enemies at once would be impossible. That meant he had no choice but to use a certain technique. Thinking that, he stepped forward slowly while reaching toward the item at his side. Suddenly, one of Kinoshita's men, a red-haired man, smirked as he looked at Itsuki. He said he had expected a strong opponent to appear, but the first one they encountered was just level 0 trash. Hearing that, Itsuki lowered his head slightly, his face hidden in shadow as he told the man in front of him to move. The red-haired man widened his eyes in surprise on hearing that. He hadn't expected such blunt words. For a moment he froze, then burst into loud laughter, throwing his head back. He mocked Itsuki's attitude, but Instructor Heaton smirked instead when he heard Itsuki. He said he liked that attitude and offered to step in later, claiming he would save Itsuki when things got bad. Then the red-haired man leaned forward with a twisted grin. He told Itsuki to let him crack open his head and see what was inside. Itsuki didn't reply to him. Instead, the next second, Itsuki struck. His fist slammed into the red-haired man's face with overwhelming force, sending blood and broken teeth flying. As the red-haired man fell backwards, screaming, Itsuki repeated in a cold voice that he had already told him to move. Instructor Heaton was shocked to see that Itsuki's opponent had been 7 levels higher than him, yet Itsuki had defeated him instantly. He couldn't believe that Itsuki had instantly killed the red-haired man. Kinoshita's other fighters stared in shock. One man shouted that Handa was level 7 and couldn't understand how a rookie defeated him. Another tried to calm him, saying the rookie must have caught Handa off guard. Flames swirled violently in the hands of that fighter as he growled that he would burn the rookie to a crisp. A system window appeared beside him, showing that he was using the B-rank skill flamethrower at full output. A massive wave of fire shot out. Iberia, watching, gasped, saying the attack was so fast he couldn't even use his karma tool in time. The flames roared across the arena. One of Kinoshita's fighters commented that the attack was overkill for a level 0, but the fighter who threw the fire said deaths in the preliminaries were common. He added that if the rookie wanted to resent someone, he should resent himself for acting cocky at level 0. But another fighter suddenly pointed forward, shouting that something wasn't right. As the flames cleared, everyone looked toward the center of the blast. Itsuki had created a huge black ice wall. Flames danced around it. One fighter stared at the scene and yelled, asking what this was. Inside the black ice wall, Itsuki and Iberia stood unharmed. Iberia stared at the scene with wide eyes. He shouted in shock that Itsuki had blocked such a wide-range flame attack completely. To him, it was exactly what he had expected from someone that strong. Itsuki didn't react to the praise. Instead, he looked to the side and told Iberia to get away from him. A system window appeared beside him. It stated that he had blocked a B-rank fire skill using Black Wall, and his defense increased by 10%. Another window listed his updated stats: Attack 3110, Agility 3110, Defense 341, Magic 3110. His total rose from 12040 to 12,071. Seeing that, Itsuki noted that his defense had increased by 31. He thought to himself that he needed to confirm whether Black Wall's passive effect would activate again if he blocked the same skill more than once. From a distance, one of Kinoshita's fighters pointed at Itsuki in disbelief. He asked how Itsuki was still unscathed and wondered if that strange ice-like shield was really his ability. He looked around in confusion, saying there wasn't even a water elementalist present, so how could Itsuki use ice skills? Itsuki then stepped forward and raised a finger. His voice was steady as he told the fire user to use that technique one more time, saying that this time he wouldn't block it. Hearing this, the fire user glared angrily at him as flames rose around his hands. He asked if Itsuki was making fun of him. He shouted that Itsuki shouldn't go back on his word. Itsuki calmly replied that he promised. Hearing that, the fire user gathered even more flames. He yelled that he would finish Itsuki for sure this time, using his strongest technique. A massive fiery blast formed in front of him as he used his B-rank skill Flamethrower, Overheat. Seeing the fireball coming, Itsuki just stood there, unfazed in front of the swirling firestorm. He noted that the power was stronger than before, but it was still just a fire attribute skill. A wave of flames roared forward, engulfing Itsuki and the whole area around him. Seeing that, the fire user pushed both hands out desperately. Another fighter behind him looked shocked and said he was taking things too seriously. But the fire user muttered that the attack's power probably rivaled level 8. Sweat dripped down his face as he felt his magic drain instantly. He thought to himself that this was his ultimate technique. It felt wasteful to use against a level 0, but he declared that the farce would end now. But the next second, the fire user fell back in shock, his eyes wide and sweat dripping down his face. He stared at Itsuki standing calmly before him and shouted that it was impossible. Across from him, Itsuki examined the black ice covering his arm. He muttered to himself, realizing something. When the same skill came from the same target, Black Wall's passive effect no longer activated a second time. With a quiet nod, he said that he understood. He stepped forward confidently. Cracks of heat and smoke spread across the ground as he declared that the verification was over, and now he would finish this. Seeing this, the fire user trembled. He couldn't believe that his ultimate technique had been defeated so easily. Standing beside him, another fire user clenched his burning fists and insisted that he had already figured out the weakness behind the ice skill. He charged in with blazing attacks. Flames burst around him as he unleashed his B-rank skill Fire Barrage. Fireballs shot toward Itsuki from every direction. Surrounded by heat and swirling flames, he looked unfazed. He asked calmly if they were planning to win just by numbers. His whole body got covered by black ice as a glowing notification appeared, saying Black Wall activated. The explosion of flames erupted across the arena, shaking the ground. The large fire user shouted confidently that even if their opponent had a powerful skill, a level 0's magic capacity was meaningless. He claimed that if they drained all of Itsuki's magic so he couldn't produce water anymore, they would win. As the flames roared, suddenly someone grabbed that large fire user's hand. The fire user's eyes widened in shock as he asked what was happening. He was shocked to see that Itsuki closed the distance between them instantly. Itsuki now chose to fight hand-to-hand because he realized that even after being hit by so many fireballs, the passive effect of the Black Ice Wall skill had only activated once. That large fire user rushed forward, shouting that if speed was Itsuki's strength, then power was his. But Itsuki stared at him calmly and asked if he was truly putting his full strength into this. Itsuki told the fire user that he looked strained, so he would make it easier for him. Saying that, he pulled the fire user near, and before the fire user could do anything, Itsuki stepped in and kicked him in the face. The blow landed so hard that the fire user's face twisted. He staggered, unable to get up. Itsuki looked down at him calmly. He analyzed the system message, noting that his defense increased by 31, not 34, which meant the calculation was based on his original defense before enhancement. Just then, another window appeared, showing that he had blocked a B-rank fire skill, gaining a 10% defense boost. His total defense now stood at 310, with an additional 62 from Black Wall. Turning away, Itsuki noticed 2 lightning users standing nearby. He muttered to himself that lightning elementals were perfect targets and decided to increase Thunderbreaker's passive effect next. Seeing Itsuki, those 2 lightning users panicked. Watching both of their allies fall, they shouted that Itsuki's stats must be fake. One of them cried out that they should run. Itsuki glanced back with cold eyes and asked if they really thought they could escape. The 2 lightning fighters roared in desperation. Lightning burst around their bodies as they charged at Itsuki, yelling that this wasn't a fire attribute and the same trick wouldn't work. Their combined skill, C-Rank Silver Serpent, activated in a surge of electricity. As the lightning attack hit Itsuki, a system message appeared again, showing that Itsuki had absorbed the C-Rank lightning skill with Thunderbreaker, raising his agility by 5%, twice in a row. His new stats displayed: attack increased to 310, his agility to 341, defense to 372, and his magic to 310, making his total 1333 points. Instructor Highton, watching from the control room, was shaken. He realized that Itsuki before him was defeating awakened individuals several levels higher than himself, and he was doing it as if it were nothing. On the battlefield, Itsuki stood calmly among unconscious enemies, lightning wrapping around his body. Instructor Highton, watching him, trembled and wondered what kind of monster he was facing. Itsuki analyzed the situation. He thought about how Thunderbreaker's passive effect worked, the same as Black Wall. It only increased once for the same skill coming from the same target. Nearby, Iberia checked the fallen enemies and was surprised to see that everyone had been knocked out. He admitted that he expected a difficult battle, but never imagined Itsuki would be this strong. Just then, one of the fire users who was badly injured asked from behind what ability Itsuki was using. His voice shook as he shouted, insisting that Itsuki wasn't level 0 at all. Hearing the fire user ask who they were, Iberia stepped forward with a grin. Seeing that, Itsuki realized that Iberia was going to do something. Iberia looked back as his smile widened. He proudly declared that together they were double I, and that one day they would become the strongest duo on the northern continent. He told the fire user to remember them. But before he could finish his proud introduction, Itsuki cut him off and said they should stop talking and chase Kinoshita. Iberia flailed in frustration, shouting that what he was going to say next was the good part of his speech. From the side, the fire user whispered double I to himself in disbelief. He muttered that it sounded lame. On the other hand, Kinoshita, who was running at full speed surrounded by crackling purple energy, noticed the commotion. He assumed that the level 0 participant was probably being beaten badly by now, but then he hesitated. He remembered the crossbow he had seen on Itsuki earlier. It had definitely belonged to Charles. He told himself that he needed to investigate later because he knew that, other than the saviors, there shouldn't be many people on the northern continent capable of capturing Charles. While he was lost in thought, something in flames passed him. It was another participant who shot into the sky. Kinoshita's eyes widened in surprise as the fiery trail blurred past his face. That brown-haired participant, moving with extreme confidence, smirked as he rushed forward. He thought to himself that he had passed another opponent with ease and had overtaken yet another one. Unlike the brute force types, he considered himself someone who specialized in pure speed. But before he could enjoy that pride, a violent surge of purple lightning hit him from behind. It swallowed him completely. The brown-haired boy screamed as the electricity tore through his body. He crashed onto the ground, coughing out smoke. Still stunned, he muttered in disbelief, wondering how an attack managed to hit him even while he was running at full speed. He struggled to understand who could possibly land such a blow. Just then, a shadow appeared behind him, followed by a sharp kick smashing that brown-haired boy's head into the ground. It was Kinoshita, wrapped in purple lightning, stepping forward. He looked down coldly and declared that this was what happened when someone dared to run ahead of him. He then turned and shouted at the group he had hired, telling them to get it together. He reminded them that they needed to conserve stamina for the second stage and ordered them not to waste time on the trash in front of them. Commander Nento, seated in the control room, looked down at Kinoshita and asked Instructor Soryu if that arrogant boy was the son of the North District 4 Administrator, Kinoshita Genkyo. Instructor Soryu said yes, and wondered what kind of education he had received to act like that. Choha was also there and was very angry, but Instructor Soryu told them that what Kinoshita was doing wasn't against the rules, so they couldn't intervene. Kinoshita stood surrounded by flames and crackling power. He said that thanks to the others clearing obstacles for him, their stamina was almost full. He confidently declared that they could pass the second stage easily like this. He looked at the gigantic blue barrier ahead and said that the internal area was right in front of them. He called the entire process surprisingly easy, but suddenly, lightning burst across the sky and someone shouted, calling Kinoshita's name. Kinoshita's eyes widened in shock. A cold sweat rolled down his cheek as he turned his head sharply, startled by the sudden shout calling his name. He asked who called him by name. The group behind him immediately panicked. Some of them raised their hands in fear, insisting it wasn't them. One man stuttered that he didn't do anything. Another voice said the call came from behind. Just then, someone suddenly pointed, saying it was the level 0 rookie. Whispers spread through the crowd as they cleared the way to look back. From behind, two shadows appeared, moving forward. Hearing that it was level 0, Kinoshita was shocked, thinking it shouldn't be them. But as those two figures came forward, they turned out to be Itsuki and Iberia. Kinoshita recognized Itsuki instantly and shouted that it was that guy. Kinoshita froze. His eyes trembled as he realized that his men had been taken down. He gritted his teeth, saying there had been too many enemies for just a level 0 and level 7 to handle. But then his expression twisted. He convinced himself that Itsuki must have bought them off. Kinoshita leaned forward with a furious glare. His voice dropped into a snarl as he demanded to know how far a level 0 trash planned to follow him. Rain poured heavily as Itsuki and Iberia stood side by side. Itsuki told Kinoshita that he would stay here until the matter was settled. Standing beside him, Iberia admitted that he had made it this far only because of Itsuki. Every enemy they met had been taken down instantly, and without Itsuki he would have been defeated long ago. Ahead of them, Kinoshita turned and raised his hand. He said he was too busy to deal with them himself, but he would prepare some playmates to handle them. Then Kinoshita's eyes glowed red as he shouted for his men to take out Itsuki. Hearing that, his group of armed men stepped forward. One of them mocked Itsuki, saying he was just a level 0 kid. Another said he had guts for calling Kinoshita by name and promised to drill manners into him. Someone else laughed and said he would show them hell. Iberia stared in shock as he counted their numbers. It was no less than 100 people. Fear tightened his voice as he asked what they should do. Itsuki grabbed him by the hood and pulled his head down, telling him to keep it low. Iberia looked up in surprise and confusion. Blue lightning ripped across that group of men before they could understand anything. Itsuki, using his lightning skill, moved very fast. He reached Kinoshita and grabbed him from behind. Kinoshita's expression froze as the lightning wrapped around his collar. Before anyone could react, Itsuki pulled Kinoshita off his feet and slammed him into the ground with overwhelming force. And before Iberia could understand anything, Itsuki threw him toward the blue barrier. Both Iberia and Kinoshita landed on the ground. Shock filled their faces as they didn't understand what had just happened. In front of Kinoshita, Itsuki stepped forward and said it seemed he hadn't been clear. Then he corrected himself and told Kinoshita and his men that until everything was settled, no one was going anywhere. His cold gaze made everyone freeze where they stood. Inside the internal area, Saya dropped to her knees, breathing heavily. A screen beside her showed her result. Internal area arrival rank, 4th place. She complained that the guys wearing red ribbons had all teamed up and obstructed them again. Beside her, Rikuru lay on the ground, catching his breath. His own screen showed internal area arrival rank, 5th place. He said that if they had acted separately, they might have fallen before reaching the area. Rikuru looked up, shocked, saying he thought they were pretty fast. But now he realized there were people even faster. A huge man holding a large hammer stood nearby. He was Gale, who ranked in 3rd place. He clicked his tongue, annoyed that he only placed 3rd. At his feet, a cat-eared girl stretched lazily. She was Akagami Shion in 2nd place. There was a cat on her back that yawned. Akagami Shion told her she had just eaten and was already hungry again. Then the two looked toward another girl across the room. She was Hanyu Kana in 1st place. She sat calmly on the ground, a cloak draped around her. They whispered that she was already level 16. Looking at all of them, Saya thought about Itsuki. She said he would definitely act alone, and if he was obstructed like they were. But suddenly Rikuru pointed upward, panicked, saying someone was flying toward them. She slowly lifted her head, eyes widening as she looked up at the sky. A man was thrown across the ground, landing hard as the notice showed internal area arrival rank, 6th place. That was Iberia, who pushed himself up and shouted desperately, calling out Itsuki's name. Saya and Rikuru both heard it. Rikuru stared in surprise and asked if that boy had really said Itsuki. Saya looked over and confirmed that she heard the same thing. As they looked out into the arena, they saw a silhouette standing in the rain. Saya recognized the posture and muttered that there was no doubt. They realized the truth. It was Itsuki. The scene then shifted to Itsuki himself. He stood firm under the falling rain and repeated his earlier words that until they settled this, he wasn't letting anyone go anywhere. From inside the control room, Instructor Soria watched the scene unfold. He noted that the rookie was only one step away from entering the internal area. He wondered why he was so focused on Kinoshita Reiji. Choa watched Itsuki with a worried expression. Sweat slid down her cheek as she looked toward the scene in front of her. Instructor Soria then turned to Instructor Heighten beside him and told him calmly to help Itsuki if things became dangerous. But Instructor Heighten's eyes widened slightly as he looked at Itsuki. He muttered the name Tenma Itsuki, remembering how just moments earlier Itsuki had moved with incredible speed. He admitted to himself that he wasn't sure he could have done something like that at the same age. Far away, under the rain, Kinoshita was furious. He spoke with frustration, saying that Itsuki kept interfering again and again, so he warned Itsuki to prepare himself. He lifted his gaze, and his voice grew heavier. He said that what was about to begin wasn't just a battle. It was complete subjugation. Across the field, a huge group of fighters stepped forward through the rain. Their eyes glowed red as they surrounded Itsuki. Kinoshita's voice explained what it meant. A 100-on-1 group attack. The moment rain slid down his face, Itsuki's eyes narrowed with cold determination. Passing the preliminaries didn't matter anymore. Right now, his top priority was avenging Choha. Across the field, Kinoshita screamed with bloodshot eyes. He pointed forward and yelled for everyone to kill Itsuki. In an instant, dozens of fighters charged toward him, lightning and flames clashing as the battlefield erupted into chaos. One man, covered in blazing fire, rushed ahead of the others. He shouted that nobody was allowed to get ahead of him and claimed Itsuki's head as his own. Flames wrapped around his arms as he used his C-rank skill, Fire Punch, and lunged straight at Itsuki. But Itsuki didn't move. He simply raised his arm and grabbed the fiery fist with his bare hand. The fire user froze, shocked. In the next second, Itsuki swung his fist and punched him in the face. He slammed him into the ground with overwhelming force, ending the attack in a single motion, the impact cracking the floor around him. The others watching were shocked. One of them shouted in disbelief that their companion had been knocked out with just a single punch. Another quickly tried to calm everyone, saying they had many people on their side, and there was no way they would lose to someone who was still level 0. More voices joined in, urging everyone to attack together. Itsuki stood calmly as they prepared to charge. He muttered the word, "perfect," as a system window appeared in front of him. It stated that he had blocked a C-rank fire skill using Black Wall, and his defense had increased by 10%. Itsuki then raised his clawed arm, flames swirling around him. He declared that he would end this farce quickly. The fiery lotus in his hand glowed brighter as the system announced, "Lotus Burst activated." The flames wrapped around his whole body, spinning wildly, and then Itsuki clapped. A massive explosion erupted. The fire burst outward like a wave, blasting everyone off their feet and sending bodies flying across the arena. The dust settled and everyone stared at the ruined ground. Rikuru trembled as he looked at the destruction. He asked in shock if this overwhelming attack was really Itsuki's skill. Behind him, Saya covered her mouth, unable to speak. Gaku rushed over asking what had just happened. Beside him, Shion calmly stroked her small cat, saying that Mi-chan should be able to swallow an explosion of this size without any problem, speaking as if the blast meant nothing. Not far away, Kana sat silently with her sword, her expression unreadable as sparks drifted through the air. From inside the control room, Instructor Soria stared at the screen in disbelief. He shouted that the explosion had been caused by a level 0. He couldn't understand how someone with such a low rank could use so much power. What shocked him even more was how Itsuki used skills that didn't belong to his job class at all. Instructor Heighten was also shocked. Choha couldn't believe her eyes because she never knew Itsuki had learned an AoE skill. She thought back to the Locust Wasteland incident and finally understood why he had been so confident back then. She looked at him, wondering just how many trump cards he had. On the battlefield, Itsuki stood calmly. His suit was torn, and faint flames glowed around his clawed hand. He thought that 30% of his power would be enough. Since his opponents were human, he reminded himself to hold back and not to kill them. Kinoshita looked at the destruction in front of him. Smoke filled the air as the ground cracked open. Bodies lay scattered across the arena. Itsuki was standing in the middle. He looked straight at Kinoshita and said that he was the only one left. Seeing that, Kinoshita panicked, sweating heavily. He shouted that there had been over 100 people, and they were all taken out instantly. He asked why Itsuki was targeting only him. Itsuki stepped forward through the smoke. He repeated Kinoshita's words and said that it was Kinoshita who had attacked him first and seriously injured his friend. Itsuki said now he would return the pain she had suffered back to him. Enraged, Kinoshita released a surge of purple lightning. He called himself the young master of the prestigious Kinoshita family, saying every stage in the area was under his control. He bragged that with his family's karma stones, he could reach levels commoners would never achieve without even fighting disaster beasts. He raised his crackling hand and shouted that he and Itsuki were on completely different levels, and that he would definitely kill him. Purple lightning gathered as he unleashed his B-rank skill, Lightning Cannon, Purple. But at the same moment, Itsuki's system activated. It detected the skill, and over-mimesis started copying it. The analysis began at 1%. Lightning fired at Itsuki, but he dodged easily. He then moved with lightning speed and punched Kinoshita in the stomach. Kinoshita fell to the ground as shock spread across his face. He couldn't understand how a supposed level 0 could move that fast. Real fear replaced his confidence. He realized there was no way he could win. Desperate, he screamed for help, calling out to 40. A bald man with glowing red eyes suddenly charged forward into the arena to help Kinoshita. He admitted it broke the rules, but he couldn't care anymore. He had to help. Seeing him coming, Kinoshita shouted proudly that 40 was a level 35 awakened and ordered him to tear Itsuki to shreds. Watching from the control room, Commander Nento called out to Highton. Highton, who stood in front with a sharp grin, nodded and answered that he understood. Rain poured over the arena as Itsuki's magic detection flared. He sensed something. Someone was rushing toward him at incredible speed. His analysis window appeared again, showing analysis progress 19%. But before Itsuki could do anything, he suddenly realized that it wasn't just one attacker. Multiple people were coming. A figure crashed down from the sky, landing on Kinoshita's bodyguard 40 with heavy force. Dust shot up everywhere as Itsuki stood calmly watching with sharp, focused eyes. His expression didn't change. He simply observed the incoming threat, but then he realized that it was Instructor Highton, who sat calmly on top of Kinoshita's bodyguard. Without even looking back, he told Itsuki to keep going. Itsuki then turned and stood in front of Kinoshita, surrounded by glowing purple lightning. He stared down at the trembling Kinoshita and said that it looked like his lifeline wouldn't be coming anymore. Seeing Itsuki, Kinoshita panicked. He stuttered and begged for a moment, explaining that his father was the North District 4 administrator and his brother was a member of the Salvation League. Sweat rolled down his face as he warned that touching him would cause trouble. Before he could finish, a scream tore through the air, long and painful. The next moment, Kinoshita lay flat on the cracked ground, unconscious. Rain fell lightly around him. Itsuki walked away slowly, his coat swaying in the wind. He then looked up at the control room and muttered softly that this settled the score for Choha. From the control room, Choha looked toward him while blushing, realizing that he did this for her. Instructor Sorya was surprised to see that Itsuki had really beaten Kinoshita Reiji, but he wondered why Itsuki was suddenly looking their way. Meanwhile, the system window showed Itsuki that his analysis was at 99%. He thought to himself that if he paused it now, he could reset his condition once during the second stage. He stopped the analysis just before completion. Just then, from the internal area, Saya shouted Itsuki's name. Hearing her voice, Itsuki froze for a moment. His eyes widened as he recognized it. He turned slowly toward the sound. He whispered her name, Saya, as he saw her standing in the internal area with Rikuru and Iberia. Saya stood in the rain, holding her arm as the cold wind hit her. She looked up and softly asked Itsuki to hurry inside. She told him he would catch a cold if he stayed out any longer. As Itsuki came inside the internal area, Saya smiled gently and said it had been a while. In front of her stood Itsuki, whose arrival rank in the internal area was 7th place. Just then, suddenly, Rikuru and Iberia rushed toward Itsuki, shouting his name. Rikuru cried that he wanted to see him, calling him a bastard out of frustration and relief. Both of them hugged him tightly, crying that they were glad he was safe. But when both of them saw each other hugging Itsuki, they glared at each other. Rikuru demanded to know who he thought he was, crying on Itsuki like that. Iberia pointed at himself in confusion, asking who he was. With a proud grin, Iberia raised his fist and declared that he was Itsuki's partner. Hearing that, Rikuru shouted angrily at Itsuki, saying he never heard about him teaming up with someone else. He called him a traitor. Saya looked at them with surprise while Itsuki stood quietly beside them. Sorya thought it was rare for Itsuki to make friends. Iberia and Rikuru started arguing. Iberia asked how Itsuki was a traitor and whether Rikuru had been in a duo with him. He demanded to know their duo name. Rikuru yelled back, asking why a duo name even mattered, and saying they weren't kids. He then asked if they themselves had a duo name. Iberia immediately puffed up with confidence and said, "Of course." Hearing that, Rikuru asked him to say it. Itsuki, watching from the side, quietly whispered for Iberia not to say it. But Iberia's eyes shone dramatically as he proudly announced the duo name, Double I. He insisted it took a lot of effort to come up with it. Hearing that, Rikuru fell to the ground laughing, saying Double I sounded lame. Iberia became frustrated and shouted that it was a good duo name. Just then, Instructor Soria walked out onto the high platform. He announced that 500 people had reached the internal area, and those who had not arrived were eliminated. He said the second stage would begin shortly. He told them that in the second stage they would fight disaster beasts alone in the trial grounds for 1 hour. Hearing that, Rikuru got very excited, saying finally it was the second stage, but Iberia was shocked when he heard that he had to be alone in the second level. A wide smile appeared on Instructor Hitten's face when he heard that the second stage was finally here. He had been looking forward to it. He looked at the top 7 participants, wondering what they had got. These 7 participants were Kana at first stage rank, first, Shion at first stage rank, second, Gaku at first stage rank, third, Saya at first stage rank, fourth, Rikuru at first stage rank, fifth, Iberia at first stage rank, sixth, and Itsuki at first stage rank, seventh. Then sometime later, as the large metal structure stood in the center, countless participants gathered around it from all sides. Itsuki and the others walked toward the entrance. Rikuru looked up and asked if the second stage venue was inside the building. Iberia said that this place felt gloomy and scary. Rikuru asked Itsuki that it had been a while, and he was still at level 0. He asked if his level was still fixed at level 0. Itsuki quietly answered yes. He then asked how Itsuki became stronger if his stats never increased. Iberia agreed, saying he was also curious why Itsuki was so strong despite being level 0. Itsuki looked away awkwardly and said his teacher told him not to tell people. Saya reminded them that they learned in class that order breaker skills were state secret level. She told Itsuki he didn't have to deal with the questions. Then suddenly, far ahead, the instructors and Commander Nento, along with Choha, appeared. They walked forward with serious expressions. Instructor Soria asked if everyone was ready. Hearing that, Iberia suddenly stiffened in shock, turning his head sharply. Up on the raised platform stood several well-known figures. Someone in the crowd whispered that the man in front was Fujiwara Soryu, the one who oversaw the national tournament every year. Another person explained that the muscular man beside him was Hiten Akira, a war veteran known for having the strongest physique. They also pointed out the masked individual and called him the legendary Izumi Nento. The murmurs spread as people recognized them as all legends. Instructor Soria then stepped forward and began speaking. He announced that he would now explain the second stage rules and told everyone to listen carefully. He continued, saying that various disaster beasts would appear in the trial grounds, and kill points would differ based on difficulty. A screen appeared showing the values. A hard-class disaster beast gave 1,000 kill points. Another screen listed the full chart. Beginner class 100, normal class 500, hard class 1,000, and nightmare class 5,000 points. He explained that after defeating each disaster beast, participants would receive a 1-minute break before being forced to advance to the next difficulty. Hearing that, Gaku, holding a long staff, smirked confidently. He declared that he would go straight to Nightmare class. A status window appeared beside him, displaying his information. He was Ui Gaku, human, level 13, Job Elementalist, Earth Gift, grade 2, status undisclosed. Just then, Itsuki stepped forward slowly, his voice low as he said that he had a question. Seeing that, from around him, several contestants whispered among themselves. They pointed at him and mocked him, saying he was only level 0. Some wondered how he even passed the first stage. Others laughed, claiming he must have been carried. They joked that now that he knew the second stage involved individual combat, he was probably scared and thinking about withdrawing. Up on the platform, Instructor Soria looked down and told him not to hesitate. He could ask anything. Itsuki raised his head and asked calmly if Nightmare class was the highest difficulty. His question made several people freeze. Instructor Soria and Instructor Hiten both looked surprised. Hiten even grinned with interest, but in the crowd, the mocking continued. Some said he was acting tough. They whispered that if a level 0 encountered a nightmare-class disaster beast, he wouldn't stand a chance. Others scoffed, saying he couldn't even beat a beginner-class beast. One of them clicked his tongue, calling him trash who only talked big. Instructor Soria then explained further. He said that, theoretically, there was no upper limit to disaster beast difficulty. He told them they would understand once they actually defeated a nightmare-class beast. Hearing this, Itsuki's expression darkened as he repeated that there was no upper limit. Rikuru told Itsuki that thinking about such things was pointless because Nightmare class required at least level 10. and defeating a hard class would already be amazing for them. Instructor Soria continued explaining the rules. He said that points earned in the preliminaries carried over to the main tournament. In other words, today's performance would greatly affect whether they could join the Salvation League in the future. Down below, hearing that the points earned here would also become points in the main tournament, Rikuru got very excited. But Iberia got nervous, thinking he had no choice but to use that thing. Itsuki watched silently. He thought about Taewajen's record of 115,000 points, which included what he earned in the preliminaries. To surpass him, Itsuki believed he needed to take advantage of this opportunity. Soon the order was given. The instructor announced loudly for everyone to enter the trial grounds. The announcement echoed through the dome, declaring that the second stage of the preliminaries had begun. Itsuki stepped into the vast arena and quietly noted that the trial grounds didn't look much different from the regular stages. Just then, from the darkness around him, multiple red eyes appeared, watching him. A moment later, disaster beasts rushed out. A system window showed their details. Beginner class disaster beasts, mad dogs of calamity, level 1. There were 10 of them, and killing them gave 100 kill points. Seeing them, Itsuki tightened his stance, saying he could finally fight disaster beasts. A blue notification flashed around Itsuki showing that Black Wall had been activated. He moved forward, focused, thinking that he couldn't increase his stats with low-level monsters like these, so he needed to finish the battle quickly. Meanwhile, in the control room, Instructor Soria looked at the screen and asked if Instructor Haiten was monitoring Itsuki again. He added that he also wanted to see that Hanyu girls battle. But Instructor Haiten beside him stared at the screen with a grin. He said that Itsuki was more interesting. Suddenly, he pointed at the screen with excitement and shouted for Instructor Soria to see. Instructor Soria beside him looked confused and asked calmly if it was really so surprising every single time. On the battlefield, Itsuki moved like a flash. In just 1 second, he cut through the pack of disaster beasts. The system window appeared, stating that 1 second had passed and 100 points were earned. Back in the control room, Instructor Soria stared at the numbers in shock. He muttered that it normally took several minutes. Instructor Heaton only laughed and reminded him that he had already said this. Itsuki guy was far more interesting. Instructor Soria explained that the Mad Dogs of Calamity came in large numbers but were only level 1. Someone strong enough could instantly kill them if they went all out. But the next opponent was level 8, and instant killing something that strong should be impossible. Inside the trial grounds, a massive red salamander covered in flames appeared. The system window identified it as a level 8 salamander worth 500 points. Itsuki stepped forward to face it, his expression calm. From the control room, Instructor Soria commented that fighting a disaster beast 8 levels higher would make anyone struggle. But Instructor Haiten disagreed, saying the level 8 salamander didn't seem like much of a threat. Just then, Commander Nento, standing behind, asked them how the other participants were doing. Instructor Soria apologized, saying he got too focused and switched the display to multi-screen mode so they could watch the top 10 contestants at once. Choha beside him narrowed her eyes and remarked that her father was clearly trying to divert attention away from Itsuki's performance. Instructor Soria checked his screen and spoke calmly, saying that most participants were still fighting beginner-class beasts. On the screen, Saya unleashed swirling water as she attacked a beast while Gaku slammed his giant hammer down with force. Instructor Soria continued watching and noted that only Hanyu Kana was managing to keep up with Itsuki. Kana stood in the trial grounds surrounded by disaster beasts, her staff glowing brightly as she fought them back. While they were watching the others, suddenly Choha, watching Itsuki, grew worried. Shock filled her face as she exclaimed that something bad was happening to Itsuki. On the battlefield, Itsuki was swallowed by a massive explosion of flames from the salamander. The fire roared around him as the monster unleashed its attack. Watching from the monitoring room, Instructor Soria panicked. He wondered if Itsuki had used too much stamina on the earlier enemies and failed to dodge. He shouted that taking those flames head-on would end badly and ordered the medical team to be called. But Instructor Haiten beside him stopped him with one arm. He told Instructor Soria to wait and watch a little longer. With the speed Itsuki had shown earlier, he believed dodging this level of attack should be easy for him. On the battlefield, as the flames disappeared, Itsuki came out covered in dark ice-like armor, wrapped around his entire body. A system window appeared beside him, announcing that Black Wall was activated. In the next moment, he rushed forward. Blue flames flared around him as he swung his arm, creating 2 bright arcs of power that sliced past the massive monster. The creature's huge body trembled, a clean cut appearing across its scales, its giant body splitting apart. In front of it, Itsuki stood calmly, smoke drifting from his shoulders. A system window appeared in front of him, displaying that time used was 5 seconds, and he earned 500 points. Watching from the control room, Instructor Soria stared at the screen in shock. He shouted in disbelief, wondering how Itsuki remained completely unharmed and whether the ice armor covered his entire body. Instructor Hiten beside him narrowed his eyes, questioning why Itsuki chose to take the monster's attack instead of instantly killing it. Just then, another system notification appeared beside Itsuki, showing that he blocked a C-rank fire element skill with Black Wall. His defense increased by 10%. Itsuki looked at the message and thought to himself that he needed to take every chance available to increase his stats. Just then, a blue screen appeared beside Itsuki, showing his updated stats. It stated that his defense had now risen to 484. A full status window opened. It displayed Tenma Itsuki, Human, Level 0, Fixed. Job, Order Breaker, Nirvana Gift, Nirvana Special Grade. Skills: Over Mimesis, Z-Rank, Thunderbreaker Level 1, Black Wall Level 2, Lotus Burst Level 1, Clear Orb Level 1, Magic Detection Level 1, and Shikigami Eater Level 1. His status was Attack 310, Agility 341, Thunderbreaker increased 10%, Defense 434, Black Wall increase 40%, Magic 310. Total 113.95 points. Then another screen appeared counting down remaining break time, 58 seconds. There was an option to skip break. Itsuki lifted a finger toward the yes option and pressed it. He calmly decided that he wanted to test his enhanced defense against the next disaster beast. From the control room, instructors observed the next trial. Instructor Highton asked Instructor Soria if this upcoming difficulty would test a participant's speed and combat sense. Instructor Soria nodded. On the battlefield, as the next stage monster, a glowing blue creature appeared next, an Eleki Rhino. Instructor Soria continued the explanation that the rhino stored electricity in its horn when charging and could unleash a double physical lightning attack. A status window showed that it was a hard-class disaster beast, level 10 Eleki Rhino, that gave 1,000 kill points. Instructor Soria warned that taking the attack head-on carried two risks. With low defense, the horn would pierce the body, and with low lightning resistance, the shock would paralyze the body, leaving the person unable to move. Instructor Soria quietly explained that to defeat the Eleki Rhino, there was only one method. He said a fighter had no choice but to rely on speed, using clever movements to wear the beast down, and strike only when it was exhausted. But then his eyes widened. He suddenly leaned forward, shocked, and asked aloud what Itsuki was planning. Inside the arena, Itsuki calmly stood before the massive blue rhino. He reached out and placed his hand on the creature's glowing horn. Itsuki examined the horn closely and said that this horn was perfect for testing his defense. The rhino didn't like Itsuki touching it. The Eleki Rhino let out a heavy breath, electric sparks rippling across its body as it prepared to attack. Power surged through its horn. The next second, the rhino hit Itsuki with its thunder horn, sending him flying upward, heading straight toward the rooftop. The impact sent Tenma flying backward as swirling energy wrapped around his body. Choa saw him fall and screamed his name in panic. Instructor Hiten watched quietly and remarked that Itsuki always acted unpredictably, yet his results always went beyond imagination. A massive explosion shattered the rooftop as Itsuki hit it hard, but he was completely fine. A system window appeared, stating that Itsuki had absorbed a C-rank lightning element skill called Thunderbreaker, increasing his agility by 5%. Itsuki crouched amid the broken rooftop and noted that the test was complete. Attacks from disaster beasts below level 10 could no longer injure him. With his eyes glowing red, he lifted his head and declared that it was time to settle this. Lightning wrapped around Itsuki's body as the system announced that Thunderbreaker had been activated. His speed shot upward as his agility increased by 50%, and he launched himself forward like a bolt of blue lightning. The Eleki Rhino exhaled steam, its glowing horn crackling with electricity as it braced for impact. Itsuki's swirling sphere of lightning tore across the ground. Before the rhino could even react, Itsuki's speed overpowered it. In a flash, the lightning sphere struck. A moment later, Itsuki stood over the fallen rhino. He had pinned his hand, covered by ice wall, into the rhino's head. Mist swirled around him as the result window appeared. Time used: 7 seconds, 1,000 points earned. From inside the control room, Instructor Heaton stared at the screen in disbelief. He said that the total time Itsuki used so far was under 15 seconds. He laughed, saying Itsuki was even faster than he had been in his youth, and it still didn't look like Itsuki was using his full power. But then Instructor Soria narrowed his eyes, his tone shifting. He said softly that what came next was on a completely next level. Its sharp claws moved swiftly, slicing enemies into shreds. Iron chains shot out, and a giant mouth opened wide, ready to swallow everything. The creature's massive body was covered in a rigid, armor-like exoskeleton. Instructor Soria explained that a ferocious disaster beast possessed all these traits. It was the most powerful creature in the preliminaries and the greatest goal for every participant. A system window appeared, showing the identity of the monster. Nightmare Class Disaster Beast, Inferno Giant, Level 15, Kill Points 5,000. The giant charged forward with a roar as chains rattled around its body. Seeing that, Itsuki raised his hand and purple energy gathered around his hand. A system notification came, saying his skill Clear Orb activated. The next second, a beam of dark purple energy shot forward, striking the giant. The impact tore through its body. Itsuki lowering his hand after using his skill. A system window appeared below him. It announced that the Inferno Giant, level 15, had been defeated, and the Clear Orb's flight speed had increased by 200%. Inside the control room, both instructors and Commander Nento stood frozen, their eyes widened in shock as they stared at the screen. The remains of the Inferno Giant lay on the ground as Itsuki stood beside it. A system window appeared soon, saying that Clear Orb flight speed was 9 meters per second, and its flight speed increase was 900%. On the giant display screen, Itsuki's face appeared, telling the instructors that he would now move on to the next stage. Instructor Soria watched in disbelief that even the Nightmare-class Inferno Giant had been instantly killed. Just then, a new window flashed as Itsuki killed another beast. It showed that time used was 3 seconds, and he earned 5,000 points. On the other hand, a massive beast with glowing red eyes opened its jaws wide to attack, but a torrent of blue energy burst out like a violent stream and killed it. A system window appeared, announcing that a C-rank skill, Water Bullet, had been activated. The one who used that skill to kill the beast was Saya. She stepped forward with her fingers pointed like a gun as water swirled around her hand. She told herself that if she defeated the remaining 2 monsters, she could advance to normal class. Another window displayed her current status. Beginner class, clear progress, 80%. On the other side, Gaku faced a giant monster. Flames burned beside him as he spoke confidently. He said that since the other person skipped the break time, he would definitely reach normal class first. His panel showed, normal class clear progress, 0%. Meanwhile, Hanyu Kana stood atop a defeated creature, surrounded by bright green magic. She said she needed to recover the magic she used before moving on. Her window displayed, normal class clear progress, 100%. Just then, there was an announcement saying, Nightmare class clear confirmed, time used, 21 seconds, rank first. Hearing the notification, Saya reacted first. She said the one who finished must be Asuki. Gaku was shocked, shouting that someone finished faster than him and wondering if it was Hanyu. Hanyu remained silent, only staring calmly ahead. On the other hand, Itsuki stood on the cracked ground and pointed forward. In a calm voice, he told the inspectors to move on. Inside the control room, Instructor Soria stared at the screen in shock. He couldn't believe that the level 15 Inferno Giant had been instant killed. He questioned how something could pierce through its armor and wondered what that black sphere was. Instructor Heighten grinned and told Instructor Soria to raise the difficulty, saying he wanted to see how far Itsuki could go. A new system message appeared showing Nightmare Class Phase 2 starting. Now 2 level 15 Inferno Giants would appear, and they would give 10,000 kill points. Itsuki looked up as the 2 giant monsters appeared. He said he had been expecting something, but the challenge had only increased in number. Both Inferno Giants roared as they charged. Their bodies blurred as they rushed forward. Itsuki watched them calmly. He lifted his hand again and said that while one of them was still roaring, he might as well take care of one first. Purple energy wrapped around his arm as he prepared to attack. The clear orb activated, glowing as one Inferno Giant was struck down. The system window appeared, announcing that the level 15 Inferno Giant had been defeated, and the clear orb's flight speed had increased by 200%. Another window followed, showing the orb's speed, 11 meters per second, with its total increase reaching 1100%. From the control room, Instructor Soria stared in shock. He shouted that it was another one-hit kill and questioned what that strange sphere was. He wondered aloud if there was no limit to how many of those spheres could exist. Instructor Heighten stepped forward, watching the screen closely. He admitted that Itsuki's skill was extremely powerful, but warned that it carried a fatal flaw. Instructor Soria beside him turned slightly and asked what flaw he meant. Back inside the battlefield, the remaining Inferno Giant crashed down in front of Itsuki. Dust exploded upward as the huge creature roared with glowing red eyes. Itsuki looked at the charging beast and muttered that its speed was faster than any disaster beast he had ever encountered. Watching from the control room, Instructor Heighten explained that Inferno Giants were often mistaken for being slow because of their large bodies. But that assumption was wrong. Instructor Soria asked what he was trying to say. At that moment, Itsuki moved forward. Purple energy wrapped around Itsuki's arm as he aimed. His eyes glowed sharply, and dark cracks of power spread around him. A system window appeared, announcing that the Clear Orb skill was activated. Itsuki shot, and at the same moment, the Inferno Giant rushed toward him with chains rattling and red light burning in its skull. At the same time, Instructor Heighton explained the Inferno Giant's traits. He said that as a racial trait, the Giants had no magic power, but their other stats were greatly enhanced. Despite their huge bodies, they were technically a speed-type race. Just as he said that, on the battlefield the Inferno Giant moved to the side with lightning speed and dodged Itsuki's clear orb. A glowing window displayed its information. Inferno Giant of the Giant Tribe, level 15, unable to use magic, but all other stats raised by 25%. Its attack, agility, and defense numbers flashed on the screen. Itsuki stared in shock. He couldn't believe that such a big monster moved that fast and dodged his attack. Back in the control room, Instructor Heighton analyzed the situation. He said Itsuki's black ball caused massive damage but wasn't actually very fast. Itsuki had taken advantage of the giant's habit of roaring before fighting to catch the first ones off guard. He added that Itsuki clearly had good combat sense, but if he couldn't increase the black ball's flight speed, he wouldn't be able to advance any further. As he said that, the Inferno Beast charged at Itsuki with overwhelming force to punch. The Inferno Giant hit Itsuki with so much power that Itsuki's body shot forward like a cannonball, tearing across the battlefield and smashing into the ground with explosive impact. Dust and shockwaves rippled outward as the ground cracked under the force. Through the cloud of debris, Itsuki pulled himself up from the crater. He calmly noted that from mid-range, this Inferno Beast's attack could still be dodged. In the control room, Instructor Soria commented that even knowing the attack wouldn't land, Itsuki still used it, meaning he probably had no other moves left. But Instructor Heighton didn't believe it. He wondered if that were the case, then why was Itsuki smiling? Lightning flickered around Itsuki's face as he grinned, blood running down his cheek. He admitted that the monster's speed wasn't bad at all. Then he said he would simply close the distance and finish the fight his own way. Saying that, Itsuki moved. A blue notification appeared in the air, stating that Thunderbreaker had activated. Lightning burst across the ground as the shockwave exploded. He shot upward like a streak of blue light, electricity trailing behind him. The giant monster looked up as he rose through the air. The monster swung its massive fist, wrapped in spinning force, aiming straight toward him. Its punch landed hard, crashing into the ground as the impact spread in wide circular shockwaves. From the control room, Choha covered her mouth in shock, her eyes trembling as she watched. Instructor Soria stared at the screen, panic rising in his voice. He said this attack was nothing like the Aleki rhinos. If Itsuki took a direct hit, even he wouldn't survive unharmed. He ordered the rescue team to be called immediately. But Commander Nento told Instructor Soria to wait. Instructor Soria was shocked to hear that. Instructor Heighton watched the battlefield and spoke calmly. He said the monster's strike had tremendous power, but power meant nothing if the attack didn't land. Down below, the monster raised its massive metal fist, but there was no blood. The monster looked at the crater, its red eyes glowing and its chains rattling. It looked around for Itsuki in confusion. Then a voice called out from behind, telling the monster he was here. The monster turned, its jaw opening wide in surprise. Its glowing eyes widened even more when it realized Itsuki had slipped behind it without it noticing. Before the Inferno monster could react, Itsuki's powerful clear orb tore through its neck, purple energy spraying out violently. High above, Itsuki hovered in the air, lightning and violet aura swirling around him. His expression was fierce and focused as he looked at the monster. The Inferno Giant collapsed, its huge frame slamming into the ground. Chains cracked apart, and its body shook violently before falling still. System messages appeared around him, showing Inferno Giant, level 15 defeated. Clear orb flight speed increased by 200%. Itsuki landed lightly amid the dust and smoke, red eyes glowing as he surveyed the fallen foe. More notifications followed, saying, Clear orb flight speed 13 miesishas, flight speed increased by 1300%. Then another message appeared beside Itsuki, showing time used 12 seconds, 10,000 points earned. Watching from the control room, Choha smiled brightly and shouted that Itsuki did it. Instructor Soria, watching from the side, commented that it was rare to see Choha so fired up. Hearing that, Choha started blushing. She stammered that she was only praying for everyone's safety. She explained that if young people who carried humanity's future died, it would be a huge loss. Their families would be sad. So she simply wanted everyone to survive. She insisted that she didn't think Itsuki defeating the Inferno Giant was cool at all. Even if it wasn't Itsuki, she would have reacted the same way, so they shouldn't get weird ideas. Instructor Sorya and Commander Nento stared at her silently, surprised. Instructor Sorya muttered that Choha had become quite talkative since the last time he saw her. Instructor Sorya then turned to Instructor Highton and asked how he knew Itsuki would dodge the attack. Instructor Highton replied that Itsuki's normal speed wasn't much different from the Inferno Giant's, but when electricity ran through his body, his speed increased dramatically. And once his speed reached that level, the Inferno Giant's attacks would never land. Instructor Sorya agreed and said that Itsuki had succeeded in defeating 2 of the giants, but there were dangerous moments. With his current points, first place was already guaranteed, so if it were him, he would stop there. But Tenma was aiming higher. He was thinking about surpassing Teiwajin, humanity's strongest. Itsuki raised his hand and got ready, shouting that he couldn't stop even for a second. A system window appeared showing that Nightmare Class, Phase 3 had started, with 3 level 15 Inferno Giants and 15,000 reward kill points. 3 Inferno Giants appeared in front of him as chains rattled around their bodies. Tenma activated his clear orb. A bright purple blast shot upward toward the first giant's head, killing it instantly. Back in the control room, Instructor Highton smirked proudly. He said that, as expected, Isuki chose to continue. But suddenly, Instructor Sorya turned to Instructor Highton and asked if he hadn't also gone all the way to Phase 4 in a single attempt. Instructor Highton replied that he had only gone there once. Hearing that, Instructor Sorya said that even with Instructor Highton's strongest physique, he had only made it to Phase 3. They both turned to the monitor again, wondering how far Isuki would go. On the battlefield, another giant lunged at Itsuki, but Itsuki darted forward, lightning exploding from his feet. The monster tried to catch Itsuki in its hand, but Itsuki disappeared from there and appeared behind the monster's back. Itsuki's plan was to increase his agility using Thunderbreaker, get behind the monster, and close the distance. He succeeded and shot his clear orb again. The system window flashed as Itsuki finished his second kill. One more level 15 Inferno Giant was defeated, and his clear orb flight speed increased by 200%. A second notification came, showing that clear orb flight speed was now 17 meters per second. Flight speed increase 1700%. After killing the second monster, Itsuki floated in the air, breathing heavily, because now it was the third monster's turn. That third monster was right behind Itsuki. It opened its massive jaws, its rows of blade-like teeth glowing red. The monster swallowed Itsuki completely and closed its mouth shut, its eyes glowing with bloodlust as the sound of cracking bone filled the air. After swallowing Itsuki, the monster stood up, thinking it had won, but Itsuki was still alive inside it. His eyes burned red as he glared at the creature. Flames curled around his arms as he shouted that he would tear it apart from its guts. A system notification, a blast of fiery light erupted inside the monster's jaws as Itsuki's attack struck. The creature let out a distorted roar as flames burst through its mouth. A massive explosion followed. The system window appeared, stating that the Inferno Giant level 15 had been defeated with Lotus Burst, and that all skill ranges had increased by plus 1%, now totaling plus 1110%. Another window showed the results. The time used to kill was 13 seconds, and the kill reward was 15,000 points. Itsuki stood alone on the scorched battlefield, surrounded by smoke and molten ground. Back in the control room, Instructor Sorya stared at the screen, shocked. He whispered that this was the same skill that had blown away a huge number of participants in the first stage. On the battlefield, Itsuki exhaled weakly. He said his magic had completely run out. His system window showed that his magic power was 0 out of 310. Itsuki stood over the scorched battlefield, looking at his status window. He muttered that as long as disaster beasts kept spawning, the passive effect of magic detection would continue to replenish his magic. His magic detection was at level 1. Its passive effect was that upon detecting one enemy unit, his magic recovered by 10%. Suddenly, multiple Inferno Giants emerged. Another window displayed, Nightmare Class, Phase 4 starts with 4 level 15 Inferno Giants. Kill points were 20,000 points this time. As the 4 monsters' presence registered, Itsuki's magic recovered up to 124. For every monster, his magic power recovered by 31 points. As 4 enemy units were detected, Itsuki's magic recovered by 40%. Back in the control room, the instructors watched the screen. Instructor Sorya stated that Phase 4 had begun, and if Itsuki passed it, he would surpass Instructor Heaton's past record. Instructor Heaton replied with a simple yay and added that aside from humanity's strongest, Teiwa, no one had ever cleared Phase 4. He said it would be interesting to see how far Itsuki could go. On the battlefield, Itsuki flashed forward, electricity trailing behind him as a giant lunged. He noted that every time the clear orb's flight speed increased, its accuracy also improved. He realized that if he raised the flight speed a few more times, he wouldn't need to get close to point-blank range anymore. Another giant swung through the storm, purple lightning on Itsuki's hand as he stared ahead and reminded himself that his magic was limited. He couldn't afford to waste even a single clear orb. Itsuki rushed forward through swirling purple energy. Dark lightning wrapped around his arm as he threw his hand out, aiming the spinning orb in his palm. But before he could shoot, one inferno beast with red glowing eyes lunged toward him, its metal-like jaws wide open. Chains rattled around its body as it shot forward and grabbed Itsuki's hand. Another similar monster crawled beside it, both of them towering over him. Itsuki's eyes widened in shock when he noticed the iron chains, as he had completely forgotten about them. The inferno beast snapped its head upward, the chains pulling tight across its armored mouth as it roared. Itsuki was dragged by the chains, but as he dashed past the inferno beast at high speed, he struck it with the purple energy clear orb. The monster moved slightly and dodged his attack. The inferno beast swung back violently, punching with full force where Itsuki had been standing. The inferno beast's massive armored hand pinned Itsuki down. He struggled beneath it, his body crushed against the cracked ground. Then the giant tightened its grip, dragging him upward as dust and debris scattered everywhere. Its claws clamped around his torso, squeezing harder. Itsuki was in very bad shape, as he couldn't put any strength into that position. A sickening crack echoed as the giant's grip twisted violently. A skeletal image of Itsuki flashed, showing all the bones in his body snapping under pressure. The giant then slammed him brutally into the ground. The impact split the earth, sending shards of stone flying. His body lay inside the crater, blood covering his clothes as smoke rose around him. Both his arms and legs were completely broken. Back in the control room, Instructor Soria panicked and shouted for Instructor Heighten to go help quickly. Instructor Heighten watched the screen with worry. Sweat slid down his face as he stared forward. He murmured that this must be Itsuki's limit. A memory flashed before his eyes. Just like Itsuki, he himself had once collapsed at the same point. Determined, Instructor Heighten turned away from the monitor. He said he was going to help right now, but before he could move, someone called out for him to wait. It was Commander Nento, who looked at the large screen. He said that Itsuki hadn't given up yet. Hearing that, Instructor Soria stepped forward urgently. He told Mr. Izumi that this wasn't the time to talk about such things. Choa agreed, saying that if they didn't act quickly, Itsuki would die. Instructor Hiten beside him also said that Itsuki's situation was desperate, but Commander Nento kept his eyes on the screen. He spoke with certainty, saying he could tell Tenma still had a trump card left. Instructor Soria looked surprised and asked how Commander Nento knew about a trump card. Commander Nento answered quietly, saying it was because of his eyes. The scene shifted to Itsuki's face. His eyes glowed fiercely. Commander Nento said these were not the eyes of someone who had accepted death. Itsuki stood battered and bloody, remembering the looming blue phantom Linga behind him. He thought about how he had exhausted every method to grow strong enough to kill that Linga who had killed his parents. Just then, a system window appeared, showing Overmimesis activated, resuming the analysis. This happened because during the battle with Kinoshita, Overmimesis had activated from Kinoshida's skill, B-rank skill Lightning Cannon, but Itsuki had chosen to stop the analysis at the very last moment. At that time, the system displayed analysis progress at 99% when Itsuki paused it. Now, when the analysis resumed, the progress reached 100%. Blue energy wrapped around Itsuki's body as he rose upward. He stated that he had prepared exactly for a situation like this. A system window appeared, showing B-rank skill, Lightning Cannon analysis complete. Thunderbreaker Level 2 acquired. Shoha suddenly pointed at the screen with excitement. She said that the usual blue lotus had appeared again. Beside her, Instructor Soria stared in shock and asked if that blue lotus was also one of Itsuki's skills. But he wondered aloud what use it could possibly have in Itsuki's current condition. Instructor Hiten looked toward Shoha. He noticed how happy she seemed and wondered whether she knew something they didn't. A system window appeared, explaining Tenma's new power. It showed the details of Thunderbreaker Level 2. Active effect. He could absorb B-rank and lower lightning attacks into his body. When releasing the absorbed lightning energy, his agility would increase by 100%. Absorption count 0/5. Passive effect. Each time a B-rank lightning attack was absorbed, his agility increased by 10%, currently increased by 15%. Blue energy swirled around Itsuki's body. His legs lit up first, then his hands slowly clenched as the power surged. Another window appeared, showing that Thunderbreaker Level 2 had been acquired. all stats plus 20, all debuffs removed, and injuries fully healed. Just then, the Inferno Beasts attacked the Blue Energy Lotus as lightning burst outward, but Itsuki pushed himself up from the shattered ground, covered in swirling energy, and blocked their attacks. He declared that his warm-up was over. From that moment on, he said he would be going all out. A status screen appeared beneath him, showing that his attack, agility, defense, and magic had increased from 310 to 330 points each. The total rose from 1,240 to 1,320 points. Instructor Soria stared in shock. He said that Itsuki had been brutally beaten, yet had recovered completely in just a few seconds. He shouted that the healing was stronger than what a dedicated healer could do. He continued, saying that along with that absurd area attack, he couldn't understand how many abnormal skills Itsuki actually had. On the battlefield, Itsuki moved with lightning speed and attacked the Inferno Beasts with his clear orb before they could even react. A notification appeared. It showed that an Inferno Giant, level 15, had been defeated, and the clear orb's flight speed had increased by 200%. More flashes filled the scene as another giant fell. Again, the display said Inferno Giant, level 15, defeated, and the clear orb flight speed increased by 200%. As all the Inferno Beasts fell, another pop-up appeared above the arena. It said that Nightmare Class Phase 4 had been cleared successfully. The time used was 31 seconds, and 20,000 points were earned. Itsuki stood confidently as two large Inferno Giants fell down. He shouted that the current him would not lose, no matter how many Inferno Giants attacked. As time passed, another giant was pierced by Itsuki's purple beam of clear orb. The system message repeated the same result: Inferno Giant, level 15, defeated, with another 200% boost. Another notification followed, showing that the clear orb's flight speed was now 27 ms. Flight speed increased 2700%. Itsuki killed another Inferno Beast. The Nightmare Class Phase 5 message appeared. The system stated that Phase 5 had been cleared in 57 seconds, earning 25,000 points. Then another beam of clear orb pierced straight through the back of another giant. The second later, Itsuki's clear orb again pierced straight through another Inferno Giant's body, splitting it from top to bottom as chains shattered around it. A system window appeared, announcing that Nightmare Class Phase 6 had been cleared successfully. The time used was 1 minute and 34 seconds, and 30,000 points were earned. From the control room, the instructors, Commander Nento and Choha, watched the results in shock. Instructor Soria's eyes went wide and his mouth hung open. The scene shifted to the battlefield, which looked like a distorted landscape filled with countless Inferno Beast corpses stacked across the ground. Instructor Soria's voice echoed faintly as he asked, "Is this hell?" Itsuki sat in the rubble of corpses, chains wrapped around his arms as enormous clawed limbs loomed over him. Instructor Soria's shaken voice wondered aloud which one was the real monster, Itsuki or the Inferno Giants. Admitting he was starting to lose track, Itsuki looked upward, panting heavily, blood covering his clothes as he looked at the camera, and asked about the next phase, saying no Inferno Giants were coming out. Instructor Soria stared forward in shock. He said it was unbelievable, and that he had never thought something like this would happen. Sweat ran down his face as he looked at the scene before him. He slowly reached out his hand and pressed a glowing red button on the platform. With a heavy voice, he spoke into the microphone. He told Itsuki that it was over. On the battlefield, a loud announcement echoed. Instructor Soria told Itsuki that all the Inferno Giants they had prepared had already been defeated. As the huge pile of fallen Inferno Giants lay scattered across the ground, Instructor Soria told Itsuki that he had defeated every Inferno Giant they had prepared. Hearing that, Itsuki took off the chains around his body, exhausted and covered in wounds. He asked if he had really beaten them all, reminding Instructor Soria that he had said the difficulty had no upper limit. He stood up slowly, trying to recall how many enemies he had taken down. He wondered how many points he had ended up getting. He thought to himself that if he had hit the ceiling, then the gap between him and Taewajin couldn't be that big. As he walked forward, he noted that he had achieved his other goal too, increasing the clear orb's flight speed. He considered it not a bad haul at all. A glowing panel appeared, showing the results. It listed that he had defeated 11 level 15 Inferno Giants, and the clear orb's flight speed had increased by 1100%. Another notification appeared, showing the orb now moved at 38 meters per second, faster than an average car. But just as he was about to exit the training ground, a bright blue energy swirled behind him. Itsuki froze in place, staring ahead as the light rose around his body. A sharp glow flashed in Itsuki's eye as he turned his head, his expression tense and alert. But seeing what it was, he exhaled a moment later, realizing there was no threat. He muttered that he had mistaken it for another enemy for a second, because he had totally forgotten about it. Behind Atsuki, a huge glowing crystal had formed. He looked at the floating blue crystal beside him, knowing that since he couldn't level up, any experience from the disaster beasts he defeated turned straight into karma stones. The large blue stone hovered in the air, swirling with light. In the control room, the instructors stared in surprise. Instructor Soria asked why a karma stone was appearing in the trial grounds. Its blue color meant it held at least 10,000 experience points. Commander Nento explained to them that Atsuki couldn't absorb experience points, so everything he earned in the trial automatically became karma stones. Hearing that, Instructor Heaton said that he had thought Atsuki's level being fixed meant he was just faking it. But now he understood Atsuki truly couldn't level up. Instructor Soria asked if this meant that if Tenma ever teamed up with someone and entered a stage, his teammate would get all the dropped experience points. He added that it was a good thing Atsuki had been born human. If he had been born a disaster beast, the thought alone was terrifying. Back inside the trial grounds, Atsuki grabbed the glowing blue karma stone. He held it close, the light reflecting in his eyes as he looked at it calmly. He then placed his hand on the large metal door, saying he had done what he came to do, and that it was time to head out. The heavy door slowly slid open. Outside, Instructor Soria leaned forward in excitement, telling the others that Atsuki had come out. A bright panel appeared above Atsuki as he stepped through the exit. It displayed his results. Tenma Itsuki. Preliminaries, second stage clear. Points earned, 160,600. Time used, 3 minutes 55 seconds. Rank 1. Itsuki walked forward, still covered in blood and dust. Instructor Soria hurried toward him. He said he had witnessed Itsuki's performance with his own eyes and called him pure potential. He told Itsuki to come with him, promising to arrange a mentor worthy of him. Itsuki replied that he appreciated the offer, but he already had a teacher who trained him, so he was fine. Hearing that, Instructor Soria grew frustrated, telling Itsuki he didn't get it. He said, so what if he had a teacher? He insisted that not just anyone was qualified to guide someone as talented as Itsuki. He said Tenma would be better off following someone like him, someone with connections and resources. Itsuki repeated that he was fine. Instructor Heaton, beside Instructor Soria, leaned in and warned him that if he kept pushing, Itsuki would start disliking him, but Instructor Soria refused to back down. He shouted that he couldn't give up so easily and told Instructor Heaton to talk some sense into Itsuki. He asked if he was really okay letting someone waste Itsuki's talent. When Itsuki looked toward Instructor Heaton, he recognized him as the one who had handled Kinoshida's lackeys before. Instructor Heaton waved it off, saying he had only judged someone who broke the rules. He added that there was something else. He then smiled and told Instructor Soria that Itsuki was the disciple of Izumi, so there was no way he wouldn't help him. Hearing that, Instructor Soria froze in shock. He asked Instructor Heaton what he had said, whose disciple was Itsuki. Itsuki thanked Instructor Piton for what he had done in the past. On the other hand, Instructor Soria stiffened as he repeated the words, Itsuki was Commander Izumi Nento's disciple. Commander Nento, standing behind, confirmed it with a confident smile. Hearing that, Instructor Soria muttered that an out-of-spec youngster had appeared, and of course he had turned out to be Izumi's pupil. Itsuki looked at Commander Nento and called him Sensei. Commander Nento stepped forward and praised Itsuki, saying he had watched his performance closely. He asked if he was hurt anywhere, and said he could have Choha heal him if needed. Shoha, standing behind, blushed and told her father that Itsuki had been fired up about challenging Phase 7, so there was no way he could be hurt. Itsuki smiled weakly. He said he wasn't injured, but admitted he was a bit worn out. He added that he would be fine after a short rest. Instructor Soria nodded and said that if Itsuki was Izumi Nento's disciple, it made sense he could perform at this level. He then mentioned that his disciple had wiped out every disaster beast prepared for the second stage. Itsuki then asked if Tewa had made it to Phase 6 as well. Instructor Soria answered that back then, Phase 4 had been the maximum. Later, they expanded it to Phase 6, but even that no longer seemed enough. He suggested they might need to extend it to Phase 8 next time. Commander Nento then told Itsuki to sit back and watch for now, because, for the other participants, the second stage had only just begun. Inside the exam field, the screen showed Rikuru. A notification appeared beside him showing hard class progress at 100%. Rikuru then collapsed to the ground, saying his arms wouldn't lift anymore. He muttered that nightmare class was beyond him. The screen displayed his result. Horino Rikuru, second stage challenge over. Time used 17 minutes 17 seconds. Points earned 1600. The screen then showed Saya, whose hard class progress was also at 100%. Saya held a massive water sphere overhead, with a beast trapped inside. She said she didn't have any high firepower skills, so she was trying to suffocate the beast by trapping it in water. She admitted it was taking too long, and she was about to run out of magic. She whispered that the next difficulty might be impossible. A notification appeared beside her showing her result. Kisaragi Saya. Second stage challenge over. Time used 19 minutes 01 second. Points earned 1600. From the control room, Itsuki watched their results. He said Rikuru and Saya had both capped out at hard class. He thought they would get a bit further. Instructor Heaton told him not to assume everyone was as strong as him. He said most participants couldn't even clear normal class. With how fast Rikuru and Saya defeated the Aleki Rhino, he said both of them were guaranteed to be in the top 10. Itsuki then asked why they hadn't been removed from the field if their runs had already ended. Instructor Soria explained that unless someone was seriously injured or a special circumstance occurred, participants weren't allowed to leave the trial grounds. He added that Itsuki was a special exception. At that moment, Instructor Heaton then looked up and said someone else had reached Nightmare Class. Inside the stage, Uegaku swung a huge hammer down with full force. Instructor Heaton explained that with a rare karma tool, Gaku should be able to take down at least one Inferno Giant. Another scene showed a silver-haired girl fighting an Inferno Beast. Instructor Heaton said that the Shikigami user Akagami Shion reaching this far was impressive too. Just then, Shion shouted for her cat Michan. Her cat jumped as Shion used its complete form. The cat turned into a massive black creature and moved forward as red light burned in its eyes. The monster rose to its full size, towering over the battlefield. Across from it, Shion stood calmly, watching as the creature roared. The beast then charged and struck down with overwhelming force, fighting the Inferno Beast. Their claws crashed with destructive power. Itsuki watched all this from the control room. He asked if Shikigami could change into different forms. He asked Choa if her Tamacho could do the same. She replied with a simple no, explaining that it was her first time seeing one that could transform. She said Shikigami came in many types, and their abilities were still full of mysteries. She warned him to be extra careful if he encountered Shikigami users from now on. Itsuki looked at the scene and said Shikigami were unexpectedly strong. He thought about the black dog he had taken from Charles and said he had been leaving it alone until now, but from this point on, he would give all dropped experience to it. He then looked down slightly and said that since Saya and Rikuru had already retired, there was no point staying any longer. Hearing that, he thought it was time to head out. But suddenly, Itsuki's eyes widened as he saw something on the screen. It was Iberia. He was wrapped in glowing red energy and stood in a hardened stance. Itsuki was shocked to see him and asked what that armor was and if he had gotten it from his father. Iberia's whole body became covered by that armor as he looked at the monster in front of him. It was the strongest epic karma tool his dad had made for him. His body then transformed into a fully armored form with sharp red scales and glowing eyes. A screen displayed the item's stats. Dragon Gear Epic. It increased attack and agility by 100. Its epic effect was that for every 1 minute equipped, attack and agility increased by 20. The maximum time was 15 minutes. Iberia knew that his tool had a will of its own and chose its master. He said it took a lot of effort before he finally obtained it. He ran toward the Inferno Beast in front of him, thinking that his armor added 20 attack and agility every minute it was equipped. But if worn longer than 15 minutes, there would be a severe penalty. So he had to finish everything within 15 minutes. Another screen appeared showing current status increase. Attack and agility increased by 120. Iberia shot forward at high speed. He thought about the announcement stating the Nightmare class had been cleared, and he believed it was probably Itsuki. He told himself he had to do his best so he wouldn't drag Itsuki down. He charged ahead, declaring that the two of them were double E. Itsuki watched him from the control room and said calmly that the armor looked good on him. Then, a few minutes later, Instructor Soria announced that the second stage was finished. From inside the control room, Instructor Soria explained the rules. Only the top 10-point earners could advance to the national tournament's main event. He added that the top 2 would receive special rewards in the main event. Lying on the ground, Gaku smirked. He said that aside from Hanyu, there was no way anyone had more points than him. He laughed to himself, claiming those special rewards would be his. Instructor Soria then stepped forward and announced that he would now reveal the top 10 results. A large screen displayed the rankings. First was Tenma Itsuki. His clear time was 3 minutes and 56 seconds, and his earned points were 106,600. Second was Hanyu Kana, who took 23 minutes and 43 seconds. She earned 16,600 points. Third was Uegaku. His time was 24 minutes and 23 seconds, and his points were 6,600. Fourth was Iberia. His time was 27 minutes and 59 seconds, and his points were 6,600. Fifth was Akagami Shion. Her time was 16 minutes and 30 seconds, and her points were 1600. She failed at the Nightmare class attempt. Sixth was Horino Rikuru. His time was 17 minutes and 17 seconds, and his points were 1600. Seventh was Kisaragi Saya. Her time was 19 minutes and 1 second, and her points were also 1,600. Seeing the results, the crowd reacted instantly. One man shouted in disbelief, saying Itsuki had scored over 100,000 points, far more than even Teiwagen's 60,000. Another said that with a score like that, first place in the entire country was basically guaranteed. An injured man wondered aloud how many Inferno giants Itsuki must have killed, since each was only worth 5,000 points. Seeing this, Gaku suddenly sat up, shocked that he had fallen to third place. He asked who Tenma Itsuki even was, saying he had never heard of the name before. Haru looked at her weapon and said she wanted to cross swords with Tenma Itsuki. Saya lowered her gaze. She said she hadn't expected such a huge gap between herself and Itsuki. She wondered if a combat job had ever been right for her in the first place. Instructor Soria then reported that all continental trials had ended, and the national rankings were out. He revealed that Itsuki placed first in the entire nation, ahead of second place by a massive 65,000 points. Choha, watching her father, said that she couldn't see her father's face, but she could feel it. Her father was pleased. Commander Nento looked toward the sky and said humanity's new dawn was growing brighter. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Iberia lay exhausted on the ground. He muttered that over 100,000 points was impressive, but if it was Itsuki, taking first place was expected. He added that he had also done enough not to shame the name of Double E. He was lying next to the defeated giant machine. Itsuki walked up to him and told him he did great, saying Iberia had surprised him. Iberia smiled weakly as he was still dizzy after using that karma tool. The instructors and Commander Nento stood on the platforms watching. Then Instructor Soria announced that the 21st Salvation League National Tournament preliminaries had come to an end. On the battlefield below, Itsuki carried Iberia on his back and walked forward. The view shifted to the South Continent, District 1. A bright city square lay under the sun, with buildings, pools, and statues arranged neatly. At the center, an old man with long white hair and a beard sat quietly, eyes closed. Nearby, soldiers in armor complained. One of them frowned, saying they had been called out at dawn just to watch an old man meditate. Another soldier warned him to watch his mouth. He explained that the old man was the South Continent Commander-in-Chief, someone who could see the future, a prophet. The old man remained still, his hands resting on his stomach. His name was Bulgar, South Continent Commander-in-Chief. One soldier then questioned why. If Bulgar could truly see the future, they always received warnings after the barrier had already been deployed. He said that if Bulgar really had foresight, he should be able to tell them the Stellae impact points ahead of time. Another soldier spoke calmly. He said it was true that Elder Balgar could only foresee a tiny sliver of the future. Even so, he explained that Balgar still stood on the same level as the North Continent Commander Izumi Nento and was considered a pillar of humanity. He said the reason he was called a pillar of humanity was because Balgar's prophecies were correct 10% of the time. At that moment, Elder Balgar suddenly lurched forward, shouting in shock. His attendants rushed toward him in panic. Balgar's voice trembled as he tried to speak. The attendants asked if he was all right, but he pushed himself up with urgency. He shouted again that the North Continent was in danger. His eyes widened, filled with terror. He cried out that a massive disaster beast assault would soon strike the North Continent. Among them, he warned, were disaster beasts with levels that exceeded 100. Then sometime later at night, the leaves rustled softly as the scene shifted to Itsuki standing under the trees. Blue system windows appeared beside him while he looked ahead calmly. He said that his total stats had finally exceeded 1500. The system display showed his information. Tenma Itsuki, human, level 0, fixed. His job was Order Breaker. His Nirvana gift was a special grade Nirvana. His skills were listed one by one. Over Mimesis, Thunderbreaker level 2, Black Wall level 2, Lotus Burst level 1, Clear Orb level 2, Magic Detection level 1, and Shikigami Eater level 1. Another window showed his status. Attack 330, Agility 380, Defense 462, Magic 330, with passive increases from his skills. His total stat value was 1502. Itsuki knew that when a person leveled up, leveling up normally gave 50 stat points. So, looking at his status window, Itsuki realized that having 1500 total stats was the same as being level 30 for a normal awakened person. On top of that, Itsuki's agility and defense could increase infinitely through passive skill effects. He remembered how his agility and defense rose by 10%. Not only that, but even his magic also recovered infinitely with the passive effect of magic detection. However, there was no method to increase attack power. He looked down at his hand and wondered quietly if there was any way to do so. Just then, a voice called out from behind, shouting that the food was ready. Itsuki turned his head slightly at the sound, his expression calm. Behind him, Rikuru and Saya were standing. Rikuru raised a spatula happily and said he had made lots of Itsuki's favorite dishes. Saya stood beside him, smiling gently. Hearing that, Itsuki began walking toward them and said he would think about his problems later. He thought that he might get a new skill that increased attack power through overmimesis anyway. The scene shifted to the dinner table. Dishes were laid out everywhere, filling the table with a large meal. Itsuki sat among the others and remarked that it had been a while since he had eaten Rikuru's home cooking. As he sat down and looked around, he asked where Iberia was and whether he was still sleeping. Choha said yes and told him that she had healed all his wounds and they had fully recovered, but he still seemed extremely exhausted and remained asleep. While eating, Rikuru said he was surprised that the nightmare class dungeon that he and Saya couldn't beat was cleared by someone who was only level 7. Hearing that, Saya gasped in shock and covered her mouth. Rikuru looked at her and asked what was wrong, wondering if she was so moved by how delicious his cooking was that she had to cry out. But Saya pointed nervously and stuttered, telling him that something was behind him. Rikuru turned his head slightly and asked what she meant. Behind him, a dark figure with glowing red eyes stood silently. The shadowy figure suddenly spoke in a low voice, saying it wanted food. Seeing that, Rikuru fell back in surprise, shouting as the shadowy figure moved toward the table. Immediately, the shadow figure started eating. It was none other than Iberia, who sat down and stuffed food into his mouth. Seeing that, Rikuru stood up and scolded him, saying that sneaking up quietly like that was bad for the heart. He also asked why Iberia was eating at someone else's seat without permission. Hearing that, Iberia slammed his bowl on the table, holding it tightly as he ate with extreme force. Seeing that, Rikuru backed up slightly, sweating as he asked what Iberia was getting angry for. Iberia suddenly lifted his head with sparkling eyes and food crumbs on his face. He smiled widely and said the food was delicious. Seeing him energetic, Rikuru laughed proudly and said that it was thanks to his cooking. Iberia laughed even louder in response. Iberia then pointed at the plate and asked if Rikuru had made the food. He told him that he should quit being an awakened and become a chef instead because he had way more talent for cooking. Hearing that, Saya covered her mouth, trying not to laugh, while Rikuru stood there with an annoyed expression, asking if that was supposed to be a compliment. Across the table, Commander Nento leaned forward with folded hands. He said that since all of them were aiming to become saviors, he had one question for them. Everyone looked at Commander Nento as he asked what they feared the most. Hearing that, everyone paused. Rikuru thought for a moment and said that the thing they feared was probably the opposite of what they looked forward to. He explained his own dream, to become a savior, earn money, and enjoy gourmet food while traveling the world while he was still young. He then imagined the opposite of that dream. In his mind, he pictured himself as an old man with a cane. He said that aging would definitely be the opposite. When people get old, he explained, they lose the stamina to travel the world, and their sense of taste might deteriorate so much that they cannot even tell flavors apart. The thought made him shiver, and he said the idea alone gave him chills. Commander Nento then asked Saya how she felt. She looked down slightly and said she was born into a medical family and grew up in a hospital. She explained that ever since she was little, she had seen many people suffering from different illnesses. A memory flashed in her eyes of hospital staff rushing a patient on a stretcher past her. A sick elderly patient lay on the stretcher, his face covered with dark spots. His weak voice escaped as he looked toward Saya. Standing there, Saya had been frozen in fear. The sight had become a deep trauma for her. She explained that even a simple cold or fever now filled her with overwhelming fear. Hearing that, Itsuki remembered something. He wondered if that was why she ran away the other day, after he let out just a small sneeze. Memories from the past flashed in his mind where Saya jumped back in shock every time Itsuki sneezed loudly. Hearing her, Commander Nento told them that an awakened person's lifespan was nearly twice that of a normal human, and awakened ones almost never got sick. He told her that she could finally say goodbye to the thing she feared most. Then he turned his gaze to Iberia beside him. Iberia blinked in surprise and asked if it was his turn next. Iberia admitted that what he feared most before was failing the preliminaries, but now his fear had changed. He smiled brightly and said he was afraid of not being able to fight alongside Itsuki. He turned to Itsuki with excitement and asked what he feared most. Itsuki looked surprised and asked why the question was directed at him, but the others wondered the same. Saya asked if Itsuki even had anything he was afraid of. Iberia told him to answer, saying it couldn't be possible that he feared nothing. They tried to imagine it, but none of them could guess what Itsuki might fear. Itsuki finally spoke. He said that after his parents died, he didn't know how to keep living. He explained that he had been overwhelmed with anxiety. Iberia stared at him, shocked, whispering his name. A dark scene appeared, showing Itsuki curled up alone. Helplessness, anger, sadness, hunger. He explained that all of those negative emotions had taken over his body. Itsuki remembered the moment everything changed. He had been sitting alone in the dark, tears running down his face, until Saya and Rikuru appeared before him. Rikuru's gentle voice asked why he was crying alone in a place like that. Saya told him the sky was beautiful and that it was a waste to look down. Young Saya leaned forward, asking if he had caught a cold and whether they should take him to the hospital. Rikuru held out a lunchbox with a bright smile, telling him they should eat something delicious so all his worries would blow away. Itsuki looked up, his eyes filled with tears. He said the warmth the two of them gave him pulled him out of that negative world. He continued speaking. He said that after that day he met Sensei, met Choha, and even Iberia. Itsuki looked around the table and said they had become comrades. No, more than that. It felt like his family had grown. A soft smile formed on his face. He said that this sense of security was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Sometimes, he thought, he wished this moment could last forever. Itsuki continued speaking while everyone listened. He said the thing he had feared the most was living alone. Across the table, Saya, Rikuru, and Iberia watched him quietly as he shared his thoughts. Choha observed him with gentle eyes. She noted that the atmosphere around Itsuki felt calm and peaceful, completely different from the unsettling feeling she had sensed before. Suddenly, Iberia rushed forward. He called out Itsuki's name and threw his arms around him, shouting that he would never leave his side, not even a single step. Itsuki stumbled back in surprise, trying to explain that this wasn't what he meant. Commander Nento told them that he had asked earlier to confirm whether they might one day regret choosing their path. When they became saviors and faced true danger, regret would be the most unforgivable thing. He told them to remember that a savior's goal was to reach death without regrets. Everyone stood firmly and answered that they would engrave those words in their hearts. Commander Nento nodded and stood up. He told everyone to hurry and finish eating and then rest. He reminded them that Rikuru and Saya needed to return to North District 6 by tomorrow. The next morning, it was time for Rikuru and Saya to go back. Iberia waved excitedly as he called out to Rikuru, asking him to make home-cooked food again next time. Rikuru shouted back that he would, as long as Iberia didn't cause trouble for Itsuki. Their voices echoed as they walked ahead, promising to meet again at the national tournament. Seeing that, Itsuki walked up to Iberia, who wiped his tears. Itsuki asked when Iberia and Rikuru had gotten so close. Commander Nento soon gathered them and told them they should head back as well. Itsuki nodded, but his mind wandered. There was something he wanted to ask Saya. He thought he could ask her during the main tournament. As he walked, Itsuki suddenly paused in shock when he noticed Choa. Choa sprinted across the courtyard with urgency. Itsuki wondered why she was in such a rush. A moment later, Choha reached Commander Nento, slightly out of breath. Commander Nento asked her what had happened. Choha replied in a serious tone that top-secret information had just arrived from the South Continent. Commander Nento asked Choha what the secret message contained. Choha explained that the information carried an extremely high clearance level. It was something only saviors above level 50 and continent commanders were allowed to know. Commander Nento then looked at Itsuki and Iberia and said that the two of them were also permitted to hear it. Iberia lit up with surprise, asking if he trusted him that much. Choa began delivering the message. A new prophecy had come from Elder Balgar, the commander of the South Continent. According to him, within the next 3 days, a large-scale disaster beast assault would strike the North Continent. Hearing that, Itsuki asked whether Elder Balgar's prophecies were reliable. Iberia confirmed that they were. Elder Balgar was the most renowned prophet across all 5 continents. His prophecies were as good as confirmed futures. Choha turned to her father and urged him to leave the North Continent immediately. But Commander Nento believed there had to be a reason the disaster beasts were launching an assault. This time, he said, the target was most likely him, the commander of the North Continent. The commander thought for a moment. He said that if that were true, then staying here would make him good bait. Choa stepped forward, insisting there was no reason for her father to remain in the North Continent. She reminded him that combat wasn't even his specialty, and if he already knew he was the target, then remaining here was far too risky. She urged him to evacuate to the central continent immediately. Tenma agreed with her. He said that if they lacked manpower, he would remain behind and fight, but the commander raised a hand, stopping them. He told them he had already made his decision and warned them not to argue further. Then he turned to Itsuki, saying there was something else he needed him to do. Itsuki protested, insisting that nothing could be more important than protecting his sensei. Commander Nento explained his request. Iberia's father, Aiden, was the greatest crafter across all 5 continents, and they couldn't allow anything to happen to him. He wanted Itsuki to guard Aiden together with Iberia. Additional awakened fighters would also be dispatched to support them. Hearing that, Iberia looked troubled. He wondered aloud why their forces had to be split just to protect his father. Suddenly, a thought struck Itsuki as he realized that Sensei might be intentionally keeping him away from the battlefield. Nearby, Choa listened quietly until the commander turned to her as well. He said he had 3 requests for her. First, she had to announce the coming assault to the residents of the North Continent and help evacuate everyone below level 50 safely. Next, she needed to notify all awakened individuals level 50 and above to prepare for combat at any moment. Finally, she had to summon Haiten to this location. Since North District 1 had a low population, there would be no danger of civilian casualties. Commander Nento's eyes glowed fiercely as he declared that they would face the disaster beasts head-on right there. Choa returned to her father and reported that she had completed every arrangement he instructed. She told him Haiten would be arriving soon. Commander Nento thanked her for the trouble and told her she could rest for now. Choha hesitated, her expression softening as she looked at him in silence. Her father noticed her worry. He asked whether she was anxious about Itsuki, even though Aiden already had skilled guards accompanying him. He added that if that was the case, then as her father, he simply needed to defeat all the smaller threats and lure out the main enemy. Choa lowered her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed. She admitted that, as expected of her father, he saw through everything. Commander Nento continued speaking. He said a prophecy had revealed that a disaster beast of level 100 or higher would appear this time. In a battle of that scale, someone would be forced to reveal all their trump cards. That was the real reason he sent Itsuki away. Hearing that, Choha nodded slowly as the meaning became clear to her. If Itsuki fought such a beast using his unusual methods, his abilities would be exposed, and the enemy would try to eliminate him at any cost. Commander Nento said yes, but added that there was another reason as well. Based on Itsuki's past battles, it seemed Itsuki lacked raw attack power. Rumors said that Aiden possessed an artifact capable of increasing attack power, and sending Itsuki there might allow him to obtain it. Commander Nento explained that if Itsuki obtained the rumored artifact, everything would change. Attack, defense, mana, agility. He could become a perfect awakener who possessed every attribute. The prophecy began to unfold soon after. On day 1 of the prophecy, at 8 p.m., the northern continent was struck. In every district, stone monuments began falling from the sky like rain, crashing into the ground and signaling the start of the disaster beast assault. In North District 2, the skies were dark as Itsuki and Iberia sprinted through the cold winds. Itsuki asked how much farther Iberia's home was. Iberia estimated another 100 kilometers. Hearing that, Itsuki narrowed his eyes, thinking that a disaster beast could appear at any moment. They had to reach Iberia's father as fast as possible. Suddenly, from behind, Iberia shouted for Itsuki to look, pointing ahead in shock. Hearing that, Itsuki stopped and looked forward. Iberia's trembling voice barely formed the words. A blazing object was falling from the sky. It was a stone monument. Itsuki realized that the attack had already begun, and the monument had landed right in the middle of a populated area. The two watched as the fiery structure crashed straight into the city. The impact sent a massive explosion of light through the skyline. Itsuki's expression tightened. The warning had only been released moments ago. Civilians were still evacuating. If a disaster beast appeared now, the situation would become catastrophic. Elsewhere in the city, awakened warriors stared at the monument that had descended. Chaos erupted as they shouted that massive casualties were unavoidable and that a disaster beast was already approaching. Someone recognized the scene. It was exactly as Elder Vargar had foretold. They cursed at how early the event had arrived. Back with Itsuki and Iberia, a glowing barrier began forming around the impact zone. Iberia panicked as he watched it rise. Itsuki was also panicking inside, thinking that if they left the citizens behind, many would die. But if they stepped in to help, their main mission would be delayed. Itsuki glanced at Iberia and thought quietly to himself. Iberia had traveled a long distance, yet he hadn't asked for a single break. He must have been that worried about his father. If he suggested stopping to save citizens now, Iberia would surely hate it. But before he could decide, Iberia suddenly pointed forward, shouting for them to go help. The barrier had trapped a disaster beast inside the city, and he insisted they couldn't ignore it. The creature inside was at least level 20. If no high-level awakeners were present, countless people could die. Hearing that, Itsuki's worries vanished. Then, with a firm voice, he agreed to change the plan. They would take care of the disaster beast in the city first. Just then, the ground shook violently as the stone monument split open. Flames burst out, and a massive creature emerged from within. It was a flame golem, level 21, its entire body wrapped in blazing fire. Nearby, the awakened fighters assessed the situation. They counted their strength, 3 level 15s and 1 level 16. It would be difficult, but against a level 20 disaster beast, they believed they still had a chance to win. A defender stepped forward and activated his C-rank skill, Rock Shield. Jagged stone shot up around his arms as he braced himself against the incoming flames. He shouted for the others not to break formation, promising to hold off the monster's attacks. The flame golem roared and hurled fire straight at him. Through the heat and sparks, the defender yelled for his teammates to find an opening and counterattack. But the creature's power was overwhelming. It struck with massive force, smashing the ground and scattering debris across the street. The defender was thrown violently backward, crashing into a wall. As the dust settled, he struggled to lift his head. His armor was shattered. His voice trembled. He couldn't believe what had happened. It was impossible. The other Awakeners froze in terror because the Earth user had the highest defense among them, yet he had been killed instantly. If even he couldn't survive, they stood no chance at all. Panic spread across their faces as they backed away, their weapons shaking. One of them cried out, asking desperately what they were supposed to do now. The group fell into panic. One of the men shouted that fighting a creature like this was suicide, and that they needed to run. As he sprinted away, flames chased behind him. Another teammate yelled for him to watch out, but the fleeing man only snapped back that they should worry about themselves. Before he could get far, a sharp presence appeared right behind him. His eyes widened in shock as the fiery monster loomed over his shoulder. Terrified, he begged for his life, promising to do anything as he activated his ability. Water surged around him as he used his B-rank skill, Water Cannon. A massive stream of water blasted toward the creature. For a moment, he caught his breath. He wondered when the beast had gotten behind him and regretted shouting something so pathetic. But now, he stood firm. He was a water elementalist, the natural enemy of fire disaster beasts. This attack should have been its end. The others watched from a distance, unsure. One asked whether he had really defeated it. Another stepped forward, saying he would finish it off just in case. In the midst of drifting steam and smoke, the monster's dark silhouette still stood. The water elementalist stepped forward and warned the others not to interfere. He insisted that since he had defeated the disaster beast alone, he should be the one to finish it. But before he could act, the charred body of the creature suddenly twitched. Flames surged across its cracked surface as it rose again. The man froze in shock as the beast returned to life, its fiery aura burning hotter than before. Someone shouted for them to kill it quickly. A massive burst of flame erupted from the monster's mouth, lighting up the entire street. One of the fighters stared at the blazing heat, confused and terrified, asking what this enormous flame was. Another voice shouted that it was over, but the flames only grew larger. A violent explosion followed, and the fire shot outward like a shockwave. But before it could hit those Awakeners, Itsuki appeared. Using his black ice wall skill, he created an ice wall that blocked the monster's fire attack. As Itsuki was stopping the fire, Iberia turned to those Awakeners, calm and fearless. He told them to leave the creature to Double E. Clad in black armor, Itsuki told Iberia not to worry about the monster and instructed him to evacuate the citizens. Iberia acknowledged with a Roger. A blue screen appeared, displaying new information. Itsuki's Black Wall's defense increased by 10% due to blocking a B-rank fire element skill with Black Ice Wall. The battlefield shifted as Itsuki prepared to face the fiery disaster beast alone. Those Awakeners stared at Itsuki, who had blocked the giant flame so easily. One of them asked Iberia if he and his companion were saviors. Iberia explained that they weren't saviors yet, but he declared that someday he would become one, stronger than Taewajin himself. Hearing that, the Awakeners were shocked, saying he talked big for a kid. Iberia walked over, annoyed, and asked what they were doing being saved by a child. One of the Awakeners immediately argued back, insisting that no one asked for help and that he was going to defeat the beast anyway. Someone else wondered aloud if a mere Awakener could really handle a disaster beast like that. Their eyes shifted to Itsuki. One man whispered whether the ice-like armor covering his body was some kind of artifact. On the other hand, Itsuki narrowed his eyes, remembering something his sensei told him before they left. His memory showed his sensei warning him about the black sphere he could release. Its power was immense, but it required chanting time, and its flight speed wasn't fast compared to strong disaster beasts. Missing the first attack would only put enemies on guard, making them harder to hit afterward. His sensei advised him to avoid using the black sphere unless absolutely necessary, keeping it as a trump card for critical moments. The memory ended with his teacher's voice telling him to listen carefully and only use that black sphere under the right circumstances. His teacher's words echoed in Itsuki's mind, He should only use his strongest attack when he was certain he could take down the opponent. Looking at the crowded battlefield below, he realized he couldn't use the penetrating true sphere here. There were too many people around. Down on the streets, civilians stared up at him in shock. Some wondered if he was an awakener who came to help. Others pointed out the equipment he wore, guessing he must be a high-level awakener. High above, the fiery disaster beast roared as it swung its massive body. Itsuki, covered with lightning, shot forward, slamming straight into the creature's rocky surface. He made up his mind. If he couldn't use his special skill, he would suppress the beast with brute strength instead. With full power, he punched the beast. Explosive impacts echoed through the buildings as he drove the monster backward. His movements blurred with speed as burning fragments scattered everywhere. A bright system window flashed, showing that Itsuki's Thunderbreaker activated. Thunderclap wave. Lightning surged across his entire body as he appeared above the beast. The beast raised its head, its eyes glowing red, fire swirling around it. Itsuki struck again, driving the massive creature through the ground with overwhelming force. Dust and flames erupted as the beast crashed hard, its body half buried in the shattered street. The ground trembled from the impact. Lightning wrapped around Itsuki as he rose into the air, his entire body glowing with blue energy. Flames raged around him, but he shot downward like a meteor, slamming into the massive creature below with overwhelming force. The impact shook the entire street. A huge shockwave burst outward, cracking the ground and sending flames scattering. A crater formed where the blow landed, smoke rising from the broken asphalt. People watching from a distance stared in disbelief. One person said the disaster beast was being pushed back completely, even though it was supposed to be powerful. Another mentioned that the awakener looked like he was only 18. Someone else suggested the beast must have been injured beforehand, but an awakener nearby could only stare with wide eyes, whispering in shock that this couldn't be real. Even a level 21 flame golem couldn't fight back at all against that young man. He wondered who the young man facing it truly was. When the smoke finally cleared, the battlefield was quiet. The golem lay smashed into the ground. One of the awakeners looked around in confusion and asked where the young man had gone. Another man explained that as soon as the young awakener defeated the disaster beast, he left the area with the blonde boy. That water-type awakener claimed that the only reason a level 0 awakener could do something like that was because he had already weakened the flame golem's health beforehand. But the first awakener looked uneasy. Even he, a level 15 awakener, couldn't track the young man's movements with his eyes. He said that the power to send a flame golem flying with bare hands was unbelievable. He added that if his status showed level 0, his real strength had to be comparable to level 30. On the other hand, Itsuki and Iberia were already running. While running, a thought troubled Itsuki. If a beast of that level couldn't be killed instantly, things would only get harder in the future. He muttered that he had to increase his attack power somehow. Just then, a system window appeared, displaying Itsuki's current stats. Attack, 330. Agility, 760, plents 100% due to Thunderclap Wave activation. Defense, 495. Increase due to Black Ice Wall. 50%. Mana, 330. Recovers 10% of mana upon detecting one enemy unit. Itsuki stared at the numbers, knowing he needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible. On day 1 of the prophecy, at 10:30 p.m., Itsuki and Iberia ran through the rain-soaked streets. Iberia stared in awe, saying Itsuki's speed was so incredible that he couldn't even track him with his eyes. Itsuki replied calmly that speed meant nothing without power. While they were running, suddenly Iberia started panting heavily, admitting he had never thought of Itsuki that way before. When they stopped, he told Itsuki that if he wanted to raise his attack power, he knew a good method. Itsuki looked at him and asked what he meant. Iberia explained that his dad's warehouse contained tons of artifacts, and there had to be one that boosted attack. He said Itsuki was strong and was also Sensei Izumi's student, so his dad would definitely be happy to let him have one. As he spoke, he imagined Itsuki wearing a powerful artifact, standing tall in a dark, glowing armored suit. The thought made him laugh to himself in a strange way, but Itsuki looked unimpressed and asked what that creepy laugh was about, and what exactly he was imagining. Iberia cheered excitedly and told Itsuki to follow him. Once they arrived, he said he would ask his father to prepare a useful artifact for Itsuki. Itsuki watched him struggle to stand straight and thought to himself that he had already slowed down on the way. But even with all that agility, Iberia must have had trouble keeping up. Itsuki then stepped forward and grabbed Iberia by the arm. Iberia panicked and shouted, asking what Itsuki was doing. Itsuki told him not to push himself if he was tired. If they ran into a calamity, he wouldn't be able to fight properly in that condition. Before Iberia could answer, Itsuki lifted him and dashed forward at full speed. Iberia yelled that he wasn't ready, but the wind tore past them too fast for him to react. The two shot through the city like a blur. Iberia screamed that it was too fast, while Atsuki said they had already wasted enough time and told him to hold on. Later, at 11:05 p.m. on day 1 of the prophecy, the moon hung over a quiet set of wooden houses deep in the forest. A gust of wind swept through as they arrived. Iberia collapsed forward, shaking. He gasped that they finally made it and complained that he thought his arms were going to rip off. As they walked deeper into the woods, Itsuki asked why his father chose to live so far from town when the town was much safer. Iberia replied that his father said the town was too noisy for him to focus on his crafting. Ahead of them stood an old wooden house. Iberia explained that the place might look run down, but its defenses were strong. His father had traps set all around the perimeter. Itsuki nodded, saying he thought he felt a faint magical fluctuation. A system window appeared as he activated magic detection. Iberia told him not to worry. As long as Itsuki followed him closely, he wouldn't trigger anything. Itsuki silently thought that with his detection ability, he could avoid them on his own. Iberia walked ahead proudly as Itsuki asked him to watch his step. But Iberia grinned to himself, happy that it was finally his turn to take the lead. But the next second, a small trap placed on the ground clicked under Iberia's foot. Iberia froze. He started sweating as he realized he had stepped right on one of the traps. He shouted that he got carried away and forgot about it. Itsuki stared at him blankly and asked if he was sure this was really his own house. Iberia froze the moment the trap activated. He shouted that this was bad because he had stepped on the nastiest trap of all. Itsuki focused for a moment and noticed the magical fluctuation around them growing stronger. A loud mechanical roar echoed through the forest as the ground shook. From the dust rose a massive humanoid construct, an iron golem, glowing with red eyes and a core embedded in its chest. A system window appeared, listing its stats: Attack 500, Defense 500, Agility 300, Magic 200. Itsuki's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe Iberia's father even owned humanoid artifacts. Before Iberia could react, the iron golem swung a giant arm toward him. The blow came crashing down with tremendous force. In the next instant, Itsuki dashed forward and pushed Iberia out of the attack's path. As the iron golem's punch came down, Itsuki also punched it with full power. Their attacks smashed into each other, creating a massive shockwave that cracked the earth and sent debris flying everywhere. Itsuki slid backward across the ground, shocked that even a mere artifact had higher attack power than he did. As he steadied himself, he realized another problem. Because the iron golem was created to protect Iberia's father, he couldn't simply destroy it with his piercing sphere. That made the situation more complicated. Itsuki quickly called out to Iberia, asking if there was any way to stop the golem. Iberia, panicking, shouted back that the key was the karmic stone embedded in its chest. If that stone was destroyed, the golem would shut down. The iron golem's eyes glowed red as its chest stone pulsed with green light. Iberia yelled that the stone was its power source, and taking it out would end everything. A system window appeared as Itsuki activated Thunderwave. Lightning surged around his body, crackling across his arms and shoulders. He smirked, realizing that knowing the golem's weak point made the fight much simpler. The golem had strength, but he had speed. He dashed forward, lightning trailing behind him as the iron golem slammed its massive arm into the ground. Stone shattered everywhere, but Itsuki slipped past the attack, aiming straight for the glowing stone. The golem swung again with both arms, trying to crush him, but Itsuki moved in a blur of thunder. Multiple afterimages flickered around the battlefield as he closed the distance, electricity lighting up the entire area. Lightning wrapped around Itsuki's body as he dashed straight toward the iron golem's chest. The golem swung a massive arm down at him, but he slipped underneath the attack, closing the distance in one quick burst. He reached out and grabbed the glowing green karmic stone embedded in the golem's chest. The moment his hand made contact, the stone cracked and came free from its socket. The iron golem's body froze, its red eyes dimmed, and its raised arm stopped mid-movement as all power left its frame. Itsuki stepped back, holding the fractured stone in his hand. Just then, a shadow loomed behind him, raising a sword to attack as Itsuki calmly asked if that was enough. Iberia rushed forward in panic, shouting for Josuke to stop. But before he could reach him, that figure suddenly blurred into motion. A fierce strike came swinging toward Itsuki from the side, his eyes glowing red at the moment of impact. But the blade stopped inches from his chest. Itsuki froze in shock. He wondered when his opponent had even moved. Josuke stood in front of him, lowering the heavy sword. He looked confused as he recognized Iberia behind the stranger. He admitted that he had thought the intruder was just a group of lost bandits. Smoke drifted from the sword as Josuke introduced himself. Itsuki stepped forward calmly, but confusion rose in his eyes. He questioned why he hadn't sensed any magic until the moment of the attack. Josuke's gaze moved between Iberia and the newcomer as he asked who this person was. Just then, Itsuki glanced down, startled to see that the massive sword in Josuke's hand had vanished without a trace. Iberia quickly jumped in, explaining that the stranger was his friend, Itsuki Tenma. He boasted that Itsuki was level 0 but incredibly strong. He added that they had formed a duo and were trying to decide on a team name. Before Iberia could continue, Itsuki told him to never mind that, and instead asked where Iberia's father was. Josuke told them that his master was in the back and warned Iberia to be careful. Just then, an older man with a white beard stepped out from the back of the forge. Iberia recognized that man as his dad. The old man stepped forward, his expression dark and heavy. Even Josuke quietly noted that he didn't seem to be in a good mood. Iberia ran up to him excitedly, waving his arms. He shouted that he had passed the qualifiers. The old man remained silent. Iberia proudly continued. He explained that he had ranked 4th in the region on Nightmare difficulty and demanded the reward he was promised, being allowed to choose any artifact he wanted. But before he could finish boasting, a sharp slap struck his cheek. Iberia's head snapped to the side, his eyes wide in shock. He touched his face with trembling fingers and asked why his father had hit him. The old man glared at him furiously, his voice rising as he demanded that Iberia hand over the dragon gear. He accused him of stealing it. Iberia staggered back, clutching his cheek. He shouted that he had only borrowed an epic artifact and complained that there was no need to hit him. His father pointed angrily at him from the ground. He warned that the dragon gear caused irreversible damage if worn for too long. He added that if Iberia ever took it without permission again, he would not be so lenient next time. Frustrated, Iberia turned and ran off into the forest, yelling that he would never use his father's crappy artifacts again. The dragon gear dropped from his shoulder and landed on the ground behind him. The old man then turned toward Itsuki and asked if he was Izumi's second student. Itsuki nodded politely. He introduced himself as Itsuki Tenma and explained that his sensei had sent him to protect Mr. Aiden because of a prophecy about a massive calamity approaching from the north. Mr. Aiden responded that he already knew. He studied Itsuki closely and muttered that Izumi was demanding and rarely accepted disciples. He wondered why a strict master would choose someone who looked as plain and ordinary as this kid. But then he suddenly froze, his eyes wide. He asked in shock if Itsuki's level was fixed. Itsuki said yes as a glowing status window appeared beside him, showing his information. Itsuki Tenma, Human Pati, Level 0, Fixed. Job E, Order Breaker. Gift, Undisclosed. Skill, Undisclosed. Status, Undisclosed. Itsuki stood calmly, the blue display shining around him. Mr. Aiden narrowed his eyes and stared at Itsuki carefully. With suspicion in his voice, he asked if Itsuki was using some kind of karma artifact to fake his stats. Itsuki calmly replied that he was not. Mr. Aiden looked at him again and finally seemed to understand something. He muttered that now it made sense why Nento Izumi had specifically requested that particular item. Walking slowly with his hands behind his back, Mr. Aiden explained that Itsuki's master was someone who carefully calculated gains and losses. According to him, Commander Nento always demanded something in return. Itsuki responded honestly. He said that his master had only asked him to guard Aiden and that he had not heard anything about a reward. Mr. Aiden then explained the truth. Commander Nento had contacted him and said that in exchange for allowing his disciple to protect him, he should give that disciple a certain karma artifact. Hearing this, Itsuki looked surprised. He wondered quietly if his master had really done that for him. Still calm, Itsuki said that it was fine. Even without an artifact, he would properly protect Aiden. Mr. Aiden shook his head and said that was unnecessary. He had plenty of artifacts, so he did not mind giving one away. However, he admitted that he had simply been curious about why Commander Nento had specifically chosen something he considered a failure. Itsuki looked confused and asked what he meant by a failure. A memory flashed as Mr. Aiden explained that the artifact was originally a masterpiece designed to draw out an awakened person's attack power to its absolute limit. He raised a glowing golden crystal in his hand as a system window appeared, revealing the artifact's information. Its name was Critical Crystal, Unique. Critical. Attack power is doubled during a critical hit. Critical rate 99%. Unique effect. The user's attacks generate critical hits. The golden crystal shined brightly in Mr. Aiden's hand. But as Mr. Aiden held the glowing crystal, something unexpected happened. A crack suddenly formed across its surface. His eyes widened in shock as the golden crystal split with a sharp sound. The artifact's power changed instantly. The rank of the artifact became unknown, and a mysterious broken effect appeared. A system window appeared, revealing the new information. Broken critical crystal, rank unknown. Effect: attack power is multiplied by 10 during a critical hit. Critical rate, 0%. It increases by 1% every time an enemy unit with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Broken effect: the critical rate resets whenever the user levels up. Mr. Aiden showed the cracked crystal to Itsuki and explained its problem. Because the critical rate reset every time someone leveled up, it was completely useless for a normal awakened person. Anyone who trained hard to increase their critical rate would lose it the moment they gained a level. He said that was exactly why he had been confused when Commander Nento specifically requested this artifact. But after seeing Itsuki's stats, he finally understood the reason. Itsuki carefully reached out and took the broken crystal into his hand. The red cracks inside the golden crystal glowed faintly as energy flowed through it. Mr. Aiden smiled slightly and said that Itsuki was quite special. He admitted he did not know how Itsuki became stronger, but since Itsuki would never level up, the artifact was perfect for him. He then explained that as Itsuki continued defeating Calamity Spirit Beasts, his critical rate would slowly increase. Eventually, it would reach 100%. Just as he said that, Itsuki used the crystal. Golden energy began swirling around him as the crystal reacted. Golden energy suddenly burst out from the crystal and wrapped around Itsuki's body. The power surged violently as the artifact synchronized with him. As Itsuki struggled, Mr. Aiden told him that in the future, every single attack Itsuki made would be buffed 10 times. Hearing that, Itsuki clenched his fist as the golden aura intensified around him. With the power flowing through his body, he unleashed a technique, Iron Fist of Destruction. A system window appeared, confirming that the artifact had been equipped. Broken critical crystal. Current critical rate 0.0%. Itsuki looked at the information and thought about the conditions of the artifact. His critical rate would only increase when he defeated enemies with higher attack power than him. He quietly admitted that the condition was a bit harsh. However, he decided not to worry about it for now. He would think about a counter strategy after they finished this raid. Just then, another system notification appeared, showing the crystal's information. Its effect was that it increased attack power 10 times on critical hits. Its current critical rate was 0%, but it would increase by 1% for every kill of a stronger enemy. The broken effect was that it reset upon leveling up. After observing the artifact's reaction, Mr. Aiden spoke again. He said the artifact seemed to be equipped properly and that it was truly compatible with Itsuki. Itsuki then admitted that he had actually been struggling because his attack power was low. He thanked Aiden, saying the artifact helped him a lot. Aiden waved his hand dismissively. He explained that he created the artifacts, while others used them to fight the Calamity Spirit Beasts. Both of them were simply doing their part for the survival of humanity, so no thanks were necessary. As he spoke, Aiden turned and began walking away. He added that unless someone already knew his location in advance, there was no reason for beasts to attack such a remote place. For now, he told Itsuki to rest. Just as Aiden finished speaking, something strange suddenly appeared in the sky above the forest. Aiden's eyes widened in shock as he noticed a massive pillar of energy descending from the sky. The atmosphere trembled as the force rushed downward. A loud impact followed as the energy slammed into the forest. The force spread outward like a shockwave. Nearby, Itsuki and Josuke instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves as the powerful energy burst through the air. Iberia, who was inside the house, opened his window and stared in disbelief, shouting in confusion and asking what had just happened. He looked toward the sky with wide eyes and realized something unexpected. A barrier had appeared. Looking up, they saw a massive green dome covering the entire area. The strange barrier surrounded the forest, glowing with an eerie green light. Seeing the enormous dome above them, Iberia shouted in shock, wondering why there was a green barrier there. Mr. Aiden looked toward the sky with a serious expression. In his mind, a troubling thought appeared. Only the commanders-in-chief of the 5 continents should know his location. He wondered if it was truly a coincidence that a stone monument had fallen here, or if something else was happening behind the scenes. Before he could think further, Josuke suddenly shouted loudly. He quickly warned everyone to get back. The Calamity Spirit Beasts were coming, and they were already heading straight toward them. Itsuki stood quietly and focused his senses. His eyes sharpened as he felt a powerful presence approaching. He calmly said that he could feel it. Something was moving toward them at an incredible speed. Moments later, the ground began shaking as multiple creatures rushed forward through the forest. At first, Itsuki counted 6 of them. Then they realized there were even more. The monsters burst out of the trees, charging straight toward them. One of the creatures revealed revealed itself clearly. A system window appeared, identifying it. One-horned demon from the Horned Demon tribe, level 14. Seeing the monster rush forward, Itsuki shouted that they were here. The demon lunged toward Itsuki with its massive arm raised, aiming a brutal strike at him. But Itsuki stopped its attack with his bare hands. The next second, Itsuki pierced the monster's body with his black ice wall. Blood burst out as the blade tore through its flesh. At the same moment, a system notification appeared, activating Black Ice Wall. More monsters rushed forward from different directions, opening their jaws wide as they attacked together. Electricity crackled around Itsuki's body as he moved calmly through the battlefield. Inside his mind, he thought that enemies at this level were not a problem. No matter how many came, he could finish them instantly with Lotus Explosion. However, he hesitated, thinking that Jusuke might not be able to withstand the shock of a Lotus Explosion, and it was still risky. Itsuki glanced behind him and remembered that Aiden and Iberia were hiding in the shed right behind him. If he used Lotus Explosion recklessly, the blast might catch them as well. Because of that, he held back his power and continued fighting the monsters directly instead. After defeating the surrounding monsters, Itsuki stood quietly among the fallen enemies. Looking at the battlefield, he calmly admitted to himself that he was probably more suited for fighting alone. Just then, he suddenly paused. He sensed something unusual. Itsuki frowned slightly as he felt another surge of mana spreading through the area. This new wave of power felt far stronger and more intense than the ones that had appeared before. Moments later, a massive creature revealed itself. A system window appeared, identifying the monster, two-horned guardian beast of the Horned Demon tribe, level 24. At the same time, far away in a dark and terrifying realm, towering demonic structures stood beneath a crimson sky. Inside a sinister palace, the most powerful demon emperor, Linga, sat on the throne. An orange-haired figure standing in front of him spoke calmly. He reported that the first wave of the advance party had already been teleported to the human realm, consisting of lower-class slave demons. Then he asked another question. Among the 8 demon kings, which one should be entrusted with leading the main force? At that moment, Demon Emperor Linga said that thanks to the eye he had left behind during the last descent into the human realm, the demon race had already discovered the existence of a certain important person. With a cold command, the Demon Emperor told him to capture them. This orange-haired figure was Enma Raku, also known as Yama, one of the 8 demon kings. He asked whether the task should also be entrusted to one of the 8 demon kings. However, the Demon Emperor sitting on the throne calmly refused the idea. He said that sending a demon king might destroy the very eye that had been secretly left behind in the human realm. Because of that risk, he decided that the matter would instead be handled by a demon general. The order was accepted without hesitation. Demon King Yama simply replied that it would be done as commanded. Then Demon Emperor Linga declared that the command of the main force would be completely handed over to Ensho Kuma, also known as the ape-eating demon king. The scene then shifted to a terrifying beast-like demon. This was one of the 8 demon kings, Ensho Kuma. Demon Emperor Linga said that since Ensho Kuma had not eaten a living human in a very long time, he was certain that Ensho Kuma must be extremely hungry. At the same time on the battlefield, while Itsuki was fighting, a loud scream suddenly echoed through the area. Hearing it, he immediately recognized the voice. It was Iberia. His expression changed as he realized something was wrong. He wondered if a disaster beast had broken into the room. But before he could react further, a disaster beast burst forward to attack. A system window appeared in front of him, identifying the beast as a double-horned guardian from the Horned Demon clan, level 24. The beast attacked with overwhelming force, striking toward him without hesitation. Seeing the situation, Itsuki's eyes sharpened. He realized that things had reached a critical point, and he had no choice but to use that power. As the attack came crashing down, Itsuki quickly glided on the ground and dodged it. At the same time, he aimed at the beast and used Clear Orb. He judged that the creature's attack power was likely higher than his own. However, if he managed to defeat it, he could increase his critical rate. A system notification appeared, explaining the effect of the broken critical crystal. It stated that attack power would increase tenfold during a critical hit, and the critical rate would increase every time he defeated an enemy stronger than himself. However, the critical rate would reset whenever he leveled up. With determination, Itsuki shot the Clear Orb. A beam of purple energy shot into the sky, cutting through the darkness like a sharp spear as the attack was released. Another system message appeared, saying Clear Orb was activated. After the beast died, another system notification appeared, telling Itsuki that his critical rate had increased by 1%. Looking at the result, he calmly confirmed that it had risen just as he expected. Another system window showed that the broken critical crystal now had a critical rate of 1%. Without wasting time, he turned and spoke to Jusuke. He told him that he would take down the disaster beast that had broken into the room, and that everything here would be left to him. Jusuke, who was engaged in battle, immediately accepted the responsibility without hesitation. Lightning flashed as Itsuki ran toward the cabin where Iberia and Aiden were. At the same time, inside that cabin, Iberia was pushed back and hit the wall. He stood there, injured and covered in blood. Lowering his head, he admitted that it was useless. Without his dragon gear, he knew he could not win. Pain filled his body as he struggled to stand, realizing how desperate the situation had become. As the disaster beast came toward him, Iberia quietly muttered that if it had come to this, then there was only one option left. As the monster lunged forward with its terrifying jaws wide open, Iberia cried out for help, calling Itsuki's name. But in the next second, someone appeared behind the disaster beast. It was Iberia's father, Aiden. He swung his massive weapon down with overwhelming force, hitting the beast on the head. Watching this, Iberia was shocked. He wondered how his dad, who was a non-combat class, could face a disaster beast without any fear. Seeing that nothing happened to the beast, Aiden remained calm and called it stubborn. Aiden's attack made the beast furious, and it turned around in anger. It immediately charged at Aiden at full speed. Seeing it coming, Aiden stood firmly and declared that he would leave the rest to him. He was saying that to Itsuki, who appeared there just before the monster's attack could hit Aiden. Itsuki moved instantly, his body wrapped in crackling electricity as he intercepted the attack. The beast tried to strike again, but Itsuki stepped in from behind and, using his black ice spike, pierced through the monster's body. A system message appeared, announcing that his black ice wall had activated. Blood splattered as the creature's massive frame was struck down. After the clash ended, Itsuki apologized to Aiden for being late. He explained that it had taken a little time to deal with the lookouts. Aiden then asked about the situation outside. Itsuki immediately used his magic detection skill, but he could no longer sense any magic fluctuations from outside. Seeing that, he told Aiden that Josuke had likely wiped out every last disaster beast. As they went outside, the battlefield was covered with the bodies of disaster beasts. Iberia looked around in shock and stammered in disbelief, wondering if Josuke had really done all of that by himself. Josuke immediately warned everyone not to lower their guard. He explained that unless they destroyed the barrier, disaster beasts would continue spawning from within it without end. As time passed, they would only grow stronger. With a firm expression, he declared his intention to head toward the barrier and destroy it, while eliminating as many disaster beasts as possible along the way. Looking at Itsuki, he added that if any beast managed to slip past him, he would have to deal with it. However, Itsuki stated that he would be the one to slaughter every disaster beast within the barrier. His eyes were filled with hatred as he instructed Josuke to remain there and protect Aiden and Iberia. Seeing Itsuki's expression, Aiden narrowed his eyes. He muttered that those eyes showed no trace of fear. Instead, they were filled with a burning thirst for battle. Finally, with firm resolve, Aiden declared that they would leave the destruction of the barrier to Itsuki. Josuke warned Itsuki seriously. He explained that if the barrier was green, then the disaster beasts inside would be at least level 250. He asked if he was truly prepared for something like that. Without hesitation, Itsuki answered calmly that he was sure. Lightning crackled violently around Itsuki as he ran toward that green barrier. A sharp smile formed on his face as he admitted that finally, he could fight to his heart's content. Seeing him go, Iberia immediately spoke up. He declared that if Itsuki was going, then he would go too. He told Josuke to look after his old man, but his father Aiden stopped him. Iberia protested, asking why not. He reminded them that they were a team. Aiden answered bluntly, telling him to stop pretending they were a team. He said it was pathetic. He added that he and Itsuki lived in two completely different worlds. Amaita clenched his fist, anger rising in his voice. He argued that they had walked this path together all this way and demanded to know what he meant by different worlds. Aiden also shouted, telling Iberia that a team was meant to support one another and cover for each other's weaknesses. Aiden's eyes widened with anger as he spoke harshly. He told Iberia that he was not supporting Itsuki at all. Instead, he said he was only dead weight at this rate. His voice grew even colder as he warned that he would end up getting Itsuki killed. Hearing that, Iberia froze, shock spreading across his injured face. Aiden continued, saying that he was not just talking about him alone. He explained that Itsuki was special. No one else from his generation could even stand on the same stage as him. Then he asked Iberia if he had ever truly seen the look in Itsuki's eyes when he faced a disaster beast. He told Iberia that those were the eyes of someone drowning in hatred. At the same time, while Itsuki was running toward the barrier, a system window appeared showing, "Mana. 5 enemy units have been detected. 50% of Itsuki's mana recovered." Itsuki noticed it immediately. He realized that 5 disaster beasts must have just come out of the barrier. He calmly acknowledged that this had brought his mana back to full. Ahead of him, massive disaster beasts with sharp purple spikes and rows of jagged teeth emerged, blocking his path as lightning continued to crackle around his body. Lightning surged wildly around Itsuki as he faced them. His eyes burned with determination as he shouted for them to get out of his way. A system window suddenly appeared showing Lotus Blast had activated. In the next instant, a massive explosion erupted in the forest, flames bursting outward with overwhelming force. Another system message appeared showing 5 enemies defeated with Lotus Blast. Range of all skills increased by 5%. His critical hit rate increased by 1%. Now his broken critical crystal critical rate was 2%. Itsuki moved forward through the fading flames, his expression calm but focused. He admitted to himself that the Double-Horned Guardian's defense had been far too high. It had taken 80% of his mana just to bring it down with Lotus Blast. Even so, he firmly decided that he would not allow a single one of them to reach Iberia or the others. In the distance, smoke and fire from Lotus Blast rose above the trees. Josuke turned toward the explosion in shock and demanded to know where it had come from. Iberia immediately realized and stated that it was Itsuki's skill and that he must have run into disaster beasts in the forest. Josuke stared toward the forest, his expression serious. He thought that an explosion of that scale was not something a mere level 0 should be able to trigger. A troubling thought crossed his mind. He wondered if the reason Itsuki could not level up was because of a debuff from his gift. Meanwhile, Itsuki reached and stood before that glowing green barrier. He quietly acknowledged that this was the green barrier. He realized that the disaster beasts inside seemed to be on a completely different level from the ones he had faced so far. He immediately activated his mana detection. However, Itsuki was shocked to see that his mana detection could be blocked. Because of that, he could not judge the number or strength of the disaster beasts inside. Then he remembered something his teacher once said: the level of disaster beasts inside a barrier could be determined by its color. Gray barriers contained disaster beasts from level 1 to 25. Green barriers contained disaster beasts from level 26 to 50. Blue barriers held level 51 to 75. Purple barriers held level 76 to 100. Red barriers contained level 101 and above. Since this barrier was green, the disaster beasts inside were between level 26 and 50. Itsuki looked at his hand calmly and concluded that if he killed them all, they would drop a massive amount of experience. Itsuki then summoned his Shikigami, Death Hound. White petals of light swirled around him as a massive spectral hound formed at his side, its sharp teeth glowing in the darkness. Just as the Death Hound appeared, a system window displayed its information. Death Hound, B rank, level 16. Skill, Death Smell, C rank, detects all traces of mana within the area to locate and track the source. Respawn Design, Death's Craving, B rank, drastically reduces respawn time after the Shikigami dies. Its attack stat was 250, agility was 250, defense was 150, and mana was 150. The Death Hound's glowing eyes shone in the darkness as it stood beside Itsuki. Itsuki placed his hand on the hound's head and told it that it would receive all the experience that dropped later. However, he made one thing clear: until he gave the order, it was not allowed to lay a single finger on them. The green barrier loomed in front of him as the hound crouched low, teeth bared and ready. Before entering the barrier, Itsuki's eyes sharpened. He declared that every disaster beast inside the barrier was his. Meanwhile, on Prediction Day 1 at 11:30 p.m., Commander Nento was seated in a garden when Choha arrived there with a man. She informed her father that the awakened guards had arrived. A young man stepped forward confidently. He introduced himself politely, saying that from that moment on he, a first-class savior, would serve as Commander Nento's protector. This man was level 63 Wind Elementalist, first-class savior, Kei Chirijima. Commander Nento thanked him for coming. Choha then explained that besides him, 5 third-class saviors and 3 second-class saviors had also arrived. Commander Nento asked her if Akira Heaton had not arrived yet, saying he had assigned Heaton to guard the perimeter. Choha frowned slightly and explained that when they spoke 6 hours ago, he had said he was already on his way. However, when she tried calling again 3 hours later, she could not get through. She added that massive steelies had been falling across the northern province since 8 p.m. that night. Because of that, she thought he might have run into trouble along the way. Still, she remained confident. Commander Nento stated that a normal disaster beast would not be a threat to him. After all, he was one of the 6 pillars among the special class saviors. He asked her to keep trying to contact him, adding that only a special class savior could stand against the disaster beasts appearing there. Choha quietly responded that she understood, but hearing all that, the Wind Elementalist spoke up, questioning whether they were overestimating the special class saviors a bit. He argued that no matter how strong Wajin Tae and Akira Heaton were, they were still only human. He continued confidently, saying he did not believe there was such a vast gap between the special class saviors and those in the first class. They might struggle a little, but there was no way they could not defeat a disaster beast that a special class savior could. Commander Nento told the Wind Elementalist that it was good to be confident, but thinking one could stand on the same level as a special class savior was another matter entirely. He added that such thinking likely came from never having fought a truly powerful disaster beast before. Just as he said that, suddenly there was a blast in the sky as a huge pillar fell down. Seeing that, the Wind Elementalist reacted instantly, saying a stele was approaching and a disaster beast was coming with it. He raised his sword as the air trembled around him. As the stele fell to the ground, it created a huge purple barrier. Seeing that, Commander Nento declared that it had finally arrived. At the same time, Choa tried once more to reach Akira Heaton, but her voice shook as she admitted it was useless. She still could not contact him. The Wind Elementalist smirked confidently. He declared that if even a special class savior could not make it, then he was not much to rely on. He told Commander Nento there was no need to worry. They would finish every last one of them off. His expression then turned serious as he looked toward the purple barrier. He boldly stated that he would prove right now that a first class was just as capable as a special class. On the other hand, at Itsuki's side, he entered the green barrier with his death hound. Inside the barrier, a strange green glow filled the surroundings. Itsuki walked beside his death hound, quietly observing the area. He noted that the scenery inside the barrier was not any different from the outside. However, he admitted that there was an aura in the air that made him feel uneasy. A system notification appeared, saying mana detection activated. Itsuki focused and sensed the fluctuations of mana inside the barrier from where he stood. But just as he expected, he could not grasp the situation outside. After observing carefully, he concluded that the inside and outside of the barrier seemed to be separate spaces. Just then, his mana detection detected 5 enemy units, which restored 50% of Itsuki's mana. Itsuki calmly observed the surroundings and said that he now had a general idea of where the 5 detected units were located. He then turned to his death hound and gave it a clear order. It was to stay there and wait. If it found any disaster beasts that had fled, it could eat them. After giving the command, he softly praised it, calling it a good boy. Another system notification appeared, showing activating Thunderbreaker Roaring Wave. Blue lightning began to crackle around his body as his eyes sharpened with focus. He decided that he should start moving as well. At that moment, 2 muscular disaster beasts charged forward at high speed, their claws digging into the ground as they rushed toward him. Suddenly, electric energy surged through the air as one of the beasts reacted in surprise. It was Itsuki. He activated his Black Wall skill and struck the 2 disaster beasts. With a single attack, he killed both of them by piercing their bodies with Black Wall. Just then, 2 more beasts appeared. Lightning exploded across the battlefield as Itsuki struck the first disaster beast directly. Blue energy tore through its body, and blood burst from its wound as it was slammed into the ground. The second beast immediately rushed forward, but Itsuki's electric current surged between them like a roaring wave. The ground cracked under the force as his attack ripped through both monsters. While Itsuki was killing those 4 one-horn beasts, suddenly a 2-horn beast charged at him. Blue lightning surrounded Itsuki as he drove forward with unstoppable momentum. He dodged the beast's attack and jumped high. A system notification appeared, activating Clear Orb's piercing sphere. A glowing purple sphere formed around Itsuki's finger. It shot forward with incredible force, piercing straight into the beast's chest and drilling through its armored body. The impact cracked the monster's armor apart as the energy pushed deeper inside. That beast fell to the ground. A system notification appeared, showing critical rate increased by 1%. Itsuki landed on the ground, lightning still flickering around him. His broken critical crystal had reached 3% critical rate. After killing those 5 beasts, Itsuki immediately moved forward. Seeing that his critical rate had gone up again to 3%, he calculated that statistically this meant about 3 critical hits for every 100 attacks. He thought maybe he would get to see his first real critical attack soon. While moving, something else caught his attention. This was the first time he had seen a stele from this close. He narrowed his eyes and thought that if he broke the stele, then the barrier should disappear. He thought 1 hit should be enough. But at that moment, a system notification appeared, showing 1 enemy unit detected and 10% of his mana restored. Itsuki's eyes widened as he realized that there was still 1 left. Immediately, he used all the force in his body to stop himself. Lightning cracked violently around his legs as he stopped. Just as he stopped, many sharp spikes came toward him at full speed. He immediately jumped back and dodged those spikes. A sharp thought crossed his mind. If he had not sensed the mana fluctuation and stayed on high alert, he would have already been impaled. He fell back, crouching low as debris scattered around him. His eyes narrowed as he saw those spikes coming from behind the stele. Itsuki realized that the sixth monster was hiding behind the stele. He stared at the disaster beast's shadow carefully, realizing it was a different kind of disaster beast than the ones before. Meanwhile, from far away, Iberia watched the large green barrier curve over the forest like a dome, glowing faintly in the night. Worried, Josuke told Iberia that even Itsuki might not be able to stop all the disaster beasts. So he told Iberia that it was dangerous outside and that he should wait inside the room. Iberia, who was still shaken by his father's words, lowered his gaze and asked Josuke if he would really end up letting Itsuki die someday. Josuke told him that Master Aiden had a habit of exaggerating, so he should not worry too much about it. But Iberia admitted that, looking back, he felt like he had really just been dead weight. Josuke then explained that the level of disaster beasts inside a green barrier usually ranged between 20 and 50. He asked Iberia honestly whether he had the confidence to defeat even a level 26 disaster beast. Iberia quietly answered that he did not at all. Seeing his discouraged expression, Josuke told him not to be so down. He clarified that he was not saying Iberia was useless. When he himself had been about that age, he had not even had the courage to step into a green barrier and fight a disaster beast. Iberia looked at him in surprise and asked if that was true even for Josuke. Josuke's expression turned serious as he explained that the difference between gray barrier disaster beasts and green barrier disaster beasts was not simply a matter of levels. Iberia asked him if there was something else. Josuke told him that the disaster beasts inside gray barriers had no intelligence. They were merely creatures that endlessly repeated cycles of slaughter and destruction. They were strong, yes, but with a proper plan there were many ways to defeat them. Then, with a serious tone, he explained that inside a green barrier, things were different. Inside a green barrier, just like humans, there could be disaster beasts with intelligence. At the same time, on Itsuki's side, from behind the green stele, a towering armored beast surrounded by crackling blue lightning appeared. This was a level 34 square general beast. The beast wondered if it had made a mistake, as it realized that Itsuki possessed a detection-type skill. Seeing that square general beast, Itsuki's face darkened. He said that, as expected, the disaster beasts inside this barrier were different from any he had encountered before. At that moment, Josuke told Iberia that among the youth of the same generation as Itsuki, only a few could stand against a disaster beast of that level. And the reason Iberia seemed like a burden to Itsuki was not because of immaturity, it was simply because Itsuki was too strong. On the other hand, when Itsuki saw that the creature had seen through his skill within seconds, and on top of that, it could even speak the human tongue, a smile formed on his face. He said that he had finally met the intelligent disaster beasts he had only heard rumors about. The beast looked down at Itsuki and asked what he was muttering about. Was he begging for his life? The beast sneered, saying it had thought Itsuki was strong, but he was only level 0. To it, Itsuki was nothing more than a coward who could not stop trembling just from looking at it. Hearing that, Itsuki smiled faintly and admitted that he was simply excited. He revealed that he had wanted to ask their kind something for a long time, and since the creature could speak, he asked it to give him an answer. The disaster beast looked down at him and agreed. It declared that if this was his final wish, it would grant it. Flames suddenly flared around Itsuki as his expression changed. His eyes glowed red, and a dangerous smile spread across his face. Then, with burning intensity in his gaze, he asked the creature a single question: "Do they feel pain?" Hearing this, the disaster beast sneered at him and mocked him. It declared that a mere human thinking he could make it feel pain was ridiculous. It warned him not to get cocky. With arrogance in its voice, it proclaimed that inflicting pain was their exclusive privilege. In the next moment, the disaster beast launched itself into the air. Its blue spikes came toward Itsuki with overwhelming force. The attack crashed down violently, sending shockwaves through the ground, but Itsuki vanished from his place. Lightning cracked around his body as he rushed straight toward the monster. In an instant, he closed the distance and drove his fist into the creature's chest. The impact echoed loudly as his strike connected, sending the beast flying. It hit the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Itsuki watched with wide eyes, wondering if he had gotten him. But then realization struck him. The beast's magic was swelling even more. From the smoke, the beast attacked again with its spikes. Itsuki jumped and dodged, but noticed that even the beast's antennae had grown faster. Still, he remained confident because, when it came to speed, he believed he still had the edge. Itsuki used his black ice skill, creating a blade on his hand. But when he struck the beast with it, frustration crept into his thoughts. He cursed under his breath, realizing his power was too low. He could not even cut off the monster's head, and his attacks barely did any damage. The disaster beast stared at him in disbelief. At that level, it said, he should not be able to move that fast. It demanded to know his real level. Then it dismissed the thought entirely, saying that no matter how fast Itsuki was, he was still nothing more than an insect. The beast lashed out again, its massive tendrils slicing through the air and crashing down repeatedly. It roared arrogantly that even if Itsuki struck it 100 times with that weak power, it would not hurt or even make it itch. But it warned him that if he took even one of its hits, it would be over. As the beast said that, its massive tendrils slammed down with terrifying force. But suddenly, Itsuki made a move. Blue lightning wrapped around his body as he leaped behind the beast. He twisted mid-air and struck down hard, his attack crashing against the monster's armored head. But the next second, the beast's tendril whipped toward him again at full speed. Sweat rolled down his cheek, but he used his black ice wall skill to defend. The tendril smashed into him and sent him flying backward. His body crashed violently into a tree, splinters and debris exploding into the air as the force drove him deep against the trunk. The disaster beast didn't stop there. It immediately attacked Itsuki with its tendrils again, but Itsuki quickly steadied himself. Lightning flickered around him as he jumped into the air to dodge. Standing firmly against the tree, he looked forward and told the creature to try it if it could. From a distance, the armored disaster beast watched him coldly. It remarked that the lightning surrounding Itsuki was nothing more than a skill that boosted his speed. It declared that it would see how long Itsuki's magic could hold out. Saying that, it continued attacking with its tendrils. Itsuki observed the creature carefully and came to a realization. Those antennae were not a skill, they were part of the monster's body. That was why overmimesis would not trigger against them. He got near the beast and struck again as lightning flickered around his body. He wondered how many attacks it had been so far. The 18th? Or maybe the 19th. The monster spread its massive frame and attacked Itsuki with its tendrils, declaring that it was useless. At that moment, a status window appeared before Itsuki, showing he only had 97 magic. He understood the situation immediately. He had been pushing his skills non-stop, and his magic was about to run dry. His stamina was being worn down as well. If this continued, his speed would only decrease. Itsuki's red eyes sharpened with resolve as he decided that he would pour everything into offense. Itsuki charged at the disaster beast, thinking he would boost his attack frequency so that if he could land even one critical hit, he would win. Itsuki was trying to use the power of his broken critical crystal, whose effect was that on a critical hit, it increased attack power by 10 times. But currently, its critical rate was only at 3%. With lightning surging violently around him, Itsuki launched forward once more, striking directly at the armored beast. He continually punched the beast with his fists. Sweat rolled down his face as his eyes burned with determination. He told himself that he had to attack more. To trigger a critical hit, all he could do was keep swinging. There was no other choice. His fist slammed into the monster's body with explosive force, the impact echoing loudly. But suddenly, a blue tendril flashed through the air as it rushed at Itsuki. It hit and tore through his stomach. Blood spilled from Itsuki's mouth as his body trembled violently in pain. Dark stains spread across his shirt as he struggled to stay upright. The towering beast looked down at him and mocked him coldly. It said that throwing himself at it like that was idiotic. The creature leaned closer, its sharp teeth gleaming as it taunted him again. It asked what was wrong. Wasn't he supposed to make it feel pain? Hearing that, Itsuki simply let out a quiet snort in response. The monster's grin widened. It remarked that he was still alive and admitted that his defense seemed to be quite high. But suddenly, Itsuki's red eye flared brightly, veins spreading across his face as a fierce smile twisted his lips. He felt it at last. Finally, it was here. A system notification appeared before Itsuki, telling him that his critical crystal was activated and his next attack would definitely be a critical hit. Without hesitation, Itsuki moved. In a single explosive step, he closed the distance and drove his fist forward with overwhelming force. Red energy burst outward as his strike slammed directly into the monster's body. The impact shook the air violently. The beast screamed in pain as it was sent flying backward. Its massive body tore through the forest, crashing through trees as splinters and debris scattered everywhere. Smoke and dust rose into the air as the monster landed heavily on the ground. It could only stare in disbelief. It questioned what had just happened and why Itsuki suddenly possessed such terrifying power. Standing calmly amid the fading red glow, Itsuki looked at his fist. His breathing steadied as he admitted quietly that the power was stronger than he had expected. After landing that critical hit, something inside him changed. All kinds of emotions began rising from deep within his chest. Focus sharpened his mind. Satisfaction spread through him. A strange ecstasy followed. He realized he had never felt like this before. Even though blood was pouring out of the wound in his stomach, he did not feel any pain at all. The injury was deep, and his shirt was soaked in red, yet his body felt strangely light. He looked down at the beast calmly, and admitted that this feeling was incredible. Itsuki then reached out and grabbed the beast's head, asking whether it felt any pain from that attack. Hearing that, confusion filled the beast's voice. It wondered what kind of human he was. Humans were supposed to be weak and fragile. It even accused him of clearly being over level 40, saying that showing fake stats was cheating. But as Itsuki grabbed the beast's head, it panicked and shouted, asking what he was about to do. Itsuki told the beast that until now, all the disaster beasts he had faced lacked intelligence. Even when they died, they barely screamed. But this one was different. He grabbed the creature firmly and squeezed. The beast let out a loud, terrified scream. A wide grin spread across Itsuki's face as his red eyes glowed fiercely in the darkness. He admitted that a scream from a disaster beast capable of feeling pain was truly pleasant to hear. The creature trembled in terror. It stuttered in disbelief, asking if he was really going to crush its head. Panic consumed it as it declared that he was no human. He was a demon. Ignoring its fear, Itsuki tightened his grip. In the next instant, a violent sound echoed through the forest as he crushed the beast's head without hesitation. Blood splattered across the tree behind them. A system notification appeared, showing his crit rate increased by 1%. Itsuki stood before the fallen body and calmly stated that it was finally done. Another notification followed saying broken critical crystal crit rate was now at 4%. As the tension faded, Itsuki felt the strange excitement from earlier slowly disappear. The special sensation that had filled his chest was vanishing. Then reality returned. The searing pain from the wound in his stomach began to kick in. He steadied himself and observed the surroundings. The barrier around the area had turned transparent, which meant there were no disaster beasts left inside. He looked at the transparent pillar in front of him and thought that if he crushed it, all that would remain would be the stele. Without hesitation, he pulled back his fist and drove it forward with force. A sharp cracking sound echoed as his punch struck the structure. The ground around the stele shattered, cracks spreading across the area as debris scattered in every direction. Itsuki calmly admitted that it was weaker than he had expected. Exhaustion finally caught up to him. He leaned back against the broken structure, blood still staining his clothes. Before returning to Iberia, he reminded himself that there was something he needed to check. His expression turned serious as he quietly called his death hound. A dark figure rushed overhead. Itsuki lifted his head slightly and ordered it to show its face. Death stepped forward, its red eyes glowing fiercely in the darkness. It looked larger than before, its claws digging into the ground as it growled. Itsuki, sitting on the ground nearby, looked up at it calmly and noted that it seemed bigger than before. Then he paused for a moment and continued observing it carefully. Then he realized the reason. Its level had increased by 3. Not only that, but it had also gained 150 stat points. A system window appeared before him, showing the Death Hound's stats. It was a B-rank Shikigami at level 19. Its skills were Death Smell, a C-rank skill that detected all magic traces in the area and located and tracked their source, and Respawn Desire, a B-rank skill that greatly shortened respawn time after a Shikigami's death. It had 250 attack points, 250 agility, 150 defense, and 150 magic. It also had 150 unassigned stat points. After reading the information, Itsuki understood that as its level increased, its body also grew larger. He realized that it had not been his imagination. This meant that if it gained dozens more levels, it would grow even bigger. He imagined an enormous beast towering over him and calmly admitted that he could not wait to see how large it would become. It was 11:35 p.m. on Prophecy Day 1 when Itsuki destroyed that stellar. Just as he destroyed it, from above the forest, the dark green barrier vanished, leaving the crescent moon shining clearly in the night sky. Iberia and Jusuke stood among the trees, staring upward in shock. Iberia pointed toward the sky and shouted that the barrier had disappeared. He declared that Itsuki had done it. Seeing that Itsuki had destroyed the green barrier in about 10 minutes, Jusuke admitted that there were probably no intelligent disaster beasts inside. but even so, that speed was incredible. He acknowledged that Itsuki was already far stronger than he himself had been back then. Meanwhile, Itsuki leaned against Death's large body. Blood stained his clothes as he struggled to remain steady. With long-distance travel and continuous battles, Itsuki's stamina was almost gone. On top of that, the blood loss had pushed his body to its limit. Itsuki looked at Death and spoke weakly. He told Death that since it could track magic, he instructed it to follow his magic trail and carry him to Iberia. Death lifted its head and let out a low howl into the night, ready to obey. Its loud, echoing cry rang out across the dark forest. The sound tore through the night, heavy and ominous, making the air feel tense. Josuke narrowed his eyes as he listened carefully. He muttered that it sounded like a disaster beast's cry. But the barrier was supposed to be gone. He questioned why that sound could still be heard. Without hesitation, he turned sharply and ordered Iberia to return to his room immediately. Iberia, while leaving, listened closely and said that the cry felt familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. On the other hand, Death's heavy claws slammed onto the ground as it came toward them. Josuke instantly drew his sword and took a defensive stance. His expression turned serious as he sensed the presence moving closer. He shouted that it was getting closer and closer. Then, with firm resolve, he declared that wherever it had come from, if it truly was a disaster beast, the next second the massive Death came out of the forest with its jaws wide open, sharp teeth glinting under the moonlight. Josuke gripped his sword tightly and swung it with full force. With firm determination, he declared that he would cut it down. Before the blade could land, Iberia's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly realized what he was looking at. He exclaimed that it was the mad dog Shikigami that Itsuki had tamed before. Panic flashed across his face as he shouted for Josuke to stop, telling him that the creature belonged to Itsuki. Death abruptly tilted its head, stopping right in front of them. Josuke, who had heard Iberia's words, also stopped his heavy sword right before hitting it. Itsuki, who was lying on Death's back, fell onto the ground. Standing there, Josuke stared at Death in disbelief and questioned whether it was Itsuki's Shikigami. He remembered that only Shikigami users were supposed to be able to command Shikigami. Thoughts ran through his mind about Itsuki's overwhelming strength, combat power far above his peers, a level that never seemed to rise, and even skills that belonged to other jobs. Iberia rushed forward in panic, calling out loudly and asking if Itsuki was okay. Seeing him lying motionless on the ground, Josuke felt that Itsuki was always one mystery after another. Iberia dropped to his knees beside Itsuki and noticed the blood covering his clothes and face. His voice trembled as he asked what had happened to him and why he was covered in blood. Itsuki slowly opened his eyes and weakly called out Iberia's name. His vision blurred as darkness crept in. In a faint voice, he asked to rest for a bit. Seeing this, panic completely overtook Iberia. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted helplessly, asking what he should do. His sobs echoed in the night. Just then, Josuke spoke behind him, saying that Itsuki was not dead, so there was no need to cry. Iberia turned around, tears still falling from his golden eyes, and asked in disbelief if Itsuki was really not dead yet. Josuke pointed at Itsuki's chest, telling Iberia to look carefully. He explained that Itsuki was still breathing properly. However, he added that the injuries needed treatment as soon as possible. He mentioned the Kodama bandage and asked Iberia if he still had it, supporting Itsuki's unconscious body. Iberia immediately responded that he would handle it. Later, as Itsuki lay resting on a bed with bandages wrapped tightly around his torso, Iberia stood nearby, looking at him quietly. He admitted to himself that he might never catch up to Itsuki in combat power, but there were things only he could do. His job was Wind Elementalist, someone who controlled air and airflow. He looked at his hands and thought about his gift. Iberia was level 9, and his gift was Heal Focus, which was grade 2. It was a bottom grade 2 gift that could only heal himself and allies. He had hated it before, so much that he had never used his skill even once. But for Double E and for Itsuki, he resolved that he would use it as many times as it took. A system message appeared before Iberia as he used his C-rank skill Heal Wind. Green wind energy began to gather around his body, swirling like soft flames as he activated the skill. Standing beside the bed, he stretched out his hand toward Itsuki. Bright green light wrapped around Itsuki's body, floating gently in the air along with glowing symbols of healing. Iberia quietly urged him to get better soon for the sake of their duo. Sweat rolled down Itsuki's face as the healing wind surrounded him. Iberia called out his name anxiously. At the same time, on Commander Nento's side, at 11:35 p.m. on Prophecy Day 1, something changed. From the stele that had fallen near Commander Nento's estate, a massive purple barrier unfolded and spread outward. The ground trembled as someone came flying and struck against a tree, sending debris flying. It was the level 63 Wind Elementalist, first-class savior Ki Chirijima, who fell beside Commander Nento. Choha was shocked to see the Wind Elementalist come flying. She quickly used her healing powers, telling him to stay with her. She said she would treat him immediately and asked what it was like outside that barrier. That injured Wind Elementalist struggled to speak. With fading strength, he told them to run. Breathing heavily, the Wind Elementalist explained that the creature's build, defense, power, and speed were all off the charts. He said that not even special-grade saviors could stand against it. He concluded grimly that humanity could never possibly defeat a monster like that. Just then, that powerful beast descended through the smoke. A system window appeared, showing that it was a level 81 Minotaur warrior of the Bull tribe. The injured Wind Elementalist told Commander Nento that he must flee. The enormous Minotaur stared down at Commander Nento and remarked on his strange outfit. It asked if he was Izumi Nento. The monster grinned and swung its massive fist toward Commander Nento, saying it was lucky to run into the target so quickly. There was no need to trouble Lord Saru Shokuma over this. Hearing that, Commander Nento realized that he was really their target. He said that in that case it was one less thing to worry about. Its massive fist slammed down, bursting outward in a blinding shockwave that shook the surroundings. Choa cried out desperately, calling for her father as violent wind and debris swept past her. Behind her, the Wind Elementalist stared ahead with wide, trembling eyes. With despair in his voice, he declared that this was the end of everything. But in the swirling smoke, Commander Nento stood firm, telling someone that he was late. From within the rising dust and red aura, Heighten stepped forward. His eyes glowed crimson as blood streaked across his face. He had blocked the Minotaur's attack with just one hand, red energy flaring around him. With determination in his voice, Heighten apologized and told Commander Nento to leave this one to him. Hearing that, the massive Minotaur let out a mocking laugh. It admitted that it had no idea where he had appeared from, but sneered that he certainly talked big. Saying that, the Minotaur raised its second hand to punch. From the side, the Wind Elementalist, battered and covered in blood, shouted a warning. He told Heighten to be careful, stressing that the monster was strong. Ignoring the warning, Heighten moved. With red energy swirling around his body, he drove his fist forward and struck the towering creature with explosive force. The impact landed squarely against the Minotaur's massive body and created a hole. Dark blood splattered outward as the Minotaur's enormous body trembled under the blow. Watching from behind, the Wind Elementalist's eyes widened in shock. Sweat rolled down his face as he stared at the unbelievable scene unfolding before him. Looking at the red aura surrounding Heighten, he wondered if this was the power of a special-grade savior. He admitted that he had thought special-grade saviors were still human in the end. But now, looking at Heighten standing before the Minotaur, he realized the truth. Heighten was no longer human. He was a monster with strength beyond common sense. Nearby, Choha gasped in relief and excitement. She exclaimed that they had done it, and wondered if that meant the crisis was finally over. But Heighten's expression remained cold as he declared that the real show was only just beginning. At 11:40 p.m. on Prophecy Day 1, the barrier near Izumi Nento's estate changed from purple to red. Inside the red barrier, a voice wondered how Lord Saru Shokuma would torment humanity. The one who said that was the level 37 Red Flame Demon King. He said he would love to watch it from there. Behind him, another massive being appeared. It was the White Ogre, level 49. The Red Flame Demon King glanced forward and remarked that White Ogre had been thinking the same thing. But then a third voice spoke calmly, warning the others not to do anything unnecessary. Their mission was clear: to capture that person. He added that if they failed, they already knew what would happen. This third figure was a level 87 Demon General, Curse of Frost, the King of Resentment. The Red Flame Demon King asked the Demon General why they had not been sent directly to the target's location, but instead into the same barrier as Lord Saru Shokuma. The Demon General explained that if all three of them were inside the same barrier, it would glow purple and stand out too much. At the same time, one of the 8 Demon Lords, Saru Shokuma, roared as crimson energy surged violently around him. The Demon General explained that the red barrier created by Lord Saru Shokuma would instead attract nearby strong humans. With humans distracted by the red barrier, they would be able to carry out Lord Ringa's mission without interference. The Demon General continued, stating that while Lord Saru Shokuma drew their attention, they would head toward their true destination. The Red Flame Demon King then asked him if he knew where that destination was. The Demon General's eyes glowed beneath his hood as he reassured them not to worry, saying Lord Ringa would guide them through the demon eye left in the human world. That eye had the ability to see coordinates and even the scenery it witnessed. Just as he said that, Itsuki lay on the bed, drenched in sweat as if trapped in a nightmare. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. One eye remained normal, but the other glowed an ominous red. The demon general's voice rang out as he told the Red Flame Demon King that right now, the demon eye was in the same place as their target. On Prophecy Day 1, at 11:35 p.m., Itsuki lay asleep on his bed after Iberia healed him. In his dream, he found himself standing in a vast, pale space that felt like a dream. Small Itsuki ran toward his mom and shouted excitedly. He told her that he had finally found a disaster beast that could feel pain just like they did. His face was filled with pride and joy. He declared that he had crushed its skull and that now her death had finally been avenged. But before he could finish, his mom gently called out to him. She told him to stop. Her voice was calm but firm. She explained that there were things far more important than revenge. Small Itsuki looked at her in confusion and asked if anything could be more important than wiping out every last disaster beast. His mom gazed at him softly. She told him that he should not use his power for vengeance. Instead, he must use it to protect the ones he loved. Hearing that, small Itsuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted that it was impossible. His body trembled with rage. With his fist clenched tightly, he declared that he would never forgive the disaster beasts that had killed her and his father. His voice echoed through the empty space as he swore that he would make sure every last one of them was dead. His eyes glowed red with fury, his expression twisted by anger and greed. His mom stood quietly before him, her gaze calm and steady. There was no anger in her eyes, only a gentle understanding. After a moment of silence, she softly told him that it was time for her to go, and slowly started to disappear. Her words froze him in place. Small Itsuki rushed forward in panic, shouting and asking where she was going. His voice trembled as he told her that he still had so much more to say. His mom looked at him gently as her body slowly began to dissolve into drifting light. In a soft voice, she called his name and pleaded with him not to let hatred consume him. Her form continued to scatter into glowing fragments, fading little by little into the surrounding emptiness. Small Itsuki reached toward her desperately, his hand stretching out as if he could still hold on to her. His voice broke as he cried out for his mother. Their fingertips nearly touched, but the light swallowed her hand before he could reach it. Tears welled up in his wide eyes as he stared helplessly at the space where she had been. Moments later, he stood alone. A tear slid down his cheek as he looked upward, his expression lost and hollow. Behind him, a dark presence emerged. A cold voice mocked him, saying that shedding tears for the dead was typical of a lowly creature. Hearing that, Itsuki's jaw tightened. He returned to his adult form. His eyes burned with emotion as he struggled to contain his feelings, fury and sorrow mixing within him. He clenched his teeth as he recognized the presence before him. He called it by name, Linga, the devil of ruin. From the swirling red abyss, a towering demonic figure, Linga, emerged. Its body was muscular and covered in dark, twisted markings. Horns curved from its head and a crimson aura pulsed around it like a living flame. Linga looked down at him calmly and asked if he had finally come back to his senses. It remarked that he only took the form of a child when he was with that woman. Rage exploded within Itsuki. With blazing eyes, he shouted at the demon, calling it a bastard. His body burned with fury as he jumped toward Linga, shouting that he would kill it. Red energy surged violently around him, but as his punch passed through Linga's body, Linga only sneered. It told Itsuki not to be in such a hurry, promising that he would taste that feeling again soon enough. The air trembled as dark purple power gathered around Linga's body, swirling like a storm that froze Itsuki. Then, in a cold whisper, Linga declared that true despair, that was what awaited Itsuki. As he spoke, the space around Itsuki shattered, and he fell into darkness. While falling, Itsuki's muscles tensed, veins bulging as fury burned through him. With blazing red eyes, he roared into the void, shouting that he would kill Linga, no matter what it took. His voice echoed fiercely through the shattered space. In the next moment, everything snapped. He jolted upright, drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy and uneven. His eyes trembled as pain throbbed through them. A dream, he muttered to himself in confusion. In front of him, he saw Iberia and his death hound standing nearby. Suddenly, Itsuki pressed his hand against his face, wincing. His eyes were not even injured, yet they hurt unbearably. Slowly, realization dawned on him. Come to think of it, he blinked, noticing something strange. His wounds, they had healed. Just moments ago, he had been in critical condition. He wondered if Iberia had used the Kodama bandages to fix him up. He slowly shifted his gaze toward the side of the bed. Iberia was asleep, leaning against the mattress peacefully. Seeing that, he wondered why Iberia was sleeping in a place like this. Then he remembered that Iberia had said he was going to take a break. He reminded himself that he had to make sure Death did not bark, or it would wake him. In the corner of the room, Death stood silently. Its glowing red eye stared forward. When Death saw that Itsuki had awakened, it barked in excitement. The thing Itsuki was trying to dodge eventually happened at the bed. The next second, Iberia's eyes snapped open. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand forward, releasing a burst of swirling energy toward Itsuki, shouting that it was a disaster beast and that he had to protect Itsuki. The wind spiraled through the room, wrapping around Itsuki as he sat on the bed, but he remained calm. He glanced at the rushing force and told Iberia that a light breeze like that would not even make a disaster beast flinch. Iberia's face lit up with relief when he saw Itsuki open his eyes. With a wide smile, he exclaimed that Itsuki was finally awake. He let out a breath of relief and happily said that his treatment had actually worked. Without hesitation, he threw himself forward and hugged Itsuki tightly. Itsuki, still sitting shirtless on the bed, looked slightly stunned. In his mind, he noted that Iberia still had the habit of hugging people whenever he got excited. After a moment, Itsuki calmly asked how long he had been unconscious. Iberia replied that it had been about 3 hours, though it did not feel that long to him. Itsuki calculated quietly. 3 hours meant it was around 3 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy. He then asked if Josuke and Aiden were safe. Iberia smiled confidently and assured him that they were fine. Not a single disaster beast had appeared since then. Even so, Itsuki's expression turned serious. The memory of the dream lingered in his mind. Linga had said that he should not be in such a hurry, promising that he would taste it again soon enough. Itsuki told himself it had only been a dream, yet the words continued to bother him. It had felt far too real to dismiss. He was certain that the disaster beasts were plotting something. On Prophecy Day 2 at 3:03 a.m., Itsuki had awakened from his coma. As he dressed up, a firm thought echoed in his mind that he could not let his guard down. Iberia smiled brightly and told Itsuki that he was truly glad. It really looked like Itsuki had made a full recovery. Itsuki stood in the room, thinking that the reinforcements the teacher had mentioned should be arriving at any moment. He moved toward the door and said that for now he would go check the situation with Josuke. Later, as they walked outside under the night sky, Iberia suddenly asked Itsuki what the name of that dog Shikigami was. Itsuki told him that it was just Death Hound. Hearing that, with a playful grin, Iberia reminded Itsuki that a Shikigami user was free to give their Shikigami any name they wanted. He even offered to pick one himself, confidently claiming that he had great naming skills. Itsuki calmly replied that he was not a Shikigami user. Hearing that, Iberia blinked in surprise. He admitted that it was a shame since he had really wanted to name it. Hearing that, Itsuki silently resolved that he was definitely not going to let Iberia name that thing. As they continued walking, Josuke, who was casting magic on that mechanical golem, noticed Itsuki and said that Kodama bandages alone would not have been enough for someone to recover this quickly. He concluded that it looked like Iberia had finally used his actual ability. Hearing that, Itsuki looked at Iberia and admitted that he had not seen him using any skills earlier. He asked if Iberia was a healer type. Iberia hesitated slightly and replied that he could use offensive skills too. However, he added honestly that they did not really do much damage. After that, Itsuki turned to Josuke and asked if any other saviors had arrived since he had been knocked out. Josuke answered with uncertainty, saying no. He then asked why Itsuki was asking. Itsuki explained that the teacher had said they were dispatching nearby saviors. It had already been a full day, so they should be arriving soon. Josuke reminded Itsuki that they were deep in the forest. Even Itsuki would not have arrived so quickly without Iberia's guidance. Itsuki listened carefully. He admitted to himself that Josuke had a point, but he could not shake the uneasy feeling inside him. Something about the situation felt wrong. As the night grew quieter, the forest seemed to change. It felt as if something malevolent was slowly drawing closer. High above the forest, several saviors moved quickly through the dense trees. Their path curved sharply as they advanced deeper into the woods under the cover of night. As they ran, one of them called out to his teammate Kobayashi and asked how much farther it was to their destination. Kobayashi replied that it should only be a few more kilometers and told them to bear with it a little longer. Another member shouted excitedly that once they finished this mission, they would finally be promoted from apprentices to third-class saviors. Even so, he could not help but comment that the place was far too remote. It was hard to believe that the greatest crafter in the northern province lived this deep in the woods. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air as a woman ordered everyone to stop. The group reacted instantly, skidding to a halt on the forest path. One of them quickly asked what was wrong and whether she had picked up a strange vibe. The woman answered that something was approaching from the front. From the darkness ahead, a deep voice spoke calmly, asking if they had noticed him. Hearing that, one of the saviors shouted in alarm. He recognized it immediately and yelled that it was a disaster beast. He ordered everyone to take their battle stations. The group quickly drew their weapons, readying themselves for combat. Out of the shadows stepped the Red Flame Demon King. Behind him stood the White Oni. The air around them felt heavy and threatening. The Red Flame Demon King looked at the group with a faint smile and asked where they were all going in such a rush. His red eyes glowed brightly in the darkness as he asked if they were headed to the same destination as him. Fight broke out, and one of the saviors was engulfed in roaring flames, radiating intense heat and destruction. The one who killed him was the Red Flame Demon King. He stood calmly in a long robe, observing the aftermath of the devastation. He remarked with cold indifference that it was astonishing how a single fireball could cause such destruction, concluding that humans were truly fragile creatures. Turning his attention to his companion, he called out and asked White Oni if he had finished on his side. At that moment, White Oni completed his attack and struck another savior with overwhelming strength. He slammed his fist down, crushing his target into the ground with a violent impact. Blood splattered across the cracked earth as White Oni lifted his hand. Looking at the flattened savior embedded in the crater, the Red Flame Demon King commented mockingly that his body was as flat as a pancake, adding that White Oni was certainly a cruel one. A red-haired savior stood on a slanted tree trunk, watching them in fear. She pointed out that there wasn't even a barrier nearby and demanded to know where they had come from. The Red Flame Demon King smirked as he raised a blazing fireball in his hand. With a confident and casual tone, he remarked that they had traveled quite a long distance to get there. Seeing the fireball in his hand, the red-haired woman became terrified, tears streaming down her face as she closed her eyes and accepted her death. At that moment, a demon general appeared in the distance. His presence was overwhelming as he told the Red Flame Demon King that he must not kill them. The Red Flame Demon King frowned in annoyance and replied that he had been bored for ages, warning the demon general not to interfere now that he was finally having some fun. Before he could act further, a sharp, chilling sound cut through the air. In an instant, jagged ice crystals erupted around the Red Flame Demon King, encasing his body in thick, glittering frost. The demon general advanced steadily, asserting his authority and warning that if the order was ignored again, the consequences would not be so light. Frozen and struggling within the ice, the Red Flame Demon King's expression shifted from arrogance to alarm. Realizing the danger, he hurriedly admitted that he understood and pleaded for the spell to be released, fearing that his body would not be able to withstand the freezing power any longer. The demon general released his spell, and the ice around the Red Flame Demon King shattered and fell to the ground. The Red Flame Demon King exhaled heavily, steam rising from his blazing body as he recovered from the freezing attack. With lingering unease in his voice, he admitted that he had thought he was going to freeze to death. Watching the demon general stop the Red Flame Demon King, sweat rolled down the red-haired girl's face as a fragile hope surfaced in her mind. She wondered if they were going to let her go. The Red Flame Demon King crossed his arms, his fiery aura flaring as he spoke with a curious tone. He recalled the order that they were not allowed to kill the target and the owner of the magic eye, so he questioned the demon general whether this red-haired girl possessed some kind of special power as well. With glowing blue eyes, the demon general responded calmly that she had nothing like that. He explained that his actions were not about her. Instead, he stated that he simply wanted to test the new ability bestowed upon him by Lord Linga. Saying that, he raised his hand toward the red-haired girl. Seeing this, the red-haired woman became extremely frightened, and before she could do anything, dark energy surged around her. Her body convulsed violently, shadowy tendrils wrapping around her as she screamed in agony. Moments later, the violent transformation subsided, and she slumped forward, her head hanging low as her hair fell over her face, leaving her eerily still against the tree. Observing the scene, the Red Flame Demon King remarked with casual indifference that she had ended up dying anyway. The demon general corrected him, stating that she was not dead but simply undergoing demonization. Suddenly, the woman's head snapped up. A glowing sigil ignited on her forehead, and her eyes turned bright and unnatural as dark energy pulsed around her transformed face. The oppressive aura signaled that the change was complete. The Red Flame Demon King, intrigued, repeated the term demonization, waiting for an explanation. The demon general told him that humans who undergo demonization become completely subservient to Lord Linga. In other words, this red-haired woman was now on their side. As the transformation finished, the woman dropped to her knees and bowed deeply before the demons. In a submissive and obedient tone, she addressed him as the Wrath King and asked for his orders. The demon general issued his command in a cold, authoritative tone. He instructed the newly demonized woman to hide her identity and remain undercover within the human community until the day Lord Linga descended. Bowing her head obediently, she acknowledged the order and replied that she would do as commanded. The demon general continued, outlining her cover story. He told her that when the time came, she would report that her team had been attacked by disaster beasts in the forest, and that she was the only survivor, saved by the sacrifice of her comrades. With her head still lowered in submission, she answered simply that she understood. Satisfied, the demon general ordered her to get going. Moments later, the woman's eyes, now shadowed and eerie from demonization, stared forward blankly. But in the next instant, her expression shifted. Shock flashed across her face as if a fragment of her original will had resurfaced. Startled, she stumbled backward in the forest, her breathing quick and uneven. Realizing the danger and urgency of her situation, she turned and fled at full speed through the trees. The Red Flame Demon King and the Demon General stood watching her departure without concern as she disappeared into the distance. After she left, the Red Flame Demon King questioned the decision with a hint of disdain, stating that while making humans do their bidding was fine, he did not see the point of recruiting such a weakling. In response, the Demon General explained that it was not just about her. He revealed that tens of thousands of humans had already been demonized, including the Awakened. He said that when Lord Linga unified the world, these infiltrators would play a crucial role. With the explanation given, the Demon General walked ahead and ordered them to stop dawdling and follow him, emphasizing that the mission was more important than ever. On the other hand, at Prophecy Day 2, at 3:05 a.m., the golem that Itsuki had destroyed before was completely repaired, its glowing eyes and sturdy frame radiating power. Observing it, Jusuke explained that the Iron Golem's stats were roughly equivalent to a level 30 Awakened, making it a valuable asset to compensate for their labor shortage. However, Iberia remarked that they likely would not even need such assistance if Jusuke and Itsuki were present. While discussing their preparations, Jusuke suddenly brought up Itsuki, asking where he was. Iberia replied that Itsuki had gone to the workshop. He explained that Itsuki wanted to ask his father something about the critical crystal. Inside the workshop, Itsuki stood beside Eden as they discussed the recent battle. Eden asked if Itsuki had truly landed a critical hit during the fight with the disaster beast, and inquired about his critical rate at the time. Itsuki revealed that his broken critical crystal had originally given him a 3% critical rate, but after defeating the creature, it had increased to 4%. Hearing that, Eden remarked that achieving such a feat with only a 3% critical rate was incredibly lucky. Itsuki agreed that he thought so as well. He then explained that after landing that critical hit, it was not just his concentration that had improved. He described entering a strange state where he felt as if he were omnipotent, and asked whether this was also an effect of the critical crystal. Hearing this, Eden reacted with surprise. He asked if it was a sensation where a person's senses become sharp enough to perceive everything around them, yet they remain calm and completely unaffected. Itsuki thoughtfully touched his chin and agreed that the description perfectly matched what he had experienced. Hearing this, Eden expressed his surprise, realizing that Itsuki had entered a flow state. Itsuki repeated the unfamiliar term in confusion and asked Eden to explain. Eden explained that a flow state occurs when a person becomes completely immersed in a task. In this state, one's sense of time becomes distorted, and both concentration and excitement reach their peak simultaneously. Hearing that, Itsuki became more confused and tried to understand. Eden then simplified the explanation, saying that, in short, it meant being in the zone. To illustrate, he described how a painter might forget to eat because they are so absorbed in their work. He added that an athlete whose body moves instinctively during a match is also in a flow state. Likewise, a student who loses track of time while solving a difficult problem is experiencing the same phenomenon. He concluded by explaining that when an awakened individual enters a flow state, they do not merely gain heightened focus, their senses become extraordinarily sharp. He explained that when someone enters a flow state, their stats and skill effects increase simultaneously to 120% of their original values. Hearing this, Itsuki expressed his surprise. He admitted that he had never heard about such a phenomenon from his teacher or any other awakened individual. He added that he had never met anyone who had actually entered a flow state before. Eden responded with astonishment, emphasizing that only a handful of people were capable of achieving such a state. He went on to explain that entering a flow state requires the awakened individual's own skill, a clear and focused mind, and a great deal of luck. If even one of these elements is missing, entering a flow state becomes impossible. Itsuki, absorbing this information, remarked that he had not realized the requirements were so strict. Eden then stated that it was no exaggeration to say that entering a flow state marks the boundary between a genius and an average person. He added that among the awakened across the 5 continents, including Wajin-Tae, there was not a single person who could enter a flow state at will. Itsuki was shocked to hear that not even Wajin-Tae could do that. Eden told Itsuki that he had first entered a flow state 2 years after becoming an awakened. He noted that while 2 years was considered quite early, for Itsuki to achieve it after only a month of being awakened was truly extraordinary. But suddenly, Eden noticed Itsuki's distracted expression and paused, asking if he was listening. Itsuki snapped back to attention, his gaze sharpening as he sensed something unusual. Turning slightly, he informed Eden that 3 individuals with immense mana were approaching. Eden initially speculated that they were likely awakened sent by Nento Izumi to act as his guards. However, as Itsuki focused more closely on the energy, his expression hardened. The rough and stagnant aura did not feel like that of awakened individuals, it felt more like the presence of disaster beasts. Without hesitation, he decided to investigate just in case. Moving swiftly, he headed for the exit. As he went, he reflected that he had already wiped out the disaster beasts within the barrier, and that there were no signs of new ones being deployed nearby. Even so, an uneasy feeling lingered, and he hoped it was merely his imagination. In the next moment, he slid open the door and stepped outside. As Itsuki stepped outside, Iberia greeted him with a bright expression, saying that Itsuki was finally out. Noticing Itsuki's tense demeanor, Josuke beside him asked what was wrong and why he seemed so on edge. Itsuki, still alert, explained that he had felt a sudden surge of mana and thought it might be a disaster beast. Josuke reassured him, stating that there were no barriers being generated in the area, so that shouldn't be the case. Iberia added that even if it were a disaster beast, he had already reactivated the Iron Golem, meaning they could easily handle any common threat. Before his words could settle, Iberia's expression froze in shock as a violent impact shattered the Iron Golem. The massive golem was destroyed in an instant, its body cracking and collapsing amid sparks and debris. Everyone was stunned, realizing that the Iron Golem had been taken down before it could even react. Josuke immediately raised his weapon, while Itsuki stood ready with electricity crackling around him. In the distance, 3 terrifying figures emerged, and one arrogantly declared that since there were only 3 opponents, it would be an easy task. It was the Demon General, the Red Flame Demon King, and White Oni. Their overwhelming presence confirmed that what had arrived was far more dangerous than a mere disaster beast. On Prophecy Day 2 at 3:01 a.m., the demons stood in front of Itsuki and the others, surrounded by a thick crimson aura. Their presence felt overwhelming. Itsuki narrowed his eyes as he observed them carefully. He could immediately tell that they were far stronger than the monsters inside the barrier. The pressure they emitted was on a completely different level. He focused on the Demon General standing at the front. The magical waves radiating from the Demon General were enormous, unlike anything he had ever seen before. The Demon General in dark armor stepped forward, its glowing eye shining coldly. In a calm but commanding tone, it declared that it would go capture the target and leave the rest to the others. Before turning away, it gave a final instruction to the other 2 demons. Whatever they did, they were not allowed to destroy the Demon Eye. The Red Flame Demon King, standing beside the White Oni, assured the Demon General not to worry. Itsuki stared ahead in shock as the enemy's words echoed in his mind. He questioned whether the target they mentioned was Aiden. Behind him, Iberia's eyes widened. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. The disaster beasts were talking. Before they could react further, the Demon General moved toward them. Josuke's voice rang out firmly, declaring that he could not let them pass. But in the next instant, the Demon General had already moved behind them. Everyone was shocked to see what had just happened, and Josuke's expression tightened in disbelief. He wondered when the enemy had moved. Itsuki gritted his teeth. The speed was overwhelming, far too fast. Without hesitation, Josuke charged forward with his sword raised high, shouting that no matter what he would stop the enemy. At the same time, lightning surged around Itsuki's body as he swore that he would not let the demon get anywhere near Aiden. Without looking back, the Demon General raised its clawed hand. A cold blue aura swirled around its fingers as sharp energy gathered in the air. In the next instant, a massive surge of icy power shot forward, creating an ice wall behind him. Josuke, who charged straight toward it, was stunned to see the towering wall of ice rise in front of him. But without slowing down, he swung his blade with all his strength and struck the frozen barrier. The impact echoed loudly, but the wall did not break. Sweat ran down his face as he gritted his teeth. The surface was incredibly tough, far harder than he had expected. Before he could react again, Itsuki shouted from behind him, telling him to watch out. Josuke's eyes widened as he realized that the White Oni, with rows of sharp teeth, was right behind him. With a terrifying roar, the White Oni brought its massive fist crashing down toward Josuke as he raised his sword to block the incoming blow. The White Oni's fist came down with terrifying force. The impact sent a violent shockwave across the ground, and Josuke was thrown back by the sheer pressure of the blow, his body spinning as he struggled to keep hold of his sword. Itsuki called out his name as he tried to go help him, but at that moment, the Red Flame Demon King, surrounded by blazing flames, coldly told Itsuki that he had no time to worry about others. As he said that, a burning sphere of fire gathered in the Red Flame Demon King's hand. With a sharp motion, he launched the attack. The blazing projectile tore through the air at incredible speed. A notification appeared, telling Itsuki that this was Red Flame Bullet. That Red Flame Bullet rushed forward like a comet. Seeing the incoming attack, Itsuki shouted for Iberia to get away from there immediately. Iberia, startled and pale, quickly responded that he understood. In that instant, Itsuki also activated his Black Wall skill and formed a shield of black ice around his hand. The Red Flame Bullet struck the ground with explosive force, erupting in a violent blast of fire as Iberia ran toward his house where his father Aiden was. On Itsuki's side, his hands were completely burned. Flames roared wildly as shards of black ice were blown apart from his hand in the explosion. Just then, a system message appeared, saying it had detected an A-rank skill, Red Flame Bullet, over mimesis activated. Another notification appeared, showing the analysis progress at 1%. Sweat ran down Itsuki's face as he stared forward, his eyes sharp. Seeing the notification, he realized that the enemy's skill was A-rank. Through the smoke and fire, Itsuki looked at both his arms, which were scorched and wrapped in blackened burns. In his mind, he admitted that if he had used Thunderbreaker, he could have dodged the attack. But he had overestimated Black Wall. Across from him, the Red Flame Demon King grinned wickedly. He mocked Itsuki, asking if he truly believed such weak ice could stop his flames. He called him an idiot. But for a brief moment, doubt crossed the Red Flame Demon King's mind. He wondered if he had overdone it. His red eye narrowed slightly as he considered the possibility that Itsuki might be the Demon Eye Bearer. But when he gazed at Itsuki again and looked at his stats, he found that Itsuki was a human whose level was fixed at 0. The Red Flame Demon King stared at the status window and scoffed. He thought that a level 0, just a lowly human at that, could never be the Demon Eye Bearer. A cruel grin spread across his face. Confident now, he declared that he could burn Itsuki to death without any worry. But at that moment, petals of light scattered through the air as Itsuki stretched out his hand and summoned his Death Hound. Energy gathered around as a large Death Hound materialized beside him. The massive Death Hound stood at his side, its red eyes glowing fiercely. The Red Flame Demon King looked down at them and sneered, asking if he was planning to fight 2-on-1 with his Shikigami. Flames coiled around the Red Flame Demon King's arm as he threw the Red Flame Bullet again. Fire surged forward in a blazing arc. He mocked Itsuki, saying that even if he summoned 10 more Shikigami, he still would not be able to beat him. Standing beside the Death Hound, Itsuki remained calm. Without panic, he told Death that he was counting on him. The Red Flame Bullet crashed down violently, exploding against the ground in a storm of fire and smoke. For a brief moment, the battlefield was swallowed by the blast. But then the Red Flame Demon King saw a shadow and realized that Itsuki had dodged his attack. The Red Flame Demon King's eyes narrowed as he looked for Itsuki's Shikigami. He saw the Death Hound running in the opposite direction from Itsuki. He realized that Itsuki's Shikigami was heading toward their target. He turned toward Itsuki and mocked him, asking if he really thought he could beat him alone. Hearing that, Itsuki realized that this demon was looking down on him. He thought that if he kept acting weak, the demon probably would not kill him right away. At that moment, over mimesis analysis progress was at 36%. Looking at it, Itsuki thought that he could buy time for the analysis. But then a faint smile slowly formed on his lips because he could not bring himself to act cowardly against a disaster beast. He lifted his head slightly. With a calm yet defiant tone, he said, "Yeah, he thought that, so what?" Blue lightning began to crackle faintly around him. Itsuki grinned wickedly, his red eyes glowing as blue lightning wrapped around his body. He stared straight at the demon and told him that it was because he looked weak as hell. Hearing that, the Red Flame Demon King's face darkened instantly. With flames blazing behind him, he called Itsuki a lowly race for acting that arrogantly. Flames spiraled upward as the Red Flame Demon King raised his hand. Fire roared violently around him. He declared that he had been planning to toy with him, but had now changed his mind. He shouted that he would turn him to ash right away. Saying that, he threw a massive red flame bullet at Itsuki. Itsuki dashed through the blazing attack, lightning flashing around him. He observed calmly that the demon's attack had grown bigger, but his speed had not changed. He quickly analyzed the situation and realized that this demon was a skill-based, long-range type. Itsuki's eyes sharpened with determination as he charged at the demon, thinking that if he closed the distance, that demon was finished. Seeing Itsuki, the Red Flame Demon King's eyes widened in surprise. He was stunned by Itsuki's speed, who in a single instant closed the distance between them. The Red Flame Demon King stared in disbelief, realizing that the gap had vanished in the blink of an eye. But then a slow grin stretched across the Red Flame Demon King's sharp teeth. Before Itsuki's strike could land, a wall of blazing fire appeared between them. Itsuki's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized that it was a flame shield. The Red Flame Demon King raised his hand and created another red flame bullet. With a confident smirk, he asked if Itsuki really thought he would not notice his own weakness. Saying that, he threw the red flame bullet. Itsuki was very close and could not dodge in time. A massive explosion burst outward like a blooming red flower. The flames surged forward and slammed into Itsuki's chest. His body was thrown violently through the air. He came crashing hard to the ground, but quickly balanced himself. At that moment, in Itsuki's mind, a single thought surfaced. He had fallen for it. The realization struck him heavily. The opponent was an intelligent disaster beast. How could he have made such a mistake? Standing in front of him, the Red Flame Demon King looked at Itsuki and said that with that kind of speed, there was no way Itsuki was truly level 0. But then, through the smoke and dust, Itsuki slowly stepped forward. His arms and one leg had turned dark from burning. Smoke curled around his body as he lowered his head and moved ahead step by step. The Red Flame Demon King stared at him with burning red eyes and a cruel smile. He admitted that Itsuki had completely fooled him. Then, with a wide grin, he told Itsuki that it would be easier for him to die if he simply lay down quietly. Through the smoke, Itsuki remained standing as a system notification showed that Overmimes's analysis progress was at 79%. Seeing that, Itsuki wondered if it was because the skill was A rank that the analysis was taking quite a while. Another notification appeared, showing that the analysis progress was at 80% and increasing. On Prophecy Day 2 at 3:14 a.m., in the quiet darkness of the night, Aiden's wooden workshop building stood under the faint glow of moonlight. From within the shadows, a voice called out Aiden's name. It was the Demon General. He stated that Aiden had created 3 unique grade artifacts, 16 epic grade artifacts, and countless rare grade artifacts. The Demon General declared that Aiden was the most talented crafter among the human race. Aiden, who stood there, responded dryly, asking if summarizing his life's work like that meant that the Demon General was planning to kill him. The Demon General reassured him, saying that as long as he remained useful, there was no reason to kill him. Hearing that, Aiden narrowed his eyes. He said he understood, but unfortunately he was not the type who enjoyed taking orders. In the next instant, he gripped a blade from the side. His eyes flashed red with fierce determination as he swung the weapon toward himself without hesitation. But in the next instant, a chilling force exploded through the workshop. Ice formed around Aiden's body in a blink. Sharp blue crystals spread across his arms, chest, and beard, locking him in place before he could kill himself. Aiden's eyes widened in shock. He realized that his entire body had been covered in ice in an instant. The skill was at least A rank. The Demon General looked down at him coldly and told him to give up, because whether he lived or died was a decision for him to make. Aiden struggled and tried to resist, but the frost continued to bind him firmly. Hidden nearby, Iberia watched the scene unfold. Sweat rolled down his face as he covered his mouth to keep quiet. He thought that at this rate, his father was going to be kidnapped. He wondered what he should do. Should he launch a surprise attack? Before he could decide, a sudden blur tore through the room. A massive death hound rushed forward at incredible speed. Seeing that, Iberia's eyes widened as he recognized that it was Itsuki's Shikigami. The death hound lunged forward with its jaws wide open, red eyes blazing and fangs fully exposed. Its roar shook the workshop as it stretched out a claw toward the Demon General. But the Demon General's figure turned slightly, his glowing blue eye fixed on the charging death hound. In the next instant, jagged pillars of ice erupted violently upward. The freezing energy burst from the ground and engulfed the death hound mid-charge. Ice spread across its body in a split second, locking its limbs and freezing its roaring mouth open as sharp crystals encased it completely. The frozen death hound crashed down hard onto the floor, sending shards of ice scattering across the workshop. The Demon General glanced toward the entrance in irritation. He wondered what the 2 demons outside were doing to let a Shikigami slip past them like that. Behind him, Aiden, still bound in layers of ice, stared in shock. He questioned whether reinforcements had arrived. From the corner of the room, Iberia trembled as he watched that even a Shikigami that strong could not get close to the Demon General. His eyes trembled as fear gripped his heart. He realized there was no way he could win this fight. For a moment, he thought about going to get Itsuki. If Itsuki came, then surely things would change. But another thought immediately followed. His father's voice echoed in his mind, warning him that one day he would end up getting Tenma killed. Iberia then remembered that Itsuki had already been seriously injured before arriving here. If Itsuki still had any strength left, he would have come himself instead of sending a Shikigami. The truth hit him hard. If he went to get Itsuki now, it might only put him in even more danger. His head lowered slightly, shadows covering his face as doubt and guilt swirled inside him. Then his expression slowly hardened. He could not let that happen. Determination burned in his golden eyes as he clenched his jaw. He decided that he would save his father himself. As his gaze sharpened, he suddenly remembered that there was something he could use, the dragon gear. A surge of hope flashed through his mind. If he had the dragon gear, then even he might stand a chance of winning. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the workshop, remembering that it should be under his father's bed. Sweat ran down his cheek as he clenched his teeth. He told his father to hang on, promising that he was coming to save him. Back in the workshop, the demon general let out a cold scoff. He remarked that someone had been hiding nearby but ran away instead of helping, calling them a pathetic coward. Hearing that, Aiden realized that it was Iberia. He said that was fine because the demon general was an opponent even Tenma and Josuke might not be able to defeat together. No matter what he did, Iberia must not come back. In the next moment, the demon general declared that he was taking Aiden to their destination now. He added that the cleanup would be left to the other two demons outside. At the same time outside, flames burst violently into the sky as the Red Flame Demon King unleashed a blazing attack, shouting the name of his technique, Red Flame Bullet. At that instant, Itsuki activated his black ice wall. He forced himself to move despite the pain. His leg had been badly burned, but he decided to use black ice wall to cover it. The thick black ice formed around his injured leg, reinforcing it. With that support, he believed he could at least move a little. The next second, the Red Flame Demon King shot a violent wave of flames toward him. A system message flashed as Itsuki activated his roaring wave. Lightning crackled around Itsuki as he backed away and dodged the Red Flame bullet. The Red Flame Demon King watched him with a burning red gaze. He remarked that even with a body torn to shreds, Itsuki was still managing to dodge. He called him stubborn, but he had noticed that Itsuki's speed had dropped significantly. Flames coiled wildly around the demon's massive frame as he spread his arms, fire erupting behind him like a blazing crown. He questioned how much longer Itsuki could keep dodging. He unleashed another red flame bullet. A massive sphere of fire shot forward, tearing through the air. Itsuki twisted his body mid-movement, lightning flickering around him as he barely avoided the blast. His eyes sharpened when he noticed that the Red Flame Demon King was using both hands this time. The Red Flame Demon King's voice boomed again as he used rapid fire. In the next instant, multiple red flame bullets rained down like meteors. Itsuki's eyes widened in shock as sweat rolled down his cheek. Red flame bullets surrounded Itsuki from every direction, closing in like a cage of flames. In the next instant, explosions erupted around him. The flame bullets struck the ground one after another, tearing through the battlefield. Itsuki twisted his body desperately, barely slipping past several of them. But as more came crashing down, he realized the truth. There were too many bullets to track. Sweat ran down his face as he clenched his teeth. Under normal conditions, he would have been able to dodge them without much trouble. But in his current state, his battered body could no longer keep up. Just then, a massive red flame bullet hit his already injured leg. Because of that, Itsuki lost his balance, and in the next second, multiple red flame bullets came down on him. At that moment, a system message appeared, showing his analysis progress was at 90%. One after another, all those red flame bullets hit Itsuki from every direction. His analysis progress increased to 92%. Flames continued to crash into Itsuki's body as he endured the burning storm. His analysis progress rose to 94%. The fire swallowed him whole, exploding against his chest and shoulders. His body was thrown backward by another violent blast. His analysis progress reached 96%. The flames intensified, roaring like a raging sea. A massive explosion struck him head-on, slamming him down as fire spread across the ground. His analysis progress was still at 98%. His body lay engulfed in flames, smoke rising from the battlefield. Fire wrapped around him from every direction. Through the blazing heat, a thought crossed his mind. More flames, just like that time. His mother's last moment flashed before his eyes, where she was burning in blue fire, but she wore a faint smile as she looked at Itsuki. Back on the battlefield, the Red Flame Demon King grinned viciously. Flames spiraled in his hands, condensing into a blazing vortex. He thrust his hands forward, and a massive spear-like projectile of red fire shot downward with terrifying speed. This was Red Flame Bullet. Penetrate. The blazing red flame bullet tore through the air, descending toward Itsuki with overwhelming force. But suddenly, a faint blue light flickered around Itsuki's body. A translucent sphere of energy wrapped around him at the last possible second. Seeing that, he wondered if he had made it in time. Just then, a system window flashed before his eyes, showing that analysis progress had reached 100%. Immediately, a blue energy lotus formed around Itsuki, and the red flame bullet of the Demon King passed through, hitting the ground behind and exploding. The red flame Demon King narrowed his eyes, staring at the strange blue glow that had blocked his attack, and wondered what it was. On the other side, inside that blue lotus, a system notification appeared, saying, Red Flame Bullet Analysis Complete. Obtain Black Ice Wall Level 3. This was just as Itsuki had thought. He did not gain a new skill. Instead, the level of Black Ice Wall had simply increased. Another window opened, explaining the skill Black Ice Wall Level 3. Its active effect was that when activated, it continuously generates ice on the body's surface by consuming mana. It can block fire element skills of A rank or lower. Its passive effect was that it increases defense by 15% when blocking a fire element skill of A rank or lower. More messages followed. As Itsuki obtained Black Ice Wall Level 3, all his stats increased by 50, all debuffs were removed, and his wounds were fully healed. His status screen updated instantly. Attack increased from 330 to 380. Agility from 330 to 380, defense from 330 to 380, mana from 330 to 380. Total increased from 1320 to 1520. Blue ice-like energy flowed across Itsuki's body, covering the burns and injuries. The charred flesh on his face slowly restored. Feeling the surge of power within him, Itsuki realized that all his stats had increased by 50 at once. Itsuki stood up and calculated the increase in his strength, and realized that it was equivalent to gaining 4 levels for a normal awaken. It was not bad at all. With this boost, he no longer had to fear the Red Flame Demon King's Red Flame bullets. He concluded that once he closed the distance between them, victory would be his. Across from him, the Red Flame Demon King narrowed his glowing eyes. He noticed that the Red Flame bullet had not even grazed Itsuki. Suspicion rose in his mind as he questioned whether it was some kind of defensive skill. Still, he sneered and declared that with a body already in that condition, Itsuki would not be able to maintain such a defense for long. The next second, that blue lotus opened, spreading like frozen petals. Seeing that, the Red Flame Demon King's lips curled into a wicked grin. He said he knew it. Flames roared in his hand. With a confident smirk, he declared that the games were over and that it was time to end everything. But in the next instant, his red eyes widened in shock. He stared ahead in disbelief, stunned by what he was seeing. Itsuki stood upright as blue energy swirled around him. The torn fabric hanging from his shoulders fluttered lightly, but his body was no longer damaged. The wounds that had covered him moments ago were completely gone. The Red Flame Demon King stared at him in disbelief, pointing out that his body had been in tatters just a moment ago, yet now it was fully restored. Itsuki lowered his head slightly, his voice calm and steady. He admitted that he had originally planned to leave the demon for later and go save Aiden first. However, he added that the demon's flames had brought back some unpleasant memories. Because of that, he had changed his mind. Then the atmosphere immediately shifted. His eyes glowed red in the darkness, his expression turning cold and merciless. With a low, unwavering voice, he declared that he would crush the demon first. Other hand, at Joke's side, a violent gust of wind tore through the forest, scattering leaves in every direction as the shock wave pushed everything back. Joke was sent flying through the air, his massive sword held tightly in both hands. His eyes widened as he realized just how overwhelming the force behind that attack was. He gritted his teeth as he struggled to stabilize himself mid-air. If he had not blocked White Oni's attack with his Karma tool, he knew he would already be dead. His body slammed across the ground. He tried planting his blade into the ground to stop himself from being pushed away. Dust and debris exploded around him before he finally managed to plant his sword down hard, forcing himself to stop. Breathing heavily, he looked around at the distance he had been pushed, wondering how far he had been blown away. His red eyes sharpened with urgency as he steadied himself and rose to his feet. Realizing that none of those guys were ordinary, he tightened his grip on the sword and decided that he had to get back fast. But suddenly the ground in front of him shattered as something massive slammed down, cracking the earth. Jusky's red eyes narrowed in the darkness as he immediately realized what was happening. The one from before was chasing him. In the next instant, White Oni lunged forward. Its muscular body bulged as its long tongue lashed through the air. Rows of sharp, jagged teeth filled its wide grin as it rushed ahead with terrifying speed. Juke steadied his massive sword and looked down at White Oni with a calm expression, thinking this was perfect. This would take a lot of pressure off Itsuki. He knew that Itsuki could escape if he truly needed to. The real problem was Master Aiden and Iberia. Blue energy began to crackle around Joke's blade as he raised the sword. Lightning sparks danced along the steel, illuminating half of his face. He made his decision. He would take this one down as fast as possible and return to back them up. In his heart, he silently urged them to hold on until then. On the other hand, at Aiden's house inside the quiet room, Iberia looked around carefully and thought that it should be somewhere around there. Dropping low to the floor, he reached his hand beneath the bed, his fingers stretching forward in the dim light. His hand suddenly touched something solid. In that instant, his golden eyes widened. There it was. A grin slowly spread across his face as he pulled out the hidden box. Inside was the dragon gear. With that, he could fight. As the lid opened, a system window appeared before him, displaying the item's details. It was dragon gear of epic grade. It increased attack power and agility by 100. Its epic effect was that for every 1 minute equipped, attack and agility increased by 20, but the maximum duration was 15 minutes. Without hesitation, Iberia equipped it. Red scale-like armor wrapped around his body, forming sharp dragon-shaped plates over his chest and arms. Standing tall in the crimson armor, his expression turned serious. He declared that he would lead the enemy right in front of him to Itsuki. He put on the helmet, its jagged scales locking into place with a heavy metallic rumble. With firm resolve, he declared that this time he absolutely would not drag them down. The dragon mask fully formed over his face, glowing faintly as power surged through him. He remembered his father's warning. Dragon gear caused serious side effects if worn for more than 15 minutes. Even so, he steeled his heart. No matter what, he would save his father within those 15 minutes. In the next instant, he kicked off the ground. The floor shattered beneath his feet as debris exploded outward. A system notification appeared showing dragon gear equipped for 1 minute. Attack increased by 120 and agility also increased by 120. Elsewhere, beneath the moonlit sky, the demon general moved with Aiden through the forest. Aiden was trapped inside jagged crystal ice, carried along helplessly. While being carried, he questioned whether it was truly fine to be so relaxed, warning that others would soon catch up. The demon general responded calmly that among humans, only special-grade saviors posed any real threat to him. He added that they were all currently occupied with the demon lord. Aiden was shocked to hear that. He thought that if something at the demon lord level had been deployed, then the demons must have other goals as well. Calmly, he decided to test the waters. Looking toward the demon general, he asked whether all of this trouble had been for the sake of capturing him alone. The demon general responded coldly, telling him not to flatter himself. It was not only for him. They had several other objectives too. Hearing that, Aiden silently muttered that it was just as he had suspected. Aiden began to speak again, asking what exactly their group was planning. But before he could finish, the demon general clicked his tongue in irritation, calling them a persistent bunch. In the next instant, a shadow shifted across the forest floor, as if someone had just arrived at great speed. Still encased in ice, Aiden's eyes widened as he wondered if it was Jose or Itsuki who had come. Yet, even with reinforcements, he knew the truth. Alone, the odds of winning were slim. Just then, a red blur tore through the forest at terrifying speed, slicing through the air as it rushed straight toward the dark figure below. It was Iberia. He jumped at the demon general. With burning rage in his voice, Iberia shouted for him to give his father back. At that moment, a system message flashed before his eyes. He had equipped the dragon gear for 2 minutes, granting him 140 attack and 140 agility. Seeing him, the demon general's glowing blue eyes narrowed beneath his hood. In a cold, annoyed tone, he muttered that first it was a shikami, and now even a human brat had appeared. He shouted in anger, asking what those demons were doing. The one he was talking about was the Red Flame Demon King, who was fighting Itsuki. The Red Flame Demon King stood facing Itsuki, who had just come out of the Blue Lotus after recovering. The Red Flame Demon King's eyes widened because he remembered that Itsuki's entire body had been scorched. Sweat slid down his face as he stared at Atsuki in disbelief, asking how he had recovered so much in such a short time. The Red Flame Demon King spread his arms wide as fire exploded around him. With a cruel grin, he declared that it did not matter how many times Itsuki recovered. The result would always be the same. Flames gathered violently in front of him, compressing into blazing projectiles. He roared out the name of his attack, Red Flame Bullet, Rapid Fire. In the next instant, countless fire bullets rained down like meteors, tearing through the air with explosive force. But Itsuki stood firm in the center of the inferno as the red flame bullets closed in from all directions. At that very moment, a system message flashed saying, Black Wall activated. The next second, the fire bullets crashed against Itsuki one after another, detonating in a storm of flames that swallowed the entire area. Watching the explosion, the Red Flame Demon King sneered. He mocked Itsuki for standing his ground instead of running, shouting that he would turn him into charcoal. But as the smoke slowly cleared, a figure emerged from the flames. Itsuki stepped forward calmly, his body unharmed beneath Black Wall's protection. He stated coldly that that level of flame no longer worked on him. Another system notification appeared, saying he had blocked an A-rank fire element skill with Black Wall, and his defense increased by 15%. Another system panel appeared, showing that his defense had risen to 137, and with Black Wall, wall it gained a further 65. Lightning crackled violently around his body as he leaned forward, his red eyes gleaming. He declared that the demon was the one stuck on the chopping block now. Itsuki activated his Thunderbreaker, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the Red Flame Demon King. Seeing that, the Red Flame Demon King's grin faltered. He let out a stunned sound as he noticed Itsuki's speed had increased again. Still, the Red Flame Demon King reassured himself that he had his Red Flame barrier. In the next instant, Itsuki vanished in a burst of lightning. With a savage smile, he declared that first he would strip away every last one of those scales. Wrapped in spiraling thunder, he spun like a drill and shot forward at blinding speed with his spiked hands. The Red Flame Demon King stood firm behind his blazing crimson barrier, convinced the attack would fail. He wondered if Itsuki had forgotten about it, but then the lightning-coated strike smashed directly into the barrier. The impact cracked its surface instantly. Lightning exploded across the battlefield as Itsuki shot forward like a black spear wrapped in thunder. Energy burst outward around him, tearing through the air as he descended toward the demon below. His crimson eyes burned with killing intent, and a savage grin spread across his face. A system notification flashed before him, announcing that he had blocked an A-rank fire element skill with Black Wall. His defense increased by 15%. Another panel appeared, showing that his defense had risen to 684, while Black Wall granted an additional 80 defense. Across from him, the Red Flame Demon King's face tightened. Sweat rolled down his pale skin despite the blazing flames surrounding him. Itsuki drifted back for a brief moment before arching his body in midair. Red lightning crackled across his eyes as he coldly declared that now it was time to finish this. The Red Flame Demon King's pupils shrank. He realized that if Itsuki caught him, he would die. For the first time, fear filled his face. He immediately turned around and fled, desperately calling for the White Ogre, King of Resentment. But while running, he stumbled over a rock and crashed face first into the ground. Sweat poured down his face as panic overtook him. He desperately cried for someone to save him. Dust and smoke rose around him as he struggled to push himself up from the shattered earth. Flames still surged around his body, yet his voice trembled with fear. Refusing to accept reality, he roared in fury, shouting that there was no way he could be killed by a mere human. Fire spiraled around his arm as he launched another attack, but Itsuki, now standing directly behind him, merely tilted his head and effortlessly dodged the strike. His expression remained cold and emotionless. At that moment, the Red Flame Demon King's confidence completely shattered. He stumbled backward and collapsed onto the ground. His breathing became heavy as he muttered in a trembling voice that it was impossible. To him, Itsuki had once been nothing more than a powerless level 0. But now, behind Itsuki, a gigantic purple entity slowly rose into the sky. Its towering figure radiated overwhelming demonic energy, while its glowing eyes blazed through the darkness. Violet power swirled violently around them, making the entire battlefield tremble. A system notification appeared. Broken critical crystal activated. The next attack is guaranteed to land as a 100% critical hit. Purple energy gathered around Itsuki's arm, twisting into a sharp, spiraling blade of destructive force as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Seeing that terrifying sight, sweat streamed down the Red Flame Demon King's face. His crimson eyes shook with fear. In complete disbelief, he whispered, "You're the real demon." Red Flame Demon King staggered backward. His eyes trembled as he let out a strained breath. In shock and fear, he realized the truth. He was facing a demon. Before he could react, Itsuki moved. Red and blue energy surged across his body like tearing lightning. In a single fluid motion, he slashed downward, the empowered strike crashing into Red Flame Demon King's head with overwhelming force. The blow detonated on impact. A violent explosion erupted from the point of contact, smoke and debris bursting outward in all directions as the ground shattered beneath them. When the dust settled, Red Flame Demon King's massive body lay motionless on the broken earth. Itsuki stood over him calmly, his eyes cold and emotionless as embers drifted through the air. Clicking his tongue softly, he thought to himself that of all times, a critical hit had to trigger now. He had wanted Red Flame Demon King to suffer much longer. His eyes dimmed slightly as he reflected inward. He realized he had entered a flow state once again. And just like before, it had happened immediately after landing a critical hit. Just then, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps whenever a critical hit triggered, it automatically pushed him into a flow state. A status window appeared before him. His status had risen to 120%. Attack, 456. Agility, 456 plus 68. Boosted by Thunderbreaker's 15% bonus. Magic, 456. Defense, 456 plus 296. Enhanced by Black Wall's 65% bonus. Currently, his total stat points were 288. Seeing that, he realized that thanks to the flow state and the passive effects of his skills, his total stats had already surpassed 2,000. Not far away, green energy suddenly began to gather above the corpse of the Red Flame Demon King. The energy twisted and condensed, forming a glowing orb. Itsuki immediately understood that this was the karma of the slain disaster beast, transformed into an orb. Suddenly, the orb divided into two and shot forward, streaking across the sky like green comets. Itsuki's eyes narrowed as he saw one heading toward the forest. He realized that this karma orb had flown toward Josuke. His gaze then shifted to the second karma orb. Looking at it, Itsuki realized that it was heading toward the workshop. He frowned slightly. With Death and Aiden there, the orb should have split into two according to the life signs present, but it wasn't splitting. Something about that felt wrong. Lightning burst beneath his feet as he launched himself forward, the ground cracking from the force of his acceleration. As he dashed through the air, a grim thought crossed his mind. Death, as a Shikigami, was immortal unless he personally retrieved him. His eyes sharpened. He refused to believe it. But what if Aiden was already? Meanwhile, on Iberia's side, he clenched his fist and drove himself down like a bolt of thunder to attack the Demon General. But the Demon General created an ice barrier and blocked his attack. Seeing that, Iberia was stunned. Even his full-power strike, boosted by Dragon Gear, failed to break the Demon General's defense. Iberia straightened slowly as a faint red glow pulsed in his eyes. He said that if one attack was not enough, he would keep attacking without pause. Seeing this, the Demon General's cold eyes gleamed. It mocked him, saying he still had not realized the gap between their strength. Seeing that it was Iberia and not Itsuki or Josuke, Aiden was stunned. His face twisted with fury, his eyes blazing as he shouted that he did not need Iberia's help. He ordered him to take off the Dragon Gear immediately. He warned that the tool had terrifying side effects and threatened that if he refused, he would disown him. But Iberia did not hesitate. He charged straight toward the Demon General, saying that even if his father chose to cut him off, he would still save him. Iberia remained firm and thought that if Itsuki had been there, he believed he would have made the same decision. Seeing the reckless descent, Aiden's eyes widened in alarm. He shouted for him to stop. But in the next instant, jagged ice burst outward around Aiden's mouth too. He gritted his teeth, struggling inside the frozen prison as a low groan escaped him. The Demon General watched coldly. In a mocking tone, it muttered that this was what humans called family love. To it, humans were nothing more than disgusting creatures ruled by their strange emotions. As Iberia continued to charge at him, the Demon General raised one clawed hand lazily and declared that it no longer had time to play with him. In the next instant, Iberia's whole body froze within massive ice spikes. His body was covered by jagged crystal and swirling frost. The Demon General then turned around and started leaving with Aiden, telling Iberia to know his place. Aiden, still encased in ice, let out a pained groan. He struggled to reach his son, but he could do nothing and could only watch Iberia frozen there. As they left, Iberia was left behind in the forest, trapped in thick ice, unable to even move. A system message flashed coldly in the darkness, telling him that he had equipped the Dragon Gear for 3 minutes. On the other hand, on this prophecy day 2 at 3:20 a.m., the second Karma Orb arrived at the warehouse where Itsuki's Death Hound had been frozen by the Demon General. It was absorbed by Death Hound. Immediately, a system notification appeared, saying Death Hound leveled up from level 19 to level 20. With a deafening roar, Death Hound shattered the ice completely, its fur bristling and its red eyes glowing fiercely in the night. Just then, Itsuki also arrived and was surprised to see only his Death Hound there. Seeing Itsuki, Death Hound bared its fangs and let out a furious roar. Itsuki immediately noticed that Death Hound's level had increased. He realized that the Karma Orb had been absorbed by Death. Death Hound lowered its head slightly, its glowing eyes flickering as it growled. Itsuki turned his gaze toward it and asked what had happened to Aiden and the Disaster Beast. Death Hound turned its head toward the direction where the Demon General had taken Aiden. Seeing that, Itsuki turned his head in that direction, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Not far away, there was a huge hole in the wall surrounded by jagged shards of ice. Seeing that, Itsuki was stunned, wondering what on earth had just happened. When Itsuki stood in front of that hole in the wall, a powerful surge of purple energy hit him hard. Itsuki stared at it in shock. He could clearly feel an intense magical wave. Blue lightning crackled violently around Itsuki's body as he dashed forward at lightning speed, knowing that he did not have time to wait for Josuke. On the other hand, on Josuke's side, a crimson slash tore across the battlefield, cutting down one of White Oni's arms. But White Oni did not fall. It twisted its massive body and retaliated instantly, its muscular frame blurred with speed as it swung a heavy strike downward. Josuke barely managed to block with his sword. the shockwave blasting him backward across the ground. Dust and splinters scattered as he skidded to a halt. White Oni straightened its glossy black body. The next second, the arm that had been cut down by Josuke started regenerating. Josuke's eyes narrowed when he saw that the spot he had cut earlier had already healed. He realized that this was a disaster beast with regeneration, and an opponent like that was his worst matchup. But before he could attack again, suddenly the karma orb from Itsuki's defeat of the Red Flame Demon King hit him. Josuke stared at the swirling green energy in shock, his eyes widening as realization struck him. This was a karma orb. He thought that if that was true, then Itsuki had already taken one demon down. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on his sword and resolved that he had to hold his own as well. Red energy flared around his blade as his eyes glowed fiercely. He analyzed the situation quickly. White Oni had regeneration, but whenever he aimed for its head or the nape of its neck, it instinctively blocked with its arms. Steel clashed against flesh again. To confirm, Josuke attacked White Oni's head again, but it blocked with its arm. When he tried to attack its neck, White Oni again blocked with its hand. Seeing that, Josuke narrowed his eyes, realizing that the spots it protected so desperately were definitely its weak points. Now that he understood that, he adjusted his stance and steadied his breathing. With renewed determination, he declared inwardly that he could work with this. In the next instant, he lunged forward again, his red blade flashing as he slashed one of White Oni's arms. Red energy flared violently as he swung his blade again in a brutal arc. In his mind, a single thought echoed. First, he would sever both arms. White Oni's both hands were cut down by him. His eyes sharpened as he calculated calmly. It took the creature at least 1 second to regenerate, and in that 1 second, its weak point would be completely exposed. Without hesitation, he drove forward, red aura blazing around him. Blood spiraled through the air as he launched himself straight toward the monster's core. His face tightened with ruthless focus. His eyes burned red, veins standing out as killing intent flooded his gaze. In that brief opening, he thrust his blade forward with all his strength. The strike pierced deep into White Oni's head. A massive burst of blood erupted from White Oni's body as the blade tore through its exposed weak point. The impact shook the surroundings, crimson splashing in every direction. For that single second, he did not hold back, and the monster paid the price. The massive White Oni collapsed to the ground with a heavy crash, its body slamming against the earth. Josuke stood in front of it, breathing steadily, his expression dark. He thought to himself that for him to struggle this much against a mere mute disaster beast was unacceptable. Without wasting another second, he turned away from the fallen creature. Smoke and dust drifted through the forest as he decided he needed to link up with Itsuki quickly. His eyes narrowed because he knew that the ice-wielding disaster beast was a real pain. On the other hand, Aiden trembled as sharp shards of ice covered his mouth. His face twisted with strain, and he let out a rough sound of agony. Seeing that, the demon general remarked that Aiden had looked like he had something to say for a while now. It removed the ice from Aiden's mouth and told him to go on and speak. Through clenched teeth, Aiden shouted that whatever their conditions were, he would accept them. He only begged them to let his son go. Hearing that, the demon general's eye flickered coldly. In a low, emotionless tone, it replied that from that distance, it could no longer control the ice. Besides, it added, Aiden would soon be completely under their control anyway. The demon general then stared at Aiden and said that, even at a glance, it could tell that the armor the brat was wearing was made from the demon dragon tribe, wasn't it? It explained to Aiden that the demon dragon tribe possessed incredibly strong vitality. Even after death, their blood, flesh, organs, and even their scales could develop a will of their own. It said that the weapons made from demon dragons retained a residue of that will. If someone wore them for too long, the user's consciousness would gradually be swallowed. In the end, the wearer's entire body would be taken over, becoming a genuine dragon. As it said that, Iberia, who was trapped in the ice, lost his mind and roared like an animal. He shattered the ice with brutal force and broke free. His body twisted and expanded as scales formed across his crimson skin. Smoke poured from his mouth and his eyes burned with a feral glow. Finally, he had lost his reasoning and completely turned into a dragon. The scene shifted back in time. It was Prophecy Day 1. While Itsuki was heading towards the green barrier, Iberia walked behind him, watching his back with concern. In his heart, he quietly prayed for Itsuki to stay safe. As Itsuki disappeared into the forest, Josuke suddenly asked Iberia if he really looked up to Tenma that much. Iberia clenched his fist slightly and answered without hesitation that he wanted to become someone like Itsuki. Josuke turned to him and simply asked why. Caught off guard, Iberia blinked in surprise. He stammered as he tried to answer. Josuke's expression remained calm, but his eyes were serious. He told Iberia that by now he had already met many amazing people, Aiden, Tiwajin, and Izumi Nento. Josuke continued, saying that even he himself had gained more fame and battle experience than Tenma. He looked at Iberia with a calm but piercing gaze and asked why it was specifically Tenma he wanted to become like. The question caught Iberia off guard. His golden eyes widened, and he hesitated, unsure how to respond. Seeing his reaction, Josuke lightly patted Iberia's shoulder and told him not to worry. He said he was just asking casually. Iberia lowered his head slightly, his expression turning thoughtful. He admitted that, now that he thought about it, he had never really considered the reason before. A question echoed in his mind. Why did he want to become someone like Itsuki? The scene shifted to the past. 10 years earlier, a young Iberia stood in a bright courtyard, holding up a wooden sword with excitement. He shouted joyfully, full of energy and innocence. Behind him, his mother watched with a warm smile. She asked him if he liked his birthday present. Without hesitation, the young Iberia beamed and answered happily that he did. The young Iberia suddenly raised his wooden sword with excitement and declared that he had made up his mind. With sparkling eyes, he proudly announced that he was naming it the Justice Unbeatable Hero Sword. His mother paused for a moment, slightly surprised by the grand name, but she forced a gentle smile and told him it was a nice name. Young Iberia laughed brightly under the sky, lifting the sword high above his head. He boldly declared that he was an awakened one and told the disaster beasts to prepare themselves. Without hesitation, he began running across the courtyard, shouting that he was going to show everyone. From the doorway, his mother watched him with worry in her eyes and told him to be careful out there. Behind her stood Aiden with a stern expression. He glanced at her and asked quietly whether Iberia had any friends. Later, Iberia stood proudly with his wooden sword resting against his shoulder. His eyes closed with confidence as several children gathered around him in admiration. But in the next moment, the atmosphere shifted. A faint, unsettling smile appeared on those children's faces. One of the boys stepped forward slowly, stretching out his hand toward the wooden sword. His face was calm, but his eyes carried something dark, as he admitted that he felt jealous. He asked to see it for a bit. Young Iberia froze, clutching the sword tightly to his chest. The children began to gather around him. Voices surrounded Iberia from every direction, asking if his dad was a famous crafter. They pointed out that if that were true, then his father could make things like that as much as he wanted. They assured him they would give it right back. Standing alone in the center, young Iberia's body trembled. He stared down at the sword in his arms, thinking that he had just gotten it. It was his. He told himself that he had to refuse clearly, quickly. Suddenly, one boy leaned close, his face darkened by shadow. In a low voice, he asked if he was really not going to lend it. Sweat rolled down young Iberia's cheeks. His lips trembled as he forced a stiff smile. After a moment of hesitation, he gave in. With a shaky voice, he said it was okay and slowly offered the sword forward. That boy took Iberia's sword and shouted proudly that he was an awakened one. He declared that the disaster beasts should prepare themselves as he charged forward. Young Iberia stood there as those boys took his sword, watching from a distance. He lowered his head slightly, his teeth clenched and a bead of sweat running down his cheek. In a trembling voice, he told them they had to give it back. Later, he returned home. His mother sat calmly on a bench with a book in her hands, while his father was forging swords. Noticing him, his mother smiled warmly and asked if he had fun. Young Iberia forced a bright smile, and with a cheerful tone, he answered that yes, it had been really fun. But his mother's eyes widened slightly as she looked at her son. A hint of confusion crossed her face as she suddenly asked where the wooden sword was. Aiden glanced toward young Iberia and muttered that those brats must have taken it again. Hearing that, his mother clutched her book tightly, saying that if it had been taken, they needed to get it back. But Aiden said that even if they retrieved it, other children would just take it again next time. He swung his hammer down with force and shouted that Iberia could not even protect something precious to him, and that he did not even have the courage to call for help. The words cut deeply. He declared harshly that he had not raised Iberia to be this spineless. That night, young Iberia curled up alone in the darkness, hugging his knees tightly to his chest as the echo of those words lingered in his mind. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he lay on his side staring into the darkness. His golden eyes trembled as a question echoed in his heart. Why was it that he looked up to Itsuki? Then, a few months later, inside a quiet hospital hallway, chaos broke out. Aiden grabbed the doctor by the collar, his voice shaking with anger as he demanded to know what it meant that there was nothing more they could do. The doctor, trying to remain calm, apologized and said they had done everything possible. He explained gently that his wife had been frail from the very beginning. Aiden's face twisted in despair. He shouted bitterly, asking if they were supposed to just sit and wait for her to die. The doctor lowered his gaze and asked him to please stay by her side for now. He added softly that she did not have much time left. Inside the hospital room, Aiden's wife lay weakly on the bed. Soft light filtered through the window as she turned her head and called out to Iberia. Young Iberia stood beside her bed, his small hands trembling. His voice cracked as he whispered, "Mom." She reached out gently and told him not to cry. With a faint smile, she looked at him tenderly and said that although his father called him spineless, she knew the truth. He was simply too kind. She looked at her son with tired but gentle eyes. In a soft voice, she told him that kindness without strength could turn cruel. If he remained weak, he would fail to protect the people he loved and end up hurting himself as well. Her gaze grew serious as she asked him to promise her something. She told him to become strong and to use that strength bravely. She believed that one day he would grow into someone kind and courageous, a truly strong awakened. At last, she asked him to take care of himself. As her hand fell, the monitor beside her bed let out a sharp, piercing sound as the heartbeat line began to flatten. Young Iberia trembled as he held her hand tightly in both of his. Tears streamed down his face while he made his vow. He promised that he would become the world's strongest and bravest awakened, and the kindest. The boy cried out desperately for his mother. In the quiet hospital room filled with pale light, he stood beside her bed, small and trembling. And in the depths of his heart, a question echoed once more. Why was it that he had wanted to become someone like Itsuki? The reason was that when he first met Itsuki, he had been terrified by his strength. At that time, he thought they would only be temporary allies for a short while, but as they spent more time together, something slowly changed. He began to realize that Itsuki was not just strong. Whether he stood before over 100 awakened or faced a terrifying disaster beast, he never hesitated and charged forward without fear. He possessed an insane courage that never allowed him to flinch. And behind that stern, unyielding face, he sometimes showed a quiet and gentle kindness toward his comrades. In the middle of danger, he would shield them without a word, placing himself in harm's way without complaint. Standing beneath a sky lit with an eerie green glow, Iberia finally understood the truth in his heart. He told Josuke that the reason he had wanted to become someone like Itsuki was because of that strength, that courage, and that hidden kindness. Hearing that, Josuke was surprised and asked if Iberia was still thinking about it. Iberia looked forward with steady eyes and admitted that Itsuki was strong and brave, and that his heart was kind. To him, Itsuki was exactly the kind of awakened he had always dreamed of becoming. Hearing that, Josuke smiled and told Iberia that if Tenma ever heard those words, he would probably be deeply moved. But then Iberia said that a coward with no talent like him could likely never become an awakened like Itsuki. But even so, that did not matter. If he could simply stand by Itsuki's side and fight together with him, that alone would be enough. Back in the present, Iberia, who had been inside the dragon gear for so long, had started to lose all his senses. He exhaled heavily, and his body radiated heat as smoke rose from his armor. Just then, someone arrived and called out Iberia's name. Iberia's red eyes gleamed as he bared his sharp teeth, breathing out hot air in slow, menacing bursts. Sparks drifted through the air as he turned his head. Across from him, Itsuki stood alone without stepping back. Seeing him, Iberia let out a small growl, not recognizing that it was his friend Itsuki. On Prophecy Day 2, at 3:31 a.m., under the dark night sky, Iberia loomed above the forest, his armor glowing faintly as smoke poured from its mouth. Its sharp teeth were bared, and its presence alone made the air feel heavy. Below, Itsuki looked up with narrowed eyes. He called out to Iberia, questioning why he was wearing the dragon gear again. He reminded him that he had been forbidden from using it, but Iberia's red eye glowed fiercely from the dragon gear as he exhaled hot breath, steam curling into the air. Itsuki observed him carefully. He felt that Iberia's reaction was strange. Something about him seemed off. He realized that even his appearance looked slightly different than before. Suddenly, Iberia shifted his massive body within the smoke, and saliva dripped between its jagged teeth. A low, heavy breath echoed in the darkness as Iberia stared ahead and said something. Seeing that, Itsuki's eyes widened slightly. He asked if he had said something, then quickly questioned where Aiden was. But before he could receive an answer, Iberia's red eyes flared brightly. With a violent roar, it lunged forward, smoke bursting from its jaws as its massive body surged ahead. The ground shattered beneath the impact, cracks spreading outward as debris flew into the air. A powerful shockwave tore through the area. In the blink of an eye, Iberia appeared behind Itsuki, his enormous claws slicing through the air toward him. But Itsuki did not panic. He shifted his body at the last second, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. He caught Iberia's hand, stopping his advance through sheer strength. His muscles strained as he resisted the overwhelming force. Gritting his teeth, Itsuki shouted for Iberia to wake up. Seeing that, Iberia immediately backed down, putting some distance between him and Itsuki. Iberia's red eye glowed fiercely again as he opened his jaws wide. Rows of sharp teeth glistened, saliva dripping as it let out a low, menacing growl, trying to say something. But the next moment, he raised his claw, sharp talons gleaming in the darkness as a surge of energy gathered. A system message appeared, saying Wind Blade activated. Immediately, Iberia swung his arm, sending wind strikes. The air twisted into a vortex, forming a sharp, rotating blade of compressed wind. At that moment, Itsuki activated his mana detection. His eyes glowed with a brilliant blue light. Concentric ripples of energy spread from his gaze. As he carefully analyzed the incoming attack, he saw the massive wind blade coming toward him, cutting through everything in its path. Seeing that, he understood that this was the skill of a wind elementalist. Itsuki simply moved to his side and dodged the wind blade. The roaring wind blade slammed into a thick tree trunk behind him, slicing cleanly through the wood as splinters exploded outward. Itsuki's body crackled with blue lightning as he turned to Iberia. He could not tell whether this was a side effect of the dragon gear or if Iberia was being controlled by a disaster beast, but there was no time to hesitate. For now, he just needed to stay put. The system message flashed once more as Itsuki activated his thunder wave. Lightning surged violently from his body as he shot forward, tearing through the air with a deafening crack. Iberia raised his claws instinctively to attack, but Itsuki grabbed both of his hands. Just as he did that, smoke poured from Iberia's jaws and he roared in fury. Watching closely, Itsuki's eyes sharpened. He realized that this mana wave was definitely Iberia's, but he could not believe that he was attacking him. Itsuki's eyes trembled violently, his pupils glowing under the shadow that fell across his face. He demanded to know what exactly had just happened. Then, through the smoke and burning air, Iberia lowered his head slightly, and in a strained, almost pleading voice, he called out to Itsuki and begged him to kill him. Hearing that, Itsuki's expression froze. Sweat slid down his cheek as disbelief overtook him. But suddenly, Iberia roared, his jaws opening wide as violent shockwaves burst outward. In the next instant, he lunged forward at Itsuki, attacking with his sharp claws. But before his attack could land, a blade flashed through the air. Josuke appeared and blocked Iberia's attack with his blade. He shouted, telling Itsuki to watch out. Josuke then moved. With a powerful twist of his body, he punched Iberia. Iberia was sent flying, crashing onto the ground with a solid impact. The ground shattered where he fell. Itsuki, still catching his breath, told Josuke that Iberia was, but Josuke cut him off, stating calmly that he already knew. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Iberia then moved again at high speed. He started circling them like a storm, his movements forming a complete ring around Itsuki and Josuke, trapping them within a spinning vortex. Itsuki watched carefully and said that at this speed, Iberia had completely lost control. Josuke told him that Iberia had been consumed by the dragon gear. Itsuki's jaw tightened as realization struck him. In a steady but urgent voice, he said that if it truly was the side effect of the dragon gear, they had to take it off him quickly. But Josuke's red eyes narrowed coldly. He told Itsuki it was useless. The gear had already completely fused with Iberia's body. He told Itsuki that he had seen an Awakened get taken over by Dragon Gear before. Once it reached that stage, there was no turning back. Josuke's voice remained calm as he revealed the harsh truth. Dragon Gear could not be removed unless the user died. Hearing that, Itsuki's eyes widened in shock. Sweat slid down his cheek as he asked if there was no way. Josuke looked at him firmly and declared that they had no choice but to kill Iberia. Josuke tightened his grip on his blade, his red eyes cold and unwavering. In a firm voice, he declared that he would be the one to finish him off. If Itsuki did not think he could handle it, then he should leave this place. But Itsuki stepped forward and said that he would do it. Shocked, Josuke said that he could not burden Itsuki with such a cruel task. But Itsuki told Josuke that Aiden had been abducted by that ice user disaster beast. He said he would have the Death Hound track them, so Josuke should go and help him instead. Josuke tried to object, but Itsuki cut him off. He quietly pleaded, saying he still had things he wanted to talk to Ibarra about. Blue energy gathered around his hand as he summoned his Death Hound. Josuke closed his eyes briefly and exhaled. In a low voice, he said he understood and that he was counting on him. He then warned that if Iberia got away, Iberia would become even stronger, and his ferocity would increase. Turning his back, he spoke one final time. No matter what, Itsuki had to end his life there. As he said that, Iberia jumped onto a tree and then, at full speed, charged at Josuke, his massive body glowing with blazing orange light. At that very moment, Itsuki moved. Blue lightning crackled around his body as he reached Josuke and created a black ice wall to block Iberia. Josuke shouted for the Death Hound to move, and both of them immediately ran in different directions. As Itsuki blocked him, Iberia backed off again to create distance, and then, at full speed, he charged again and struck with Wind Blade. The compressed air sliced through the battlefield and slightly touched Itsuki before passing through. Itsuki narrowed his eyes, observing that Iberia had fired a skill, but Overmimesis had not activated. Seeing that, Itsuki realized that, just as he had thought, Iberia did not truly want to hurt him. Across from him, Iberia roared loudly, shaking the air around him. He lunged forward, tearing through the air with explosive force, his glowing red eyes locked onto Itsuki as he activated his 1,000 wind blades. At once, countless streams of compressed wind spiraled into existence. The air twisted violently as wind blades rushed toward Itsuki in waves. But Itsuki did not dodge them and continued walking toward Iberia. Glowing wind blades surrounded him from every direction. For a moment, everything went still. Then blood exploded from all over Itsuki's body as the wind blades tore through him. But even then, Itsuki did not stop and continued walking toward Iberia. Seeing this, Iberia let out a thunderous cry. Tears streamed from his blazing eyes, the sound of his cry echoing across the battlefield. Meanwhile, inside the demon world, one of the right demon kings, Yama, knelt on the ground and reported to Lady Ringa that they had successfully captured Aiden. However, he added that the red flame demon king and the white Oni had both been killed by humans. Lady Ringa remained calm. She stated that there were countless fighters at that level, and as long as Aiden had been captured, that was enough. Yama continued, informing her that Lord Sarushokuma seemed to be struggling. Lady Ringa replied coldly that it did not matter. They had never expected the elimination of Izumi Ento anyway. His role was simply to hold back most of the special class saviors. Yama then revealed that it seemed Sarushokuma was fighting only one special class opponent. Hearing that, Lady Ringa's eyes narrowed slightly. She wondered aloud if there was a human besides Tiwajin who could hold Sarushokuma off alone. She then asked for that man's name. Yama raised his head and told Lady Ringa that, according to their insider, that man possessed the strongest body and his name was Heitan Akira. At the same time, on Commander Nento's side, a massive shockwave tore across the battlefield as Demon King Sarushokuma and Heitan's fists collided, carving a deep trench through the ground. In the next instant, a streak of red lightning split the sky. Wrapped in violent crimson energy, Demon King Sarushokuma slammed his fist downward. The impact exploded outward in a thunderous blast, sending debris and dust flying in every direction. The shockwaves continued to ripple across the area, streaks of red electricity tearing through the air like raging serpent. In the distance, Commander Nento, along with Choha and that wind elementalist, watched in disbelief as the destructive force spread without pause. That wind elementalist stared wide-eyed and muttered in shock, wondering how the battle that had started yesterday afternoon was still going. He realized that even his own wounds had almost completely healed during that time. Just then, another explosion erupted, shaking the surroundings once more. Demon King Sarushokuma and Heitan continued throwing punches at each other. Seeing this, that wind elementalist trembled, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity. He thought that to witness a battle of this level from such close range was almost unimaginable. Amid the collapsing ground and rising dust, Demon King Sarushokuma, with blazing red eyes and a savage roar, punched the ground with full force. The earth shattered beneath his hand, the battlefield trembling under the weight of his power. Choa stared at the battlefield with trembling eyes, sweat sliding down her face. She could hardly believe what she was witnessing. Heitan was enduring blows powerful enough to shatter the earth itself. She knew that if Heitan fell, no one would be able to stop that disaster beast. Panic tightened in her chest, and she resolved that she had to do something. But just as she prepared to move, a hand landed firmly on her shoulder. It was her father, Commander Nento. With a calm voice, he reassured her not to worry, saying Heitan was not weak enough to die from attacks like that. In the distance, the battlefield had been torn apart. Sarushokuma split the land, smoke and debris rising into the sky. Watching the devastation, that wind elementalist stammered in disbelief, unable to comprehend this level of power. Commander Nento, beside Choha, spoke steadily, saying all special class fighters were monsters standing at the very top of humanity. They were not to be underestimated. Choa steadied herself and looked back toward the battlefield, fully aware that she was witnessing a clash between beings far beyond ordinary limits. Suddenly, Demon King Sarushakuma's massive fist that had slammed into Hitan slowly started to lift. Demon King Sarushakuma's eyes widened in surprise. Far below his enormous arm, Hitan stood up again, lifting its massive hand. He was still alive, still full of power. Watching from the side, Commander Nento said it had been a long time since he had seen Hitan's second form. Choha, beside him, turned in surprise. She repeated the words in disbelief, asking what the second form was. Amid swirling dust and a rising crimson aura, Hitan emerged. His body was engulfed in a dark red energy that writhed like flames. His eyes glowed ominously. Watching that, Choha swallowed nervously. She said that his presence felt completely different from before, as though he had become an entirely different person. Commander Nento explained that whenever Hitan entered this state, all of his abilities increased explosively, but there was a price. In exchange for that overwhelming power, he became extremely aggressive and cruel. Hitan roared in fury, steam bursting from his mouth as his crimson eyes burned even brighter. He pushed back the massive Demon King Sarushakumo with just his brutal force. Commander Nento continued explaining that the nickname given to him in this form was something entirely different. In the next instant, Hitan vanished. Like a streak of blazing red lightning, he shot forward. Behind him, a monstrous phantom seemed to rise, an enormous, demonic visage with glaring eyes and twisted features, as though the embodiment of wrath itself had taken shape. Hitan's fist drove upward with terrifying speed. The punch collided with the Demon King Sarushakuma's body in a violent explosion of force. Blood sprayed through the air as the Demon King was sent reeling backward. Before the Demon King could react, Hitan punched a hole in its chest and came down to the ground. Demon King Sarushakuma's body came crashing down onto the ground, its impact thundering across the battlefield and sending debris flying skyward. Hitan just stood there as the red aura around him flared like burning embers, carving a path through dust and debris. In the next moment, he started moving again. From behind, his back was a canvas of blood and scars, muscles tense beneath torn clothing. Crimson energy crackled faintly around his silhouette, his long hair whipping wildly in the air. In the distance, Choha stammered in confusion, asking where he was going. Commander Nento answered that he was probably heading to destroy the stone pillar maintaining the barrier. Hearing that, Choha admitted that she had thought Hitan would simply rampage without direction. Yet even in that state, he was still able to keep his reason, just as expected. Commander Nento told her that if Hitan had attacked without caring about friend or foe, then even if his power increased, it would only bring disaster. Such recklessness would mean he could never become a true special-class protector of humanity. On the other hand, Hitan reached the stone pillar. Hitan's fist smashed into the towering stone pillar with a thunderous crash. The impact sent cracks racing through the surface as fragments of rock burst outward in every direction. Dust and debris spiraled around him. The red aura surrounding him flared violently for a brief moment, then completely disappeared, and Hitan returned to his original self. As the dust began to settle, Hitan stood there with blood smeared across his face and torso. He looked down at himself and wondered why he was there. Then his eyes shifted toward the fallen Demon King below. He asked if the enemies had already been dealt with. Seeing all that, Hitan finally realized that his other self had come out again. Hitan sat beside the stone pillar. With a faint, almost exasperated remark, he commented that his other self was still as meddlesome as ever. Far above the battlefield, the massive crimson barrier dome started to disappear after Hitan destroyed the stone pillar. Choha looked up calmly and asked if this time it was finally settled. But then Commander Nento brought up what had happened earlier. He pointed out that she had tried to heal Hitan at the cost of her own life and asked if that was true. Choha answered yes. Commander Nento sighed and said that it was not like her to act that way. Normally, instead of risking her life for a small chance of victory, she would have suggested retreating first. He added that she was becoming more and more like Itsuki. Hearing that, Choha, flustered, quickly denied it, insisting that it was not like that. Trying to change the subject, she wondered aloud how Itsuki was doing. She mentioned that they were also in the forest now, but since there were high-level awakened like Yusuke-san with them, they should be fine. But far away in the dark forest, Itsuki, inside the dragon gear, clutched his head in panic, tears streaming down his face. His glowing eyes trembled as he screamed, asking why he was not dodging. Wind strikes tore through the forest as Itsuki continued walking toward Iberia. Blood trailed down his body while those wind strikes rained toward him from every direction, yet he did not stop. He declared that physical pain numbed the mind. That was why he would not avoid Iberia's attacks on purpose. The next moment, he stood face to face with Iberia, who was inside the dragon gear. Its jagged jaws snapped open, fangs glinting as it lunged. With one hand, Itsuki reached out and grabbed Iberia's shoulder. Locking eyes with him, he called out his name, Iberia. He pointed his second hand at him. Dark purple energy began to gather around his arm, swirling violently like a vortex. A system message flashed before him, announcing the activation of Black Orb. His voice turned cold as he declared that this was the end. The vortex in his palm expanded into a spinning sphere of destructive energy. With a powerful thrust, he drove it straight into Iberia's body. The concentrated purple energy orb pierced straight through Iberia's massive body, tearing a long, glowing fissure down its torso. Just as it happened, Iberia fell into Itsuki's arms. Itsuki caught him as he fell. Then slowly, the Dragon Gear's mask fell to the ground, covered in blood. One by one, the entire dragon head started falling apart from Iberia's body. Blood splattered from Iberia's body as he trembled in pain. Tears streamed down his face. His body shook as he forced himself to speak. He apologized weakly, saying that he had messed up again. Through broken sobs, he confessed that he just did not want to be a burden to Itsuki. Blood ran down Itsuki's face, dripping from his eye and chin as he held Iberia close. In a steady, unwavering voice, he told him that he had never once thought of him as a burden. Iberia's tear-filled eyes widened. His lips trembled as he asked if that was really true. Itsuki answered that they were simply good at different things. Iberia's trembling hand clutched weakly at Itsuki's clothes as he forced himself to speak again. He said that he had faintly heard it earlier, that the disaster beast was not going to kill his father but control him. Through tears and blood, he placed his hope in Itsuki. He said that if it was Itsuki, he believed he could surely save his father from it. Itsuki told him to leave it to him. Remembering the face of that demon general that had caused all this tragedy, Itsuki's gaze sharpened, his expression turning cold and resolute. He swore that he would crush it with his own hands. Tears and blood streamed down Iberia's face as his trembling hand slowly loosened its grip. With a faint, fragile smile, he said that he was glad he had gotten to talk to Itsuki at the end. His voice was weak but sincere. In the fading moment between them, he whispered that he was counting on him, calling him Double E with quiet trust. On Prophecy Day 2, at 3:33 a.m., Iberia was dead. Watching from the demon world, Lady Ringa addressed Itsuki coldly. She said that he had done it now, but this was only the beginning. Sitting on her throne, she promised Itsuki something far worse. She declared that she would erase the things precious to Itsuki one by one, in an even more twisted way. Then, sometime later, under the dim night sky, Commander Nento, Choha, and that wind elementalist moved quietly through the deep mountains, their presence small against the vast forest. While moving, that wind elementalist admitted that he had believed everything would be solved after defeating the disaster beast, but he had not expected to escort Commander Izumi this far into the mountains. He knew that it had originally been Heaton's job, but his condition made it impossible for him to continue. As they were moving, suddenly Choha's summoned beast stopped. Choha immediately signaled for everyone to stop, saying her Gyokucho seemed to have detected a strange emotional wave. Her eyes narrowed as she added that the source of the wave was just ahead. In the darkness up ahead, two figures stood facing one another in the distance. Seeing this, that wind elementalist stepped forward, drawing his blade in a swift motion and shouting, demanding to know who was there. His grip tightened around the sword as he thought it was a humanoid disaster beast, but Choha's eyes narrowed as she stared ahead into the darkness. She recognized that person's back. She walked ahead and in a weak voice called out to Itsuki. Hearing that voice, Itsuki turned around. His whole face was covered in injuries, blood streaked across his skin, yet his green eyes were still conscious. He recognized that it was Choha. Seeing him, Choha's expression trembled with shock. She stared at him in disbelief and demanded to know what on earth had happened there. Her eyes dropped to his body, noticing the injuries that covered him. She questioned what had happened to those wounds. Before she could press further, suddenly someone stepped forward from the forest, saying he would explain. Deathhound, with glowing eyes, followed closely behind him, its presence ominous and silent. Seeing him, Choha and that wind elementalist were shocked. He tightened his grip on his blade and asked if someone else was there, but Commander Nento recognized that man as first-class savior Josuke Bokuto. He pointed out that he was Aiden's guard and demanded to know why he was there. Josuke's red eyes lowered as he remembered the battle, his expression heavy and grim. In a calm but bitter tone, he addressed him as Commander Nento and began to speak about the battle, delivering the crushing truth: they had lost. On Prophecy Day 2, at 3:34 a.m., the foretold battle had ended in the worst possible outcome. Half of the North Continent's District 7 had been destroyed. The legendary crafter Aiden Hiss had been kidnapped, and his son Ibira Bis had died. Later, after his master had been taken, Josuke revealed what he had done next. He told them that he had ordered Deathhound to track the magic traces left behind by the Disaster Beast. Josuke stated that in the end they had only managed to find the Disaster Beast's clones. He added that the creature was extremely cunning. It had expected to be tracked and deliberately left behind numerous clones, making it impossible for them to pinpoint its true location. Hearing all that, Commander Nento turned to Choha and asked her about Itsuki's condition. She explained that most of his wounds were only scratches, and the bleeding had already stopped. However, she admitted with concern that he stubbornly refused to accept her treatment. A bead of sweat slid down her cheek as she confessed that she could feel the flame of anger inside him burning even stronger than before. Choha's voice grew heavier as she warned that, at this rate, his heart would eventually be swallowed by hatred. On the other hand, Itsuki sat alone on his bed, his head lowered in silence. Deathhound remained nearby, watching over him. He sat quietly in his dim room, his gaze fixed on a framed photograph resting on the shelf. The picture showed a warm family scene, Aiden smiling proudly, his wife beside him, and young Iberia standing between them, laughing brightly. Seeing that, the memory of Iberia stirred something deep within him. He remembered the past, how Iberia had introduced himself with a cheerful grin. Later, when Iberia got injured, he had helped him, carrying him on his shoulder. And while they created a team, Iberia hugged Itsuki, declaring that he would never leave Itsuki's side. His voice had been firm, filled with unwavering loyalty. He remembered the time when Iberia excitedly told him about Shikigami users, explaining that they could freely name their Shikigami. With bright confidence, he offered to come up with a name himself, boasting proudly about his naming sense. Those lively words echoed faintly in Itsuki's mind as he continued staring at the photograph. Itsuki slowly lifted his head. His green eyes were cold and distant, the pain etched across his bruised body no longer drawing even a flicker of hesitation from him. Deathhound stood before him, its glowing eyes fixed on its master. In a steady voice, Itsuki told it to move. Deathhound responded with a low growl, its presence heavy and ominous. A blue system panel appeared, revealing its status. Deathhound, B rank, level 20. Its attack stood at 350, ability at 300, defense at 200, and magic at 150. Itsuki stepped forward from the bed, his battered body tense with resolve. He declared that they would catch that disaster beast. Then his voice darkened as he declared that he would crush it. A red glow flickered in his eye, burning with ruthless determination. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the door, his broad back streaked with blood, his fists clenched tight. Deathhound silently followed him. But just as he opened the door, he saw Commander Nento standing in front of him. Itsuki was surprised to see him there. He asked why his teacher and everyone else had suddenly come. Along with Commander Nento, Choa, Josuke, and that wind elementalist entered the room. That wind elementalist looked at Itsuki and acknowledged that this injured brat was Izumi-san's second disciple. He had heard that Itsuki alone had created a green barrier and defeated a disaster beast over level 30, but he had also heard that Itsuki had killed his own friend. That wind elementalist thought that there was no denying Itsuki's strength, but he was certainly cold-hearted. Commander Nento asked Itsuki where he was going. Without hesitation, Itsuki replied that he was going to find the Ice Attribute Disaster Beast and save Aiden. But Commander Nento rejected his decision. Hearing that, Itsuki's green eyes flared sharply as he demanded to know why. Commander Nento answered calmly that Itsuki was not a savior yet. The Savior Alliance had already classified the incident as a special class danger. He told Itsuki that, to join the rescue, one had to be at least a second-class savior. With a cold voice, he told Itsuki that he did not meet that qualification. Hearing that, blood streaked across Itsuki's face as his expression darkened. His red eyes burned with fury. He asked if that meant that because he was not a savior, he did not even have the right to go and help. Clenching his fists tightly, he shouted that he had promised Iberia he would definitely save Aiden. Even if they tried to oppose him, he would still go. Hearing him, that wind elementalist was stunned and questioned how Itsuki dared speak to Izumi-san like that. Choa thought that her father did not have to say it so bluntly and wondered whether he understood Itsuki's mental state right now. Silence filled the air, heavy and suffocating. Then Commander Nento's voice cut through the tension as he asked Itsuki a single question. Would it truly be acceptable if someone died because of him? The words struck hard. Itsuki's eyes widened, his breath faltering as the weight of that possibility pressed down on him. Commander Nento continued calmly. He said he understood Itsuki's feelings. What had happened was the result of his own mistake. He had believed the disaster beast was only targeting him, and because of that misjudgment he had neglected Aiden's protection. He told Itsuki that, after going through so much trouble to capture Aiden, the enemy would not kill him so easily. Still, with Itsuki's current strength, challenging that disaster beast would only mean dying for nothing. Hearing that, Itsuki stood there in silence, his fists trembling at his sides. But then Commander Nento told Itsuki that he possessed limitless potential. Surpassing special class was not merely a dream. As he said that, the sun also rose into the sky, casting golden light into the room. In a calm voice, Commander Nento said that, if the time came, he would tell the Alliance to let Itsuki handle Aiden's rescue himself. Hearing that, Itsuki's battered face lifted slightly. His green eyes were filled with frustration and urgency as he asked what he could do right now to surpass special class. The room fell quiet for a moment. Then Commander Nento told him to join the Apex camp. Tenma repeated the words in disbelief, not knowing what that was. Commander Nento explained to him that Awakened, who ranked in the top 10 of the Savior Alliance National Tournament preliminaries, were invited to attend the Apex camp in Nakasu, hosted by the Savior Alliance. Dark crimson energy flared around him as he continued speaking. He said that strong humans like Tiwajin and Hiton Akira had all endured that brutal training. Those who survived and overcame it became key forces in protecting humanity. His voice lowered as he revealed one final piece of information. This year's summit camp would be held in 3 days.